Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good morning so far. We are live bright and early. It is 9:30 a.m. Eastern time right now, and we are expecting a pretty significant day of severe weather. In case you have not heard, we have a moderate risk of severe weather. This is not a low-end severe weather event that we are talking about. The Storm Prediction Center has a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather for widespread damaging winds, and they've also mentioned that several tornadoes are likely. And we just got a new tornado watch moments ago that does state that several tornadoes are likely to be basically between now and 2 o'clock Eastern time. It's obviously almost 10 o'clock Eastern, so over the next 4 to 5 hours, we are expecting a rapid increase in tornadic activity and also widespread damaging winds along the East Coast. This is a very rare East Coast severe weather event for this time of the year especially, but we are talking about, once again, a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather. This has hardly happened at all in the last 5 years. This just does not happen really often, maybe once every 2 to 3 years. So very significant day of severe weather is ahead. If you guys have any friends or family, once again, over here along the East Coast, make sure that they're aware of this. Apparently there's another audio delay. Give me 1 second. Test. This is the second stream in a row that we've had an audio delay. All right, so it should be fixed now. But again, this is a really rare event. We are talking about the potential here for a really significant severe weather event along the East Coast with widespread damaging winds and several tornadoes. And I want to get right into it. Obviously, right now, we have about 12 different severe thunderstorm warnings, and we're going to get to those in just a moment. There are some storms already rotating this morning, but I do want to talk about our severe weather risk here for today. First off, this is our risk of severe weather. Once again, we have a moderate risk of severe weather. This is a level 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, and that does include areas now like Washington, D.C., Charlottesville, Richmond, Fayetteville, Florence, and then back down near Charlotte and Greensboro. We already have some storms that are entering into our enhanced risk of severe weather near Charlotte right now. In fact, we did have a live view just a moment ago over in Charlotte of this line of thunderstorms approaching. This is from the Bank of America Stadium, and you can actually see right now this one looks like out there in Charlotte. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning here for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. And so it's getting pretty windy out there right now. This is where the Carolina Panthers lost only a couple months ago. Sorry to any Carolina Panthers fans there in the chat, but overall, again, the wind is pretty intense right now, and we also have heavy rain coming through. There have been some areas of rotation, but look at the temperature drop here. This is pretty crazy. We've already had a almost 10-degree temperature drop just in the last 2 minutes as this line of thunderstorms has moved in. And so, again, fairly windy out there. Temperatures rapidly falling. It was about 67 degrees right before this line of thunderstorms moved through. Currently, this severe storm is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible tag. There's also another camera a little bit further out in front of this that we should have a decent view of this storm moving through. And so we'll go back to that in a second, but I do want to talk about our risk again of severe weather for today. We once again have a moderate risk of severe weather in place. So if you're in Washington, D.C., Richmond, Fayetteville, this is where we need to be staying very weather aware today, as widespread damaging winds and several tornadoes are going to be likely. We also have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather, essentially almost from Scranton and Williamsport, Pennsylvania, all the way down here to Augusta and just north of Jacksonville. And our slight risk of severe weather goes all the way up towards, just east of Lake Erie near Lake Ontario, all the way back down into central Florida. They had to actually expand the slight risk of severe weather, so it does now include most of central Florida back over towards Tallahassee and Panama City. So again, the greatest concern for today across this entire risk area is going to be the risk of significant damaging winds. It's not very often that you guys see a 60% wind risk. Again, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the first time since like over a decade ago. I think 2012 was the last time we had a 60% wind risk. I want confirmation on that, but it's been a long time since we've had a 60% wind risk. And this basically, what this means is that we could have, basically a 60% chance within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds. So again, very rare situation that we're looking at here for today, where we will have widespread damaging winds anywhere in the purple. And we already have it happening, by the way. It's already significant right now across parts of the Appalachian Mountains, right along Virginia, North Carolina, back over into central South Carolina. And so again, widespread damaging winds are expected over the next several hours. As this line of thunderstorms continues to track to the east, Washington, Richmond, Fayetteville, we are going to have several trees that fall. Power lines are going to go down. This is the kind of day that you need to make sure, if you have a flashlight or any sort of battery backup, if you have a generator, you should have that ready to go here for today, because there is a real risk of power outages all across the mid-Atlantic and the Carolinas, and even back into the southeast. Even if you're in the pink area, this is the same risk that we had yesterday for wind. The 45% risk area from central Pennsylvania all the way back down into central South Carolina is where damaging winds are still very likely. They're going to be numerous to widespread, even in the pink area. So if you're in Philadelphia, if you're over in Baltimore and near Georgetown, we need to be ready for significant damaging winds. 30% wind risk goes all the way down to southeastern Georgia, back over into central New York. And then outside of that, they're going to be more scattered in terms of our damaging wind risk. Our tornado risk is also higher than yesterday. I know we had a lot of tornado warnings yesterday across the Ohio Valley and back into the deep south, but we also have a 15% tornado risk.
A new tornado warning has been issued
for today, and we'll talk more about that here in a second. I want to jump over to this tornado warning that was just issued. This is a very populated area. All right, so we have a tornado warning for Charlotte, North Carolina. If you guys are in Charlotte right now, if you're over at Harrisburg or Concord,
a new tornado
you need to seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. We also now have a tornado warning down in Georgia. So 2 tornado warnings were just issued. This one is going to be east of Tallahassee, south of Valdosta. Area of rotation is heading towards Cherry Lake, Panetta, and Leland. So just like that, we have 2 tornado warnings here on a major severe weather outbreak day here across the East Coast. But again, Charlotte, North Carolina, we need to be in our safe place immediately, getting away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That area of rotation in Charlotte is going to be right over Tryon Hills, Lockwood, and Noda, moving up towards the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, and then going towards Harrisburg and Rocky River. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get to the lowest floor possible. There's about 522,000 people that are in this tornado warning. If you guys have a friend or family member that's inside of this tornado warning, they need to be in their safe place now. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is going to be tracking up towards the Mount Pleasant area. This is just, it's basically just barely south of Interstate 55 right now, moving off to the northeast. This area of rotation is right now approaching the Hidden Valley, and then it's going to be going into Newell and then approaching University City. So University City, we're only maybe a couple minutes out from this tornado reaching you if it is actually on the ground. And there's another area of rotation right here just to the south of Charlotte that is also tracking to the east right now. There is a live camera in Charlotte, and it is pretty windy out there. You can obviously see the skyline. If there were to be a tornado, though, it's going to be east of this. It's going to be on the east side of town. And so we will not be able to see it on this camera shot. But obviously, if there is a tornado, it's in a very populated area here, moving towards, again, Concord. So if you're over in Concord, we need to, again, be in our safe place right now. This is, again, for Charlotte, North Carolina. There is a tornado warning. Temperatures dropped rapidly over the last several minutes. It's only about 60 degrees outside right now. And so on the backside of the storm, rain, cool air is coming down. Tornado warning again for Charlotte. This is what it looks like also at the Charlotte Football Club. The temperature right now is about 68, 69 degrees. Cloud cover is obviously out there, very overcast skies. Out in front of this, there's a lot of instability. And so Concord. So Concord here in North Carolina is in the path of this. But again, a lot of instability has grown out in front of this line of thunderstorms. And so once again, there is a real risk right now of a potential strong tornado risk as well as this line of thunderstorms continues to push to the east. Latest scan, the area is a little bit broader. It's over Hidden Valley and Fairfax Woods. And so again, if we have a tornado, it's going to be coming up towards Highway 49 near the University of North Charlotte near Chopsticks, and then it's going to be tracking to Harrisburg and then Concord, eventually going towards Mount Pleasant. So again, seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Once again, very populated area that we are looking at right now for this tornado warning. We also have that tornado warning again back down in Florida, just south of Valdosta. This is back over north of Madison. Area of rotation right now is near Hamburg, and this is currently tracking towards Leland and Belleville. And Panetta is also in the path of this. So this area of rotation right now is moving to the northeast. It'll be going towards Briggston and eventually going towards the Statenville area. There is a large line of thunderstorms here that's again producing basically numerous to widespread damaging winds this morning. We are expecting this tornado risk to remain pretty elevated. Obviously, Charlotte, North Carolina, one of the most populated areas that is in our risk of severe weather today, outside of areas like Washington, D.C. and back over in Baltimore and for whatnot. But again, this tornado warning in particular impacting a fairly populated area. The good news if you're in Charlotte is that after this line of thunderstorms moves through, we're done. So you guys got about 15-20 minutes until we're kind of done with the significant severe weather risk here in Charlotte. This is what it looks like, again, still in downtown Charlotte right now. It is still pretty windy out there. It's not as windy as before. We did have a confirmed wind gust in Charlotte, North Carolina of around 60 miles per hour at the Bank of America Stadium from a weather stem station. So the winds have obviously been pretty intense over here in Center City near in the kind of downtown Charlotte area. And so now our area of rotation is over Hidden Valley going into Chenewell, and then eventually it's going to be heading up towards Harrisburg over the next few minutes. So if a tornado is on the ground, which again, I do not think there is one right now, but if we have one, it is basically only about a mile south of the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, and then it will be crossing over Interstate 485, moving towards Harrisburg and Rocky River. And then Flo's store in Pioneer Mills will be in the path of this area of rotation. So again, continue to stay in your safe place. A little further to the north, we have obviously a pretty intense line of thunderstorms going up towards the Yadkinville area west of Winston-Salem. There are several other areas of rotation that have developed within this line of thunderstorms, even up near like Mount Airy, for example, so in far northern North Carolina. None of this activity right now is tornado warned, but we do have this large area of severe thunderstorm warnings that basically extend all the way into Virginia, with damaging winds again being the main concern. But with us already now having 2 tornado warnings, I would anticipate that we are going to see more tornado warnings in the next half hour to an hour as this tornado risk continues to increase. The National Weather Service, or the Storm Prediction Center, excuse me, did issue a tornado watch for this area only about a half an hour ago, so just before we went live. And the wording in this watch is that several tornadoes are likely. So that would include areas around and just east of Charlotte, back over into central North Carolina, and also southern Virginia. This goes until 2 p.m. Eastern time. There's also a risk of widespread damaging wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour. So there's right around 5.5 million people that are included in this brand new tornado watch. So Raleigh, Sanford, Fayetteville, Laurinburg, Henderson, and Burlington, we are all included in this tornado watch until 2 p.m. Eastern time. But for this only being a tornado watch that lasts maybe 4.5 hours, that's pretty strong wording. Again, there is several tornadoes likely is very strong wording. So definitely something that we need to continue to keep an eye on here for, as the tornado risk will continue to increase over the next few hours. Over the last few scans, the rotation on this tornado warning here in Charlotte has gotten a little bit broader. We had a tight couplet there near Lockwood a few minutes ago. It's gotten broader, but it might try to cycle here as it goes towards Reedy Creek. This area of rotation right now is on the west side of Reedy Creek. It's mostly a wind threat again. If we get an inflow, it might try to produce a tornado as it continues to move towards Rocky River, Flo's store, and going up towards Concord. So if you're over in Concord, continue to stay in your safe place. Damaging winds is the main concern, but there is still a possibility of a tornado as this continues to move to the northeast. We also have a live shot right here on the east side of Charlotte. This is at the Charlotte Football Club, and you can see the low-hanging clouds here right beyond the tree line. The wind is going to be picking up here in just a second. If somebody could put this camera in slot 2 for the Charlotte Football Club, we're going to put that bottom right of your screen, and so I'll have a live shot of that temperature right now. Look at the temperature here. It's about 68 degrees, and it's about to drop substantially as this line of thunderstorms moves in. That is that rain cool air that is pushing out from our outflow, and so the temperature is about to drop quite a bit here just over the next few minutes with this line of thunderstorms. And again, you can see the temperature is dropping pretty quickly. It's going to drop really quickly as this line of thunderstorms moves through. And there's even a chance, by the way, not really anytime soon, but possibly late today, there could be some really small little snow showers off to the west of this line of thunderstorms. So it's going to get really cold really quickly as this cold front moves through. There's a report coming out of Gaffney, South Carolina, that part of a metal roof was torn from a building. So over in Cherokee County, according to emergency management at about 7:40 a.m., so a little over an hour ago, this was actually 8:40 a.m. Eastern time, part of a metal roof was torn off a building. And then over in Harris, North Carolina, a recent report of a tree down on US Highway 221. So it gives you an idea of how significant this line of thunderstorms has already been this morning. And again, it's going to get a lot worse over the next few hours as our instability is continuing to grow out in front of this line of thunderstorms. There's really nothing out in front of this line right now near Asheboro and Sanford. Lots of sunshine out in front of this line. So instability is quickly growing. If you look at satellite imagery here, you can see that large gaping area of basically little to no cloud cover right now near Greensboro and then back into parts of central South Carolina. So this line of thunderstorms, again, will be intensifying. It's not really going to be weakening. It's going to be intensifying over the next few hours. And we didn't really have many intense storms between like 7 and 8 o'clock. And now it's obviously almost 10 o'clock and things are starting to ramp up again. Back to our tornado warning here east of Charlotte. Let's go to the velocities again. Latest scan again, broad area of rotation right now on the east side of town. It's mostly surging into a wind threat. If there is to be a tornado at any point, it's going to be basically on the south side here of Highway 49, moving towards Rocky River, and then Mount Pleasant is in the path of that. We did have a wind gust of 61 miles per hour in downtown Charlotte, and so the winds are still pretty intense. This thunderstorm again is currently moving to the northeast right now, and going to that live camera here inside of the severe thunderstorm warning that is on the southeast side of Charlotte. You can see the wind gusts are picking up right now on the Charlotte Football Club live camera here. So again, this is just to the south here of Concord. And so gusty winds at the minimum are moving through the Matthews area near Mintz Hill. And heavy rain is coming now, which could lead to some localized flooding here over the next couple of hours. And then again, if this storm does try to continue to produce a tornado threat, it is going to be moving in the direction of Mount Pleasant and then eventually heading up towards Baden and as well as New London, Richfield, and going towards the KVUJ airport. Going back down to our southern tornado warning, we do have a tornado warning in Florida right now, and we've actually had several areas of rotation developing down in Florida, but this is the main area of rotation. It is currently right along the Georgia and Florida border. It is tracking towards Panetta. It is not on the ground, but we do have an area of rotation essentially going right into Georgia right now near Macon. This will be approaching the south side of Valdosta, Dasher, Lake Park. You guys are also in the path of this. This will eventually be tracking in the direction of Homerville and Lakeland. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. That area of rotation is continuing to move to the east northeast right now. It will eventually be going basically right along US Highway 84 and then going towards Waycross and Blackshear. There's a pretty large line of thunderstorms that's developed here, and we are starting to get some of our first damage reports of the day, including a reported limb on a power line in Natural Bridge, Florida. That was about an hour ago or so, and then another damage report of a tree down on J. Lewis Hall State Route Lane at Woodville Highway. So that is another report that we're getting out of there. Real quickly, I know we're talking about the tornado threat, and again, it's increasing right now, obviously, but I do want to go back to our actual tornado risk here for today. That is from the Storm Prediction Center. And once again, there is a 15% tornado risk in place. This is higher than yesterday. So there is a possibility that we could have a more significant tornado outbreak today in comparison to yesterday. This 15% tornado risk basically goes from Washington, D.C. all the way back down towards Florence, Alabama. Or sorry, not Florence, Alabama. Florence, South Carolina. We're not even the same zip code. Florence in South Carolina. We did not have a 15% tornado risk yesterday. It was a 10%. That was the highest risk level that we had. And it includes a much larger area. There's well over 50 million people that are in a risk of tornadoes today. And so this is a very large and highly populated area. And I do want to remind you guys, if you have friends or family that are in this risk area for today, from New York back into Florida, please make sure that they have ways to receive alerts, and feel free to share the stream. We're going to be providing commercial-free coverage most of today when it comes to this tornado event. We're going to be live as long as possible today, covering all the different tornadoes that are going to be happening. Widespread damaging winds are obviously the main concern, as we have a 60% wind risk, which hardly ever happens. But the tornado risk is obviously pretty concerning, as we have this very large area where strong tornadoes are possible, but also a very heightened and elevated tornado threat from Florida, the Panhandle, back into the Big Bend, all the way towards Lake Ontario. So it's going to be a very long afternoon, I think, when it comes to severe weather, and also morning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, two things for you. First off, I wanted to sort of cover the difference between the two modes of convection we have today. So the damaging winds are what's driving the moderate risk, and that is going to be coming exclusively or almost exclusively from our line of severe thunderstorms. But the bigger question is the tornado threat, as you were saying, across much of our 15 hatched region or 15 SIG 1 region. And the question is sort of how intense is that tornado threat going to get? So the biggest thing for tornado threat is how high is the instability value is going to get, and where we have a lot of convection over places like South Carolina and North Carolina right now, this is going to somewhat limit how much instability does manage to grow there throughout the day. Further off to the north, in places like Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C., there is a little bit less convection in those areas, so we may see instability grow just a little bit. Taking a look at the last ARRR run, we can see that there's sort of two pockets of instability, one that's up along the line, and then one that's growing off in portions of North Carolina and Virginia. Once we start to see some of this convection that's in the way right now, those smaller pop-up thunderstorms just happening because it's the morning time, we are going to start to see that instability grow. And when we do see the instability grow, that is where we're going to see the greatest tornado threat. So even if that 15% risk goes a little bit north right now, it does look like the most favorable corridor for tornadoes is somewhere right around that North Carolina, Virginia border right now, just because there's going to be a little bit less convection this morning. And that's going to make it a little easier for tornadoes to form later. Also, if we go back down to that storm in Florida that's currently tornado warned, it does appear like it is starting to cycle off to the north and west. So this would be our new velocity couplet on that storm. It could move outside this warning polygon. I do think a new tornado warning will be needed here shortly.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the insightful update. So again, we have a tornado warning right now northeast of Charlotte. We also have that tornado warning south of Valdosta. And if it is actually cycling, which it does look like it is cycling right now, we are starting to see a little push from the storms behind, and that could actually increase the rotation as it heads up towards Valdosta. So if you guys are tuning in Valdosta, we're not done with severe weather. I know that there is a tornado warning down to your southwest, and there is a chance that this thing does push more towards Valdosta. So if we're tuning in from Valdosta, Georgia right now, we need to be staying alert. All right, there's a potential tornado risk heading in your direction right now. This storm, again, is currently moving to the northeast. The Storm Prediction Center just expanded our tornado watch for a bunch of counties. I think this is in Florida. If we can get that map, let me know. But the tornado watch down here in Florida, I believe, was just expanded. We do obviously have a tornado watch in effect right now for parts of Florida. And let me pull up that tornado watch. So again, this is the tornado watch here for Florida, South Carolina, and Georgia. Both tornado watches that we have right now go until 2 o'clock Eastern time. This one includes Columbia, Orangeburg, Statesboro, back into Lake City and Tallahassee, where a few tornadoes are likely.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this is going to be for areas back down towards the Gulf Coast, where a few tornadoes are likely. There's also going to be a risk here of widespread, almost scattered to widespread damaging winds around 80 miles per hour as well. But they just expanded the tornado watch, I believe, further east. So I think southeast Georgia and far northern Florida is going to be in that tornado risk. We do have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be in Virginia, and that is a hook echo that's actually developing right now over Claudville, heading towards Stewart, Critz, near Five Forks. So if you are in this tornado warning, you definitely got to be in your safe place right now. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This area of rotation right now is moving east-northeast, and it is heading in the direction of Critz, Collinsville, and Martinsville. You guys will eventually be in the path of this. And once again, this is associated with our line of thunderstorms. I wouldn't say the rotation is overly strong in this storm, but obviously that hook shape does make it a bit more concerning. So a medium area of rotation right now over the north side of Claudville. It's kind of on the cusp of really even getting tornado warning, but it's just enough for there to be a tornado warning here. Moving again right into Stewart, Virginia over the next few minutes.
Tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This is going to include Valdosta. All right, very populated area here, Valdosta, Georgia. This storm is cycling, and if it is to produce a tornado, a potential for a strong tornado would exist. If you are in Valdosta, Georgia, Lake Park, Dasher, near the Valdosta Regional Airport, we need to be in our storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Our strongest area of rotation right now is over Nakin, and again, this rotation is intensifying. I know it might not look that strong, but this is in the middle of cycling, and so as this storm continues to track to the east-northeast, it's going to probably try to drop a tornado here, and with our environment, there is a lot of wind shear today, and it would not be hard for a strong tornado to develop. You can see the inflow coming out of the south and east right now. That's basically helping to ventilate the storm. It's basically organizing the storm. And so as it continues to push to the north and east, we have all this convection behind it that's basically nudging the updraft, and that could lead to the potential for a tornado. We got a new radar scan coming in right now. I'm not sure how many flights go out of the Valdosta Regional Airport, but I would have to assume a lot of those are going to be grounded here over the next half hour or so, as we do have obviously an active tornado warning. So we are kind of just waiting to see what the rotation looks like here, but the area of rotation, again, is going to be over the northeast side of Nakin, heading up towards Bridgeton and Old Clientesville. All right, so you guys are in the path of it. We do not have a tornado debris signature right now. We're waiting for the velocities to update, but the rotation, once again, has been organizing here over the last several scans, and it's actually pretty tight right now in the mid to low levels. So there could be a wall cloud. We might not be far from a tornado on this storm, and so there is definitely a stronger area of rotation associated with this storm right now. And so again, no debris signature yet. Let me look at the other radar site. And yeah, guys, we have a pretty tight area of rotation now. So this is very close to being a tornado on the southeast side of Valdosta. The rotation's on the higher side of things now. And so again, it's not in Valdosta yet. We're still about 10 minutes or so till the storm's really there near Interstate 75. But it's on the more rural side of it near Nakin. And there could be a tornado right now. So we need to be, again, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, the most interior room possible, preferably a small room like a bathroom or a closet. And again, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. It is advised that you are not in a trailer park or a mobile home. You need to be in a sturdy structure, as there could be, again, a tornado down here just east of Highway 333. We have a new tornado possible severe warning back up in Ashburn and Tifton here in Georgia near Norman Park and Moultrie. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible tag on this. Main risk right now, again, will be wind. There's plenty of lightning with this line of thunderstorms too. And keep in mind that there is a potential with this line of thunderstorms that we could also see some embedded tornadoes as it continues to move east, and cloud to ground lightning is also a real concern. All right, new radar scan should be coming in here in a second. Once again, rotation's gotten stronger over the last few minutes on the east side of Naked. It's moving up once again towards Old Clyateville here in southern Georgia. Real quickly, going to go back to our Charlotte, North Carolina tornado warning. This one, I don't think they're going to continue it. If we go over to our terminal radar site, you can see the rotation. It's pretty broad. We got maybe a little area of rotation trying to develop now over Rocky River, approaching Flows, Store, and Barrier Mills. But I don't think they're going to continue a tornado warning here, but it's at least going to continue for the next 15 minutes unless they cancel it. We just had a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust over in Charlotte, and that's the Charlotte Douglas International Airport. There was a 53-mile-per-hour wind gust. So this line of thunderstorms, again, is intensifying pretty quickly. We do have a special weather statement also for Greensboro and High Point for at least some gusty winds. There are a lot of reports coming out of the Harmony, North Carolina area that we have multiple trees down on US Highway 901, multiple trees down also in Troutman, North Carolina, and then over in Love Valley, North Carolina, more trees down on Highway 115. So we have several trees that are being knocked down from this powerful line of thunderstorms. Back over in Stewart, Virginia, we still have a tornado warning here. This was just issued a few minutes ago. That hook echo has gone away. It looks like more of a damaging wind risk right now, but it could be cycling. You can see the reds here that are coming together around our greens. So it's trying to rotate. It's trying to cycle right now, right over Stewart, Virginia. So if you're in Stewart, Virginia, once again, we got to be in our safe place right now. They just went ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Winston-Salem and Greensboro and Kernersville. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there's also a tornado possible tag on this. So increasing rotation and also an increasing damaging wind risk right now, heading directly over Winston-Salem, and this is going to be moving in the direction of Summerfield over the next several minutes. Going back down to Valdosta, we do have a tornado warning once again on this storm. The latest scan is a little bit broader for rotation. I think what's happening again on this storm near Valdosta is that it is cycling, and so there is still a real risk of a tornado with this storm, especially since we have a lot of clearing out in front of our supercell here. And it's, again, semi-discrete. It's not a discrete supercell, but it's semi-discrete. So basically, it's connected to a few other updrafts. But as long as it stays on the more discrete side of things, that tornado risk will remain more elevated. So if you are in this pink polygon, we need to continue to stay in our safe place in the most interior room, like a basement, a closet, or a bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And if you have a helmet, if you have like a bike helmet today, might be a good idea to have it on. I mean, again, it won't be the difference maker between, you know, a lot of things, but at least it will give you an extra layer of protection. So if you have some sort of helmet here along the East Coast today, it doesn't matter really what it is, but if you have a helmet of some sort of head protection, it's a good idea to have that today as this line of thunderstorms moves through with the potential for tornadoes too. Again, there's a real risk, obviously, of strong tornadoes, but even damaging winds can knock down trees and power lines, and those can fall onto your home or wherever you reside. And so I definitely recommend having some sort of protection on your head, whether that's a helmet or something along those lines. I've seen some interesting contraptions made before by people, so you can do a lot of things, but that's at least an idea that I have for anybody out in front of these storms. Huge shout out to JH with the $50 super chat. How soon will the worst of the storms hit Richmond, Virginia? I think it's going to increase around and just after lunchtime. We'll talk more about the future radar in a moment. Somebody just asked in the chat, is today a 5 out of 5 or a 4 out of 5? Today is a 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather. So we do not have a high risk, and I honestly do not expect we'll get a high risk, but we do have a moderate risk of severe weather. And once again, that does include Washington, D.C., Fayetteville, just east of Charlotte. And where the storms are right now, they're already in the enhanced risk of severe weather. They're already near Charlotte and Greensboro, and we have storms going all the way back down to southeastern Georgia. So it's a fairly large area that we're talking about right now in terms of severe weather. But that red area, that moderate risk, is where the most significant threat of widespread damaging winds and several tornadoes are likely. The Storm Prediction Center has warned that we could see several tornadoes this afternoon and evening across this red area. And I think most of it is actually going to happen between now and about 5 o'clock. I honestly think one of the sneaky areas for tornadoes today will actually be back over here near the coastline. I think over here in Virginia Beach, Greenville, Jacksonville, Wilmington, I think our tornado risk is actually going to be higher over here. So I think we'll have a localized higher tornado risk, and we could easily have a few strong tornadoes over there right along the coastline near Cape Hatteras. I think it'll be a bit more elevated back over that direction. Latest scan, rotation's got a little bit broader over the last couple of scans southwest of Valdosta, but again, I do think it is cycling still, so there could be a new tornado risk that develops with this as it continues to move to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. We do have a new SPC mesoscale discussion. Let me pull that up, or it's not really new, but it was from a little while ago regarding our tornado threat here for today. This is going to be for those back over here in Roanoke, Greensboro, and Raleigh. We do have a tornado watch, obviously, that has been issued here recently. But again, the main concern will be the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is up to 130 miles per hour, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and then basically up to $half sized hail is likely. So if you're anywhere in this red area, the tornado risk, once again, is increasing right now. So we need to be weather aware over the next several hours. The tornado warning east of Charlotte has been condensed. It only includes Concord now, east of Harrisburg. And we do not have as much rotation anymore, but we are starting to see a lot more of these little kinks developing along this line. And so any sort of inflow that we get on any of these little storms that are trying to push out the wind from the storm, basically from our updraft or rear flank downdraft, we get any sort of inflow that comes into one of these storms, the tornado risk could increase. I'd say our main area of rotation in this tornado warning is going to be right here near Pioneer Mills, and the other one near just north of Flo's store going towards Mount Pleasant. But I don't think it's going to be enough for a new tornado warning. It's pretty broad rotation right now. And then further off to the north, our rotation over near Stewart has been a little bit broader over the last few scans. It's been trying to cycle. That rotation's over Stewart, Virginia right now, and it's about to go into Patrick Springs, Reynolds Mill, and then eventually tracking towards Collinsville and Martinsville. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get another mesoscale discussion. This one is for the majority of our risk in parts of Virginia and Maryland. This is a 60% chance of a severe watch, interestingly, not a very high chance of seeing a watch across that area. And that is for tornadoes up to 130 miles an hour and damaging winds to 80 miles an hour. I'm wondering if this is a watch basically for a morning convection, because it seems interesting that there'd be a moderate risk and then only a 60% chance of a watch across that moderate risk. But that is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I have to assume, I mean, we obviously have a moderate risk of severe weather here for today, back over here in Washington, D.C. and back into Southern Virginia. And only having a 60% chance of a watch is probably related to us having it's probably the morning convection, if I had to guess, is why we have only a 60% chance. That's, again, just my best guess. But either way, most probable peak intensity for tornadoes up to 130 miles per hour. So strong tornadoes are obviously possible. And then damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is also going to be possible in this region. So at least some sort of severe watch or tornado watch is likely going to be issued here. And so if you're back over near Richmond, this is your time to start getting your tornado action plan ready to go. Make sure that you have ways to receive alerts. And obviously, if you have friends or family out in front of this line of thunderstorms or anywhere out in front of this line of thunderstorms, make sure that they are aware of the increasing risk of severe weather. I know I've had some people asking, like, what's the timing for severe weather today? When can I expect storms on my doorstep? Right now, obviously, this area of thunderstorms is still back over in western North Carolina, kind of in central South Carolina, back over into the Florida Panhandle right now. And right now, it's obviously right about 10 o'clock Eastern time. We're going to be approaching 11 here soon. And our severe weather risk will continue to increase this afternoon. And I think really, again, the main area when it comes to strong tornadoes and damaging winds is going to be over in this area here. We're really going to be talking about South Carolina, eastern North Carolina, and then back over into eastern Virginia, where I think our greatest concern is going to be the risk of strong tornadoes and widespread damaging winds, mainly because a lot of instability is going to be growing, and our wind shear is just so strong today. I mean, this is a very favorable environment. If we get any discrete supercells today, the tornado risk is going to be very elevated. So that is one of the reasons why we need to be staying weather aware. But this picture here is about 12 o'clock. The timestamp at the top of your screen, that is in Central Time. I know it's a little bit confusing, but it's going to be 1 hour, but basically add 1 hour. So this will be right around 1 o'clock. Notice how our line of thunderstorms will be very organized by this point, basically from Washington, D.C. and southern Pennsylvania back into Florida. Our damaging wind risk by about 1 o'clock is going to be, for the most part, widespread at this point. We'll have widespread damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour hitting Columbia, South Carolina, going towards Jacksonville, Florida, and then eventually going towards Savannah, Georgia. And then out in front of this line, we'll have all these little storms popping up, and these are the ones that we need to watch for. These are the discrete and semi-discrete supercells that could produce a strong tornado risk. The Storm Prediction Center did mention in their outlook that there is a possibility of strong and long-tracked tornadoes today with any of these discrete cells, and that's pretty strong wording for an East Coast severe weather event. We don't usually get something like that for an East Coast severe weather event. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. They did say it's possible, but obviously a possibility is enough to really be concerned about and at least be staying weather aware for it, because again, the Storm Prediction Center does not use words like long track tornadoes very lightly. Once we get closer to 2 to 3 o'clock, that line of thunderstorms will continue to push through Savannah, Georgia, making its way across northern Florida near Gainesville, Ocala near Jacksonville, and then also that line of thunderstorms making its way across Pennsylvania and New York. Severe weather risk will increase by the early to mid-afternoon across Pennsylvania and west of Washington, D.C., with numerous to widespread damaging winds and also tornadoes possible within this line of thunderstorms. Down here is where those discrete and semi-discrete supercells will be possible near Virginia Beach, Greenville, Goldsboro, New Bern, Jacksonville, back into Wilmington and North Myrtle Beach. And then once we get about 4 to 5 o'clock, this is probably going to be the peak intensity of this severe weather event. We'll have widespread damaging winds stretching across Syracuse, Scranton, back into Washington, D.C. and Richmond, all the way back into Wilmington. And then once we get 6 to 7 o'clock, that line of thunderstorms will continue to push to the east, with our strong tornado risk at least decreasing by this point. But there will be a potential here for at least a couple of tornadoes embedded in our line, and also widespread damaging winds will continue. Florida will continue to see storms too. If you're in Orlando or right along that I-4 corridor, I'm expecting storms during the mid to late afternoon, so sometime between 4 and 7. And then that line of thunderstorms will continue to produce widespread damaging winds and tornadoes across Philadelphia, Scranton, back into Cape Hatteras, and even by about 8 to 9 o'clock, we could still have a little bit of severe weather left over near New York. There is a possibility that a second line of thunderstorms may develop as this frontal boundary moves through by about 8 to 9 o'clock, and that could also produce a basically new risk of damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado risk going towards New York City and Philadelphia and Washington sometime around the 8 to 10 o'clock range. But I think the risk with that will be much lower, as our instability will be lower and our environment will be mostly used up across that area. Tornado warning east of Charlotte is going to be allowed to expire in 4 minutes. Let's go back to our Virginia tornado warning. This one is for Stewart. We have a broad area of rotation right now east of Stewart that is tracking towards Martinsville and Collinsville. If they issue a new tornado warning, it'll come here in a few minutes. That area of rotation is inside of our small little hook that is kind of trying to develop again. We had a more defined hook echo a few minutes ago. It's going to be approaching again Stanleytown, Collinsville, and Martinsville in a few minutes. And so if you're in this area, we may get a new tornado warning here soon. Storms off to the north of this are fairly weak right now, but instability is growing. Wind shear is also growing, and so we will have an increasing risk of severe weather across many other areas of Virginia here soon. Back down towards Charlotte, we have a lot of damaging winds right now, all the way from Monroe all the way up into southern Virginia, but Greensboro and Winston-Salem are now getting hit by that damaging wind threat. Line of thunderstorms is very quickly moving to the east. We have a few little areas of rotation that are embedded in this line of thunderstorms. Not enough for any tornado warnings here right now. But if you're over near the Albemarle or Baden or New London areas, be ready for an increasing damaging wind risk and possibly an isolated tornado. Across South Carolina, we've kind of gotten lucky over the last hour or two. There's no severe storms really right now, other than back over in upstate South Carolina. Strong storms are currently rolling across the state, but I do think over the next hour, as instability grows and our atmosphere becomes more unstable, we are going to see an increasing damaging wind risk. There's also a lot of lightning out there right now, so these storms are still highly electrified. And then back over into Virginia, or not Virginia, I'm saying the wrong states entirely, back over into Georgia and Florida. Completely wrong zip code. We have still a tornado warning for Valdosta, and the latest few scans are showing broader rotation. So this was, again, a pretty strong area of rotation back when it was near Highway 333. But recently, it's a broader area of spin that is on the southwest side of Brigstown. But again, if you're in Valdosta, I would continue to stay in your safe place, get away from windows, and be on the lowest floor possible, as this could still produce the potential here for a tornado as this storm continues to move to the east-northeast. We also have an upgrade on one of our warnings in Virginia. It's up to a tornado possible tag. That's actually west of Washington, D.C. So this storm near Culpeper and Brightwood.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The storm near Brightwood and Culpeper is now on a tornado possible tag. We have a broad area of rotation west of Madison. We have another tornado warning in another very populated area, Winston-Salem, Kernersville, just west of Greensboro. You need to be seeking shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. So Walkertown, Oak Ridge, Kernersville, Stokesdale, and Summerfield. This is right near the Wake Forest University. This is the second time already today that we've had a very highly populated area in a tornado warning. We have a little over 600,000 people that are in this tornado warning right now. So if there is a tornado here, it's going to be moving to the east. It's right over the south. It's basically right over Winston-Salem and going towards Kernersville, and then eventually approaching the Piedmont Triad International Airport. Let's go to the terminal radar site. We're in a little bit of a radar hole here. The terminal radar site doesn't have a view of it. Let's go to the Raleigh radar site.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Here we go. We got another tornado warning. So we're now up to 7 tornado warnings. I didn't even know we had that many.
A new
we got another one. That's why.
warning has been issued.
All right, well, we just got all of our tornado warnings at once. All right, so we got a tornado warning, obviously, for a very populated area here in North Carolina. They just issued a new tornado warning in Georgia. This one's north of Tifton. So if you're in this tornado warning north of Tifton, you need to seek shelter immediately. Areas of rotation are mainly currently over the north side of Tifton. We have one here north of Tai, and another one that is basically just passed over Interstate 75, moving towards Fitzgerald. So west of Osceola, going towards Fitzgerald, area of rotation is embedded in this little kind of mini supercell is embedded in our line of thunderstorms, moving towards Lands Crossing in Abba. Westwood eventually will be in the path of that. And then another area of rotation directly northwest of Tifton that is moving towards Osceola right now. We also have another storm that is over here near McRae, Helena, near Alamo, that is rotating. This does not have any warning right now, but we need to watch this closely as there is a broad area of rotation, and that storm is currently tracking to the northeast. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning east of Columbia for 60-mile-per-hour winds in South Carolina, so that will be tracking towards Florence and Darlington. I do think the tornado risk here will be increasing as well. Going back to another new tornado warning, this one is in Virginia. We were just talking about this a few minutes ago, but if you're in Collinsville or Martinsville, we need to now be taking that tornado action plan seriously. We do have a tornado warning for you guys. Laurel Park, Collinsville, back over in Martinsville. We need to be, again, in our storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as the storm continues to track to the east. All right, so again, strong area of rotation, or not really strong area, but at least a moderate area of rotation is located over the west side of 626. We do have a small live shot of this storm right now. This is on one of the Virginia traffic cams. You can kind of see the shelf cloud at the top of your screen. So this is live inside of this tornado warning. And so that is the area that we'll have to be looking at for a potential tornado. Can't see it quite yet, but that is right inside of this tornado warning here, just off to the north there of Collinsville. Here's another live shot also on one of the Virginia dot cameras. This one is on the west side of Martinsville, so we'll be keeping a close eye on those storms. If we have any view of anything, obviously we'll let you know. All right, let's go back to the Winston-Salem tornado warning. Again, this includes about 600,000 people. And if you guys have any friends or family that are in this tornado warning, again, share the stream. We're live with commercial-free coverage. And again, we have a lot of people that are in this tornado warning that need to be staying weather aware right now. Winston-Salem, Kernersville, and Summerfield. We need to once again be in our safe place right now. We do not have any sort of active area of rotation that I can see on radar that looks that strong. I would have to guess if they issued a tornado warning for this area, it was probably from some sort of report of a wall cloud or somebody saw something. I would have to guess it would be right over here on the south side of Winston-Salem. According to our velocities, they are the strongest over this area, but we are in a little bit of a radar hole. So this would be on the south side of Winston-Salem, right along Interstate 40, going into Autumn Oaks, Coal Village, Glen Landing, Weatherstone, and then going towards Caleb's Creek and Salem Crossing. So it's going to go right along the Interstate 40 corridor heading towards Kernersville. And that'll eventually go towards the GSO airport. So seek shelter again immediately if you are in this tornado warning. We are at 5 tornado warnings, 3 of which are over here in the Carolinas and the Mid-Atlantic, and then we got 2 down here in Georgia. That is a pretty impressive view of this storm. Where's this camera at? What is this inside of the tornado warning, or is this somewhere else? I think this is inside of the tornado warning. This is a stationary camera, but this was inside of the tornado warning on Interstate 40 just moments ago. So this is not live. It takes photos basically, but this is in Winston-Salem. And so if we have any other photos, by the way, or any other photo shots, just put them in this slot. We'll have it in slot 1. But that right there is the area of interest. This was, again, just taken moments ago. Large, low-hanging area of clouds here. And if we were to see a tornado, we're going to be looking right there in the middle of your screen. So again, that bottom right shot is basically where that area of rotation is. And again, that is not a camera that is live. Unfortunately, the North Carolina traffic cams, I don't think are live. They're all basically picture cameras, but that is a live shot there just moments ago there of our area of interest, which is again right over Interstate 40 right now, and that is tracking towards again the Piedmont Triad International Airport, and will eventually be tracking towards Highway 8 or Interstate 8040 going towards Greensboro. So if you're over in Greensboro, have that tornado action plan ready to go. We got damaging winds at the bare minimum and area of rotation on the south side of Winston-Salem. For some reason, I can't see these cameras, by the way, on the program, but if there's any others, just put them in that slot 1. I have everything toggled on. Is Max 1 hour ahead of us? No. It's 10:19 Eastern time. The clock that you see anywhere, so whenever I go to like models and stuff, it's in Central Time. My computer is set to Central Time, but that is mostly because we usually cover Central Time severe weather events. But we are obviously the timestamp right next to me is Eastern Time. Oh, I see. Okay, I got it. This is another look just a second ago inside of this tornado warning near Winston-Salem. So that is the at least a shelf cloud out in the horizon. That's near Autumn Oaks. See if we have any other shots here. That is another good shot. Look at this little edge right here. That's a rain shaft. Winds are stronger as you go aloft, and it's pretty fascinating to see this, but this was just moments ago here. Again, this is inside of our tornado warning. This is a photo camera. It was taken within the last couple minutes, but you could see that little like angle here. That is a kind of tilted rain shaft, and a lot of people will mistake this for like a large tornado or something like that because of the fact it looks like there's like it almost looks like a cone. You almost kind of make it out there, but it's not. What this basically is our winds are increasing as we go aloft, so that rain is getting pushed out more to the east, and naturally our winds increase with height. Like our temperatures, they decrease with height typically in a normal environment, normal day. And so that's why we're seeing that even though it's a few hundred feet off the ground, the winds are still increasing there. We'll just see if we have any other shots of this storm. Again, this is all currently inside of our tornado warning here for Wahlberg and Winston-Salem. If we have a tornado, this is the area of rotation right now. It's going to be right over Interstate 40. It is, again, tracking towards the GSO airport. It's right now near Autumn Oaks. So Autumn Oaks, you guys are included in this. I know these cameras, again, aren't live. They're just pictures, but you can basically see by what it looks like right now. The winds are very intense here. The visibility rapidly dropped here on Interstate 40. And so if there is a tornado of any kind, it would be right basically along Interstate 40 right now near mile marker 195 near Willard Road. And that's going to be just to the southeast now of the Wake Forest University. All right, let's go back to the north real quick. We do have a tornado warning in Virginia. The last couple of scans still showing a broad area of rotation that is right now over Highway 627 approaching Dillon's Fork and Pleasant Grove. It'll be going in the direction of Collinsville, the Horse Pasture, and Martinsville. We do have a live camera that's actually in this warning. So there's actually some live cameras that are in this warning. This is a live shot looking in this storm right now. You can see the shelf cloud out on the horizon. So we're going to be watching this storm very closely as it continues to move in. We do not have a shot yet of a wall cloud, but we'll be looking in that general area. The latest scan is showing more of a hook echo. It's a very tiny little supercell here. So that is near Dillon's Fork going towards Stanleytown. We'll keep that camera bottom right of your screen. Once again, that is inside of the tornado warning. Also, rotation's been intensifying a little bit west of Washington, D.C. This is near Culpeper. A little bit more rotation, kind of rain wrap now right now near Eathlin going towards Scrabble and Woodville. This is just to the southwest of Warrenton. So this is heading northeast right now, going up towards US Highway 211, New Baltimore, and eventually Centerville are going to be in the path of that. So again, area of rotation right now is just to the northwest of Brightwood. That is moving northeast right now, west of Culpeper. We have another couple tornado warnings right now in Georgia. We've been watching these storms pretty closely. There is a tornado warning still for Valdosta. I'm not as concerned about this storm at this moment. The rotation's gotten broader. There's a little bit of very weak rotation. I don't even know if that's really rotation, to be honest. It's not really rotating much, but there's a little bit of winds moving in different directions. Not by much, though, right over the downtown area of Valdosta. This could become a concern down the line, especially if we have more clearing and less convection out in front of this cluster of thunderstorms as it moves towards the Homerville area. But for right now, tornado threat's at least a little bit lower. There's also a few little hooks that are extending from this line of storms, and that could also increase the rotation in the Florida Panhandle. So Madison and Jasper, we need to be ready for a potential growing tornado risk over the next hour or two. And then further off to the north in Georgia, this is west of Douglas. We still have an area of rotation right now north of Tifton and another one west of Fitzgerald inside of our tornado warning here with a little semi-discrete supercell. And then this one's more of just a linear cluster of thunderstorms here near Tifton. That's at least producing damaging winds moving into Tifton, Georgia, moving eventually towards Osceola. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning right now. We have a few live cameras in Tifton, so I'll have a view of the wind here in a second. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour are going to be the main concern. We are going to put a camera in slot. I'm going to put a camera in slot 3. I'm going to go to the 3 cam view. Somebody put something else in slot 1, I think, or is that a new camera? If that's a new camera, you can keep it there. That bottom left camera, that would be a camera shot back over in our Winston-Salem tornado warning. So again, area of rotation right now is right along Interstate 40. We have a little bit of a radar hole, so we can't really see the velocities very well. But if there were to be a tornado, it would be right here, kind of where that hook is. You can see it a little bit better on this radar site. There's a little hook and a little inflow on the west side of Kernersville, and it'll be approaching the GSO airport here in about 5 minutes. And then Greensboro, we got about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you're in Greensboro, North Carolina, now's your time to have that tornado action plan ready to go. Let me do... Oh, whatever camera you just put in slot 1, put it back. I accidentally switched it. That was a good shot of the storm. This is what it looks like right now. This is, again, this is not live. It is a picture camera that is being taken. These are pictures, but it's still helpful to see what's happening right now. This is another camera. This is on Interstate 74 looking at our storm. And you can see it looks like a little, again, the clouds are very low, obviously. Large rain shafts in the middle of your screen. If there were to be a tornado, we'd be looking in the middle there. And again, I don't see any evidence of there being a tornado, but that is another pretty good shot here of this storm on I-74 westbound here at Mountain Street. I really wish these North Carolina cameras were live. I'm guessing they are, obviously, but I don't think they have them publicly live. Hopefully, sometime they do make them publicly live, whoever runs the cameras, because it would really help with severe weather coverage. But, I mean, that's right there, the look at the storm there. Here on I-74 near Winston-Salem. Bottom right of your screen, that is in the Tifton, Georgia area where we do have a tornado warning. Wind is starting to pick up, so we'll see if the winds get more intense over the next minute or two as that storm rolls in. Back to the Martinsville tornado warning. Area of rotation is right now over Stanleytown. Area of convergence is near Dillon's Fork. Got a little hook that's developed. This might be trying to cycle right now. That is moving into Collinsville, going towards Figsboro and Reed Creek. Eventually, Leatherwood will be in the path of that, going towards Grady, Chatham, and Callens over the next few minutes. Let's go down to the south real quickly, east of Charlotte. Line of thunderstorms is continuing to intensify right now. East of Charlotte, west of Raleigh. Damaging once again the main concern. We got a little bit of rotation developing west of Baden. This was tornado warning not too long ago. Charlotte, North Carolina was included in a tornado warning only about 15-20 minutes ago. And our area of rotation is now approaching the Wary National Forest northwest of Troy. We have another area of rotation basically going right up Highway 8 and 49 that is going towards Ashboro and Farmer just to the south of Denton. So that'll be making its way up towards the Ram Sewer area here within the next 20 to 25 minutes. Back over in South Carolina, we have one active severe warning for any part of the state that is east of Columbia, and that is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And this is going to be moving into Bishopville and then eventually going towards Darlington, Florence, and Timmonsville. But right now, mainly a damaging wind risk. We don't have a whole lot of rotation right now, but the rotation will likely increase over the next hour or two as our instability continues to grow out in front of this line of thunderstorms. They have canceled the tornado warning for Valdosta, or they're at least going to allow that one to expire in 3 minutes. We have a large, broad area of rotation that is developing right now over near Madison, Florida, and that'll be moving towards Jasper and Statenville, so we need to keep an eye on that. There's a higher area of wind that's developed also just south of Valdosta. So if you are in Valdosta, I would continue to at least stay away from windows and on a low floor, preferably away from windows, kind of in like a small room away from windows, because there is a possibility that damaging winds could knock down trees and power lines in this area. And that could also cause some problems. We have a new tornado possible severe warning, I believe somewhere. Yeah, that's over here. So that's south of Tallahassee. It's right along the Gulf Coast. Or no, that just expired. Never mind. There was a new one that was just issued. Where'd it go? Oh, that's South Carolina? I don't know. There was some tornado possible label somewhere. Oh, that's up here. All right, so this is going to be west of Washington, D.C. So this is going to be back over west of Washington, D.C. near New Baltimore, Warrenton, Marshall, Front Royal. Just to the southwest of Centerville. If you are in this severe warning, you need to be staying away from windows. There's a few areas of rotation that we're looking at. We got one northwest of Culpeper. We got another one west of Washington. Got another one south of Bentonville. And so over in Washington, D.C. and Maryland, the tornado risk will be increasing over the next couple of hours. And so if you reside in Maryland or anywhere near Washington, D.C., we need to be staying weather aware really starting in the next hour or so as our severe weather risk will begin to increase here pretty soon. Also, we have a lot of school closures today along the East Coast. Believe it or not, a lot of schools closed for this severe weather event. As a reminder, we do have a moderate risk, a level 4 out of 5 risk of severe weather for today. You can view the SPC outlook on the maxvelocitywx.com website. If we go to the severe weather tab here, my Chrome browser just froze. If we go to the severe weather tab here, you can see, again, we have a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather in place. That does go from Maryland, and again, includes Washington, D.C., back over towards Florence and Monroe. This is where we're expecting widespread damaging winds and several tornadoes this afternoon, and even during the late morning. I mean, it's obviously 10:30 right now, but by about 12, 1 o'clock, I think this risk is going to ramp up even more than it is right now. And so we will have an ongoing potential tornado outbreak today, in addition to a widespread severe weather outbreak that'll impact areas from New York all the way back into southern Florida. Slight risk of severe weather was added to Orlando, Tampa, and Daytona Beach for today. Main concern, again, will be damaging winds. We have a 60% wind risk in place today. This is the first time, I'm pretty sure, in over a decade that we've had a 60% wind risk issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It's been a while. The tornado risk also is pretty elevated. We have a 15% tornado risk for Washington, D.C., Fayetteville, Greenville, north of Wilmington, where several tornadoes are going to be possible throughout the daytime today and also through the evening hours. This is going to probably be upwards of a 12-hour severe weather event. So if you are anywhere in the risk area, you got to be staying weather aware. The tornado warning here for Winston-Salem was just updated. It has been condensed, but it is still ongoing here for Davidson, Forsyth, and Guilford counties here in North Carolina. It is still radar indicated rotation. If we have a tornado, it is right along Interstate 40, and it is currently tracking towards Greensboro right now, and eventually heading into a really populated area once again if we were to have a tornado. But tornado warning still continues here for the next about 15-20 minutes or so. We have a new damage report coming out of our northern tornado warning in Virginia of a tree down along Big A School Road as of about 10 o'clock Eastern time. That's 9 o'clock Central time. And so this storm's at least producing some wind damage. If we were to have a tornado, it would be coming up into Collinsville right now. We do have a live camera that is very close to this. Let me pull that up here. So this is live inside of the tornado warning near Collinsville, and you can see the shelf cloud at the very top of your screen. Unfortunately, these cameras, I don't think they move them very much. If they do, if somebody is watching the stream that controls these cameras, preferably try to move that up. But the top of your screen there is the area of interest. That's where there's a shelf. This is also a live shot in Salem, Virginia. So again, inside of the tornado warning, very large shelf cloud out in the horizon. There's an area of convergence near Stanleytown, near US Highway 220, that is currently moving towards Collinsville and Reed Creek. But I do not think there's an active tornado right now. It's just an area of rotation that we're looking at here in Salem. This is also another live shot. You can see that shelf cloud at the top of your screen. Possibly a wall cloud also somewhere in there. We just can't see it yet. We have also more damage reports, not in Charlotte, but north of Charlotte near Salisbury. Tree down on Main Street, and there's also another report of trees down on a road about 3 miles west-southwest of Salisbury. So again, this line of thunderstorms is producing obviously widespread wind damage right now, and also on top of that, it's producing the risk of several tornadoes. And if you live near trees, if you live near power lines, I mean, again, you got to be staying weather aware, because there will be several trees falling down here today from this line of thunderstorms. And a little bit off topic, but while this severe weather event is happening right now, there's a pretty crazy blizzard happening in Michigan. This is storm chaser Connor Croft in Michigan right now. That's over in Marquette. I think he's losing connection, but the winds there are insane right now. We've had a crazy winter storm happening in the Midwest over the last 24 to 48 hours. And the wind has been crazy. This is actually a live shot in Wisconsin. Look at the wind and the visibility. Nobody can drive out there right now in Wisconsin, or you really at least shouldn't be driving, because I mean the winds right now are 50, 60 miles per hour, and on top of that, we got blowing snow everywhere. The conditions are actually wild up here. This is a look at our tornado warning here in North Carolina near Winston-Salem. This is actually a pretty good shot. That looks like that would be the area of interest right there, again, in the middle of your screen, a little lowering there. And that could drop a tornado here near Kernersville. This is
a new tornado warning has been issued
just for moments ago. So this would be right over Interstate 40 near the Novat Health and Kernersville Medical Center. We have a new tornado warning in Virginia. This is west of Washington, D.C. That is a pretty strong area of convergence going towards Amisville, Warrenton, New Baltimore, Marshall, and the Plains. If you are in this pink polygon, you got to seek shelter now, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This area of rotation right now is moving to the northeast. It is a fairly strong area of convergence over the Red Oak Mountain, and it could drop a tornado at any moment. So if you're in Amisville, if you're in Stonehaven, if you're in Orleans, Keysville, Marshall, the Plains, west of New Baltimore near Warrenton, we again need to be staying in our storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This could easily produce a strong tornado if it were to drop. There's also another strong area of convergence here south of Front Royal going towards Interstate 66. And then further down to the south, it's more of a wind threat right now down near Culpeper. Again, this is in Winston-Salem. This is a photo taken moments ago with one of the traffic cams. And you can see, again, that lowering there would be the area of interest just west of Greensboro. Greensboro, I know we're not in a tornado warning right now, but if we are in Greensboro, South Carolina, tuning in right now, we need to be ready to go to our safe place. We need to have that tornado action plan ready to go. If you're in a mobile home, a trailer park, whatever it might be, you need to have at least some sort of plan right now. That's going to a sturdy structure, going to a tornado shelter that might be in your town or city. Maybe it's your local church. Maybe it's a shelter that the city has. Whatever it is, because if we have a tornado, obviously it's going to be going right into the Greensboro area. We don't have one right now, obviously confirmed, but that is the area of interest right now. That's again Greensboro, North Carolina that we were talking about. So this is this tornado warning here. We are in a radar hole too, so you really can't see the velocities or really anything very well. But the area of rotation would be right over here. Right along Interstate 40. It's going to be going right over GSO Airport in just a moment, and then going towards Irving Park, and then going right along Interstate 840 on the north side of town. And then further to the north, we have another little area of convergence coming together near Ridgeway. That's going towards Axton. Wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for this going into Virginia. That rotation's gotten a little bit more organized over the last couple of minutes near the Mayo River State Park. Long term, that's going to be going towards Mount Herman and Danville. So we'll be keeping an eye on that storm here very closely over the next several minutes. We have a new damage report coming out of McMullen, Virginia, of a tree down along South River Road and Entry Run Road. All these black circles that you guys see here, these are all damage reports. There's over 100 damage reports on your screen right now. And that is all within basically the last 6 hours. So there are a lot of damage reports. Richmond, Virginia, today, and anywhere in surrounding Richmond, Virginia, we have over 25 school closures today. And across the board, we have across the United States a few thousand school closures. Some of that is because of the winter storm activity, but
a new tornado
most of the Carolinas at least have scattered school closures due to the fact of this severe weather outbreak that is expected today. New tornado warning south of Asheboro. This is west of Raleigh. You're in the pink polygon, you got to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. That area of rotation right now is over Baden, and it is going towards Seagrove and then eventually tracking towards Robbins. The North Carolina Zoo is included in this tornado warning. So if you're one of those people visiting the North Carolina Zoo today or right now, you need to be going to a safe place instead of going to the zoo. The fun can happen after the severe weather event happens, which is hopefully going to be an hour from now until you actually can ideally go to the zoo. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking due east of the KFCX radar site, right by Union Hall. A little bit of a convergence signature here with some new convection that's just starting to pop up. Nothing right now, but could very quickly wrap up into a tornado with today's environment.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's north of Union Hall, Virginia. Coming up on the Smith Mountain Lake, Huddleston, Alta Vista. Stay weather aware for this. That is an area of rotation that is attempting to develop right now. Pretty strong winds, at least going, away from the radar here. Again, the red and yellow, what you see there, that is winds going away from the radar. You can see how that's wrapped up, though, over the last few minutes. And so no tornado warning yet, but it's a very tiny little baby storm. This is like a little baby hook that's developed here near Westlake Corner. Going right over North Shore here over the next few minutes. We are sitting at 5 tornado warnings right now, and once again, 2 of those are in Virginia. We got 2 in North Carolina, and we got 1 in Georgia. And that 1 in Georgia is north of Tifton, and that one has actually just been allowed to expire, so that'll expire in 7 minutes. But that area of rotation is going towards Osceola and Fitzgerald. It is a broad area of rotation right now. Down towards Valdosta, main concern right now is damaging winds. We will be watching for an increasing tornado risk over the next couple of hours over here in Florida, near Jacksonville, Lake City, Gainesville, and even Brunswick and Savannah, Georgia. The risk of severe weather should be increasing here over the next few hours. We also are starting to see a little bit more rotation in our South Carolina storms. There's a little bit of rotation just south of Interstate 20 heading towards Bishopsville, and there's also another area of rotation west of Hartsville. So this has been mostly a wind threat for the last half hour to an hour. There's not been really any tornado warnings on this at any point. There's at least a little bit of rotation growing on this little cluster of thunderstorms. And so we are keeping an eye on the potential tornado risk increasing with some of these storms as they head towards Florence, which again is a much more populated area here in South Carolina. Rotation is definitely strong, or at least on the stronger side of things, to the north of Troy, northwest of Troy. We have a bit of a radar hole here, but you can kind of see that rotation a little bit here on radar. It's a little bit stronger near the U-Warry National Forest. It's approaching Flintville right now, and then eventually going towards Seagrove and Coal Ridge, just south of Asheboro. And then back to our tornado warning west of Greensboro. If we were to have a tornado, it would be on the south side of Oak Ridge going up towards Interstate 840. Again, we've not had anything confirmed on this at this point, but we've had a wall cloud at least visible on these cameras a few times. Again, this was just moments ago on Interstate 40 at Sandy Ridge Road looking at this storm. And that lowering's at the top of your screen. I know it's hard to see. It's not very low to the ground, but that would be the area of interest here on the northwest side of Greensboro near the GSO airport. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, the SPC just issued another mesoscale discussion. This one is for our 2 southern tornado watches, basically saying that we're going to expect to see severe weather continue across the area. One interesting thing to note is they did mention that it's going to be mostly brief tornadoes, which leads me to believe that they think it's going to be almost only a linear threat at this point. There was a slight chance of prefrontals, but because of how much morning convection there's been ahead of the line, there's really no warm sector that has formed. So there might be a few supercells that try and form where we do see filtered daytime heating and see that sun reach the surface, but I don't expect that to happen. I think it's going to be mostly a linear threat, and that is correlated with the tornado intensity only going up to 130 miles an hour and the damaging wind intensity going up to 80.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's Tallahassee, Lake City, Valdosta, Waycross, Jessup, into Savannah, Georgia, all the way up to Florence. And again, this does not apply to everybody. This only applies to these people in this area. Brief tornadoes and numerous storms, again, with widespread damaging winds are the main concern. If you're anywhere else, you could still see strong tornadoes. And it's still a risk of strong tornadoes here. Let's not get that past, because again, the most probable peak intensity here is up to 130 miles per hour. That would be in the EF2 range. But no matter what, the risk is still fairly elevated here if you're in that red area with widespread damaging winds and a few tornadoes possible. Somebody said in the chat that Storm Chaser Connor Croft is stuck. Apparently he's stuck in the blizzard right now. I know his camera's going kind of in and out right now, but apparently he is stuck in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan from this blizzard. There's been heavy snow and crazy winds. Can anybody confirm that in the chat? Apparently that is something that has happened, though. We do have a new tornado possible severe warning in Florida. This will be east of Tallahassee near Greenville, Madison, just to the south and west there of Valdosta. So 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit of broad rotation right now east of Monticello. If you are in the severe warning, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Yes, he's cooked. Well, that ain't good. Apparently, Connor is now stuck in a blizzard. He usually gets stuck in the mud, but he's not chasing severe weather today. So that might be why. If you chased severe weather today, you would have probably gotten stuck in mud. They are going to allow that tornado warning for the Greensboro area in Winston-Salem to expire in a few minutes. We still have an area of rotation right now just northwest of Troy. This was a new tornado warning issued a few minutes ago. It's going to be crossing over Interstate 73, 74 in just a few minutes, heading in the direction of Siler City. This is what it looks like in our Virginia tornado warning right now. The rain is starting to pick up. You can see the low-hanging clouds here as well. And so this is inside of the other tornado warning in Southern Virginia right now. See the tree swaying a little bit too there on the left. Good shout out to Shaded with the $20 super chat. Yeah, if you're in Pennsylvania, there's no mesoscale discussion yet. We will probably have one the next hour or two. Severe weather in Pennsylvania will ramp up, I think, just after lunchtime. So they won't issue a mesoscale discussion yet. We'll probably get one again right around or just after lunchtime. This is what this storm looks like, the one that we're looking at here over in the Martinsville area. Rotation has just crossed over Jones Creek and is now heading in the direction of Leatherwood. Here's another live shot. This one has a little bit more of a view of the sky here. I believe that right there at the top. These cameras are pretty blurry, but that at the top there would be lowering, or at least area of rotation. It's a little bit visible. It's not super tight rotation, but that would be where we're looking for a possible tornado. Push that there to our bottom right slot there, so I'll have a view of that as the storm moves through. Hey, Wild Child for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate the support. Also, thank you to Leah for the 10 gifted memberships. You got a gifted membership. Make sure to thank Leah in the chat. We just got a new large severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This does include Martinsville. It includes Wentworth, Eden, back into Rocky Mount for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's obviously some rotation with this line of thunderstorms that'll be tracking in the direction of Chatham.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have issued a new tornado warning north of Greensboro. This one is going to be for those in Reedsville and Monroeton. It's right along US Highway 158. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter now. Get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That'll be tracking into Reedsville over the next few minutes, going towards US Highway 29. 87's in the path this near Monroeton, just south of Wentworth. Not JD Wentworth. But going up, eventually going towards the Yanceyville area. Caswell Gameland will eventually be in the track of this as well. Thank you, Philly, for the $10 super chat. We are at 3 tornado warnings right now. Obviously, we had a few more before, but we are back to 3 tornado warnings. So the tornado warning here for Martinsville is going to be allowed to expire. They went ahead and allowed that one to expire. The storms that are further north, though, are starting to rotate. We've had several storms go up over the last half hour, multiple updrafts that are going up right now. And there are some areas of rotation developing. We got one near the North Shore. We got another one over near 24. And there's one that's trying to develop near Westlake Corner. So anytime that we look at a tornado risk here, when it comes to a line of thunderstorms, we are looking for intensifying updrafts, basically storms going up with our line and then eventually organizing into an actual line of thunderstorms. Right now, it's a lot of semi-discrete storms that are up here. Once it becomes more linear, it's going to become a more organized tornado threat. But at least for right now, rotation is kind of on the moderate side of things. This is almost enough for a tornado warning, but it's not quite enough yet over the River Creek Estates. But if you're over in Lynchburg, Amherst, over near Rustburg or Alta Vista, Virginia, we need to be staying alert. West of Washington, D.C., the tornado warning still continues for Marshall, where we've had a strong area of rotation here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. That is over Hume, moving towards Marshall. Middleburg and the Plains are in the path of this. On our velocity scale, it's about a 6 out of 10 in terms of rotation on this particular area of rotation. That'll be crossing over Interstate 66 here soon. I'm glad you guys got my Wentworth joke. Thank you, Shelly, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Tech, for the super chat. The general outlook for today, I'm going to just break down the general outlook, all right? Just zooming out here. I'm going to put the risk of severe weather on the map here so you guys can see what I'm kind of talking about here. But basically, what we're looking at for today across this entire region is that we are going to have a line of thunderstorms that develops, and it already has developed for many of you, but in this entire area, most of this area that I just highlighted, we are looking at a linear line of thunderstorms. There will be some semi-discrete supercells that could produce tornadoes, and possibly strong tornadoes. I personally think this is the area right here where our highest risk of strong or even long-track tornadoes would exist. I am not sold on the risk of us actually seeing long-track tornadoes today, but if we were to see that, it would be in that area. The Storm Prediction Center did mention in their outlook specifically, there's a potential that a couple storms could be capable of producing strong and long-track tornadoes. We did not have that wording yesterday, by the way. And so, this is not something that, in my opinion, is probably going to happen. But if it were to happen, it would be in this area here. It's going to come down to our, instability essentially today, and also our storms kind of clearing out. Our line of thunderstorms also not moving that fast. Line of storms is kind of still far back to the west, so we have a pretty large warm sector that has developed.
A new tornado warning
that should lead to a more elevated tornado threat. We have a new tornado warning for Martinsville. I was just about to talk about this. We have an area of rotation developing on the east side of Martinsville near Chatmoss. And so this is moving towards Leatherwood and Sandy River. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter now. Get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. And this will be tracking towards Grady, Callens, just west of Chatham, west of Wheel. This is our area of rotation right now. It's right over Highway 57. It's embedded in our area of rotation, just north of Route 58, north of Chatmoss. It's heading up towards Swansonville, Hollies Mills, and Turkey Fork. eventually going towards Rondo and Flint Hill. We also have a little weak area rotation that's trying to develop south of that, but this would definitely be the main area. You got a little hook echo that's formed right along Highway 57 here. We have had a couple cameras in this area. This is one of those live shots that is inside, or was inside of the, actually is inside of the tornado warning, but it's gotten pretty windy here over the last few minutes. Here's another live shot a little bit closer to the area of rotation near Laurel Park. And not seeing a whole lot right now, but this is just to the south of that hook. Here's a new radar scan that has just come in. And again, you can see that hook echo here on the southwest side of Leatherwood. See what the velocities look like. But if there's a tornado, it's tracking right up towards Grady and Callens here in Southern Virginia. Hey, Sunshine for the super chat. Max, please stay safe. I heard thunder from your end. There's no thunder here, at least from my knowledge. I haven't heard anything. Yeah, I was live yesterday, and there were some pretty big storms in my area. But luckily, didn't have any tornadoes or anything like that. Connor is in a full-blown blizzard right now, and he is stuck right now near Marquette, Michigan. I'm pretty sure he's still live on YouTube, but he's been stuck in a full-blown blizzard. I know his camera keeps going in and out, but you can kind of see occasionally what the conditions look like. It is insane how much wind is out there right now. Again, full-blown blizzard right now in Michigan and Wisconsin. And unfortunately, he is stuck up there in some really intense conditions. Blizzard warning all in effect for Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, back into northern Michigan with very high winds and also a heavy amount of snow still falling. This is what the skies look like over in South Chesterfield, Virginia right now. This is Storm Chaser Moderate Motley who's chasing today. We'll have a pretty good look at the storms later today with him. We also have Storm Chaser Brandon Payne. Storm Chaser Storm Runner Media is going to be out there too. We'll have a bunch of storm chasers that'll be out there tracking these storms. We got PA storm trackers too. I believe they're at a gas station right now, but they'll be on these storms too today. We're gonna have I think about 5 or 6 storm chasers along the East Coast today. So I'll have a pretty good network of chasers with all these storms that are going up. Again, this is really the area where the greatest tornado threat is going to reside this afternoon, as our warm sector will increase and grow, and that should lead to the risk of strong and maybe even long track tornadoes. A new tornado watch was just issued. This one is going to be for Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and back into Delaware. No, Delaware's not included. Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina. So this will be for at least a few tornadoes being likely until 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight. And then widespread damaging wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour is likely. A little over 13 million people are in the risk here for severe weather today. At least, in this tornado watch. There's over 3,200 schools that are also in this watch, and a lot of those have either been delayed or have been canceled or have gone to online learning days. And we do have probabilities with every one of these tornado watches. For those that are curious, this tornado watch in particular, there is a 70% chance of at least 2 tornadoes in this tornado watch. And there is a 50% chance of at least 1 EF2 plus tornado, which would be a strong tornado. In the North Carolina tornado watch, there is an 80% chance of at least 2 tornadoes, and then a 60% chance of at least an EF2 plus tornado. And this tornado watch here only goes until 2 o'clock Eastern time. They will issue a new tornado watch here in a little bit that'll include areas in eastern North Carolina, South Carolina, and probably reissue a tornado watch for areas like Raleigh. This is inside of a where is this camera that you're talking about? This is over in Staunton, Virginia. I believe this is west. Is this west of DC? Yeah. So this is inside of the tornado warning right now near Marshall. Wind is insane here. You can barely see anything. So this is inside of our tornado warning near Marshall. Going right over Interstate 66. There's still a strong area of rotation. You can see that bottom right of your screen. Everybody's slowing down the highway. Visibility is very low. Riley, you can push it to 1 if you want. I'll just switch to it. Visibility is getting a little bit better. This is inside of our tornado warning, though, on Interstate 66 near Marshall. Here's another live shot. This is also on Interstate 66. This is mile marker 23. And you can see the wind is starting to pick up. The visibility is going to drop quickly here in a second. This is all in the Marshall area. And just to kind of put into perspective, this is what it looks like in Marshall. It is very dark skies. Like this is right before the storm's moving in. And there could be a tornado once again if you're in Marshall. So ominous, very dark skies right now. Very Very dark with very tall cloud tops with this storm here, so sunshine's kind of being blocked out. But if there's a tornado, it's crossing right over Interstate 66 right now. This is also on another camera here. This is basically where the tornado would be located if we had one. It would be right next to this camera. This camera should be getting a lot more windy in a second. We can see a tree there. I'm going to put that bottom right of your screen. Actually, look at that camera. Where's this? I think that's slot 1. Here's the wind. So you can see the wind coming in now. Obviously, it's very windy and there's a lot of rain coming down. So you can see the wind. Look at the wind here coming in. Very strong winds going right over Interstate 66 right now in Marshall, Virginia. Right inside of our tornado warning here. If we have a tornado, it is crossing over Interstate 66. Moving up towards 702. I'm going to put our 3-cam view on, so I'll have all 3 cameras inside of this tornado warning there. Area of rotation just crossed over Interstate 66 and is now going towards Rectortown, the Plains, and then moving towards Middlesburg, just to the west there of Arcola. This is once again that storm that's west of Washington, D.C. We also have another area of rotation developing west of New Baltimore, and we'll see if they issue a tornado warning on that, but that one's been intensifying a little bit over the last couple scans. We have really several areas of rotation over the Marshall area. The main one is on the northwest side of Marshall now, and that is currently tracking up towards Middlesburg and Dover over the next few minutes. There's another one here just south and east there of Marshall. That is just south of Interstate 66. They've just gone ahead and issued a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina. It's a pretty large one west of Raleigh, just west of Sanford. So 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, again, are the main concern. There are a couple areas of rotation, though, in this line, going right over Interstate 73, 74. If you're over in Raleigh, we got about an hour or so until storms are right over you guys. So, again, if you have that, if you don't have a tornado action plan ready to go, you need it ready. What that means is knowing where you're going if you're under a tornado warning. Knowing where you're also going if you're in a severe warning, because trees could fall down, power lines could fall down, and there could be flying debris with any damaging wind threat that we have today. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, our northern tornado warning in North Carolina near Reidsville. The rotation has moved out of that warning polygon. It does look somewhat weaker, but if it is still posing a tornado threat, it is no longer in that warning polygon, so we should see a new warning for that shortly. If you're in places like Ruffin, just know that this storm is deviating a little bit and is now headed towards you instead of following the path of that polygon.
Which tornado warning?
The northern one in North Carolina.
Okay. All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's back over north of Greensboro. So our area of rotation is right here. So that is northwest of Reidsville. That is moving in the direction. It's going to be moving in the direction of U.S. Highway 29, Oak Haven Farms, Oregon Mill is in the path of that. So this tornado warning is almost useless at this point, since our area of rotation is now kind of outside of the warning polygon. And again, that is currently moving up to the northeast. So if you're in Ruffin, you need to be ready to go to your safe place. Wouldn't be surprised if they issue a tornado warning for that. This is what it looks like now inside of that tornado warning in the Marshall area of Virginia. Again, the conditions look great now. Looks better, at least. But it was a different story just a moment ago while this storm rolled over. And there may have been a tornado, obviously. The winds are very strong in that area. I would anticipate we'll get a new tornado warning for Ruffin. Again, we will be watching this area closely here near Highway 65 going up just to the south of Danville, Virginia. I don't think they're going to, it looks like they're going to go ahead and allow that tornado warning near Asheboro to expire, but we have several areas of rotation around and just southeast of Asheboro. So we are still monitoring the potential here for a tornado as the storm continues to move to the east over the next several minutes. Let's go ahead and do that. Thank you, Ivan, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. We have a new tornado possible severe warning. It is a large one for Western Maryland.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. That is south of Leesburg, Ashburn, Sterling. You guys are included in this. We also have a new large severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this for Hagerstown, Frederick, back over to Leesburg, just to the west of Reston, and also west
a new tornado
of Centerton.
Warning has been issued.
We're now up to 6 tornado warnings. So we have this new tornado warning north of New Baltimore. That rotation is over U.S. Highway 17 right now, heading towards Ashburn, Sterling, just west of Reston. This is just west of the Washington Dulles International Airport. The other tornado warnings mostly gotten wind. It's more of a wind concern. This here is an area of rotation, again, west of New Baltimore, heading directly up towards Stone Ridge. So if you're in this tornado warning here, get to your safe place now, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. This tornado warning does include about 215,000 people. So if you guys have any friends or family inside this tornado warning, get the stream out there, spread the word. And we are live with tornado outbreak, severe weather outbreak coverage here. We do have another tornado warning in North Carolina. This is east of Wentworth near Reedsville. So that is the other storm that Riley was just talking about. This is going in the direction of Park Spring, Bethel, Swan, Oak Haven Farms, Ruffin, eventually going towards Blanche. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter now, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Area of rotation is going to be approaching US Highway 29 in just a few minutes, going towards Highway 86. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. If you're shooting a tornado warning, it'll be instant. It's phone calls are instant, or basically instant. Thank you, April, for the $20 super chat. Thank you for keeping us safe. No problem. So I just send the chat. I shared on Facebook. Yeah, again, if you guys have friends or family in path these storms, I know East Coast specifically doesn't. I mean, obviously we have a moderate risk of severe weather today, but if you guys have friends or family on the East Coast, they probably don't even know that YouTube weather even exists. I'm gonna be honest. Like, YouTube weather along the East Coast is almost non-existent. People don't even know. A lot of people don't know, at least, about our like live coverages that we do. And so, if you guys have friends or family along the East Coast that want to watch a live stream with tons of storm chasers and live cameras across this entire region, again, we cover all the United States, but we do go live for these events. Make sure to share the stream, get the word out there. And we'll be live here all day today. It is it's not many people know along the East Coast about severe weather coverage or anything on YouTube. It just doesn't, not many people do, at least. So most people still tune into their local stations and stuff like that, which is a great source too, but obviously we do cover this area and this region. Raleigh knows. Hey, I'm just saying, like, people know in the Midwest, Texas, down into the Southern Plains, it's not as many people know along the East Coast. I know some of you that obviously anybody tuning in knows about us, but not everybody does. Like when we went live for that nor'easter a few weeks ago, it was historic and not many people were watching. And I think there's a very large area of people from the Northeast back down to Florida that are not fully aware that severe weather coverage like this exists on YouTube. Again, it's a brand new medium that has developed over the last few years, and it's a growing medium. It's grown rapidly in the Midwest and back into the Southern Plains, but the East Coast doesn't fully know of it yet. Not everybody. Back to our tornado warning west of Washington, D.C. Area of rotation right now is approaching Interstate 66, approaching Broad Run. Again, they just issued this tornado warning a moment ago. We will have a couple of cameras, or a couple cameras are inside of this tornado warning. Bottom right of your screen is a camera inside of the warning, but doesn't look like anything's happening quite yet. That is going to be located right here. Wind should intensify a lot here over the next couple of minutes. Here's the latest scan. Velocities are currently showing 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds right now near Marshall. Hence why this new severe warning is marked for 70 mile per hour winds. It is a considerable damage threat here. And so again, Frederick, Charlestown, Hagerstown, and Leesburg, we are all included right now, again, in a 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. We got several areas of rotation attempting to develop too near Berryville, back off to the north there of Marshall. And we just had a possible tornado go through Marshall, Virginia just moments ago. Further down to the south, west of Spotsylvania Courthouse, this severe storm is no longer on a tornado possible tag, but we have 60 mile per hour winds approaching the Lake of the Woods right now. Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers is not far from this area. You can see how fast the clouds are moving up here. And again, the low level jet is cranking today. Like, this environment today, again, is incredibly favorable here for severe weather. If we go over to this is our bulk shear, but again, the winds are very strong aloft. Very strong aloft. And one thing I do want to point out that obviously right now we're approaching lunchtime. It's about 11 o'clock Eastern time, and it's going to be 12 o'clock here soon. This is our instability, basically our storm fuel, and our storm fuel is continuing to increase. And you'll notice, again, these numbers here, these are all CAPE. This is basically CAPE, which is instability. Joules per kilogram is the measurement. And as these numbers continue to increase, our warm sector is going to get more favorable for discrete and semi-discrete cells out in front of the line, especially over here near Myrtle Beach, back over towards Cape Hatteras. And you can see by about 1, 2 o'clock, that instability gets much higher. So we are going to continue to see a very unstable environment here along the East Coast, where, again, several tornadoes look likely this afternoon. And on top of that, widespread damaging winds are going to be possible. go back to our other tornado warnings. So we've been mostly focused on the one up there west of Maryland. I want to quickly go back to our other tornado warnings here, right along the North Carolina and Virginia border. We have a tornado warning west of Yanceyville still. That is just west of Highway 86 going towards Ruffin. The latest scan is showing that hook is actually kind of behind our line of storms now. So it's on the back side. It's going to be in a little bit more of a weird position here. If there is a tornado, it's going to definitely be on the more rain wrap side of things. So if you're in this tornado warning near Ruffin, you need to be in your safe place right now. That's heading in the direction of Danville right now. And then tornado warning still continues here near Turkey Fork and Grady. That is heading in the direction of Flint Hill and Chatham. The rotation on this storm has been pretty weak, but if there's a tornado, it's over near Holly's Mill going towards Bannister, Flint Hill, Rondo, and Wheel over the next several minutes. We also have a new damage report west of Raleigh. This is from the Baden area. We did have a tornado warning around when this happened. This was at 10:32 Eastern time. And any timestamps, again, that you see like this, these are in Central Time. So add an hour. It's about 30 minutes ago, we have a report of trees down in Baden, North Carolina. Thank you, Lisa, for the $20 super chat, saying thanks for your coverage. Appreciate that. Also, Noko for the super chat. On a fairly small town in Mechanicsville, or near Mechanicsville in Southern Maryland. It's because of the lack of weather coverage and my fascination with all things weather that I watch you guys. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. We no longer have any sort of severe warnings here in South Carolina. So that is good for right now. Obviously, instability is growing, so severe weather will increase again here pretty soon over in South Carolina. We haven't been talking much about Georgia and Florida, and there's again a reason. There's no active tornado warnings down here, but we do have widespread damaging wind activity happening right now just south of McRae, Helena, back into Valdosta, and also to the Big Bend of Florida. Damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour are the main concern. We actually have two different lines of thunderstorms that have developed. Well, kind of two lines. This is more of a cluster at this point from Valdosta back into the Gulf, and then there's another area here near Douglas that is also mostly a wind concern. But a new line of thunderstorms has gone up west of Tallahassee. It's mostly going to be a damaging wind threat, but the tornado risk should increase with this line as it continues to track to the east towards Tallahassee, Midway, Quincy, Port St. Joe as well. So continue to stay weather aware. Pretty intense thunderstorms are still ongoing, and they're not really going anywhere anytime soon. I'm not really seeing any rotation either east Valdosta. It's almost all damaging winds right now. Thank you, Donald, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Let's go back to our Washington, or just west of Washington, D.C. tornado warning. Latest scan still showing a pretty strong area of at least wind right now approaching the Bull Run Mountain Estates. That is the area of rotation that we're looking at, approaching Brambleton, Arcola, Stone Ridge, eventually going towards Ashburn and Sterling. So that is quickly moving to the northeast right now. About 45, 50 miles per hour. These storms are pretty fast moving today. We will have another live camera coming up here soon. We actually got a few of them coming up in this area near Ashburn. So we'll have a view of the storm here in a moment. I'm trying to pull those up. Put them in slot 1 and 3. This is actually a look at this storm real quick. This is looking at this tornado warning. You can see the shelf cloud right there. That's going to be your leading edge damaging winds at the top left of your screen here in Arcola and Stone Ridge. And again, this is right along US Highway 50. A lot of people out there right now. Obviously, a lot of people driving. Many people are going to work. They're on their lunch break, going to school, whatever it might be. But plenty of people on the roadway right now. Shout out to Olson with the $20 super chat. Currently watching with drone pilots, not able to work due to high winds in Texas, but I live in Aberdeen, North Carolina. Watching you to keep an eye on all things for my family in North Carolina. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. And again, we'll be live here all morning, all afternoon. Don't usually go live at like 9 o'clock in the morning. We went live at 9 today. So pretty early. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just an update on our warm sector. We were expecting to see prefrontals at one point in time. Right now, taking a look at satellite, it looks very, very cloudy, and that is going to heavily limit any instability that could form. And I think that's exactly what we have going on. All the convection out across this area right now looks very, very shallow. Nothing's really managing to grow to be a really tall, mature storm, and that's why we're not seeing that prefrontal supercell threat. It does look like the clouds are somewhat starting to go away, so we might see more daytime heating here soon. But for now, it's still just very choppy, and we're probably not going to see much mature prefrontals.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we'll have to keep an eye on that instability. Obviously, if it grows more, the tornado risk will be higher, at least for the time being, though. It looks pretty cloudy out in front of this line of thunderstorms, but we'll see how everything pans out. And again, it really only takes a few breaks in our cloud cover for the tornado risk to increase a lot more. So there's a chance again down the line that things will get a little bit more turbulent and we can end up seeing a more elevated tornado risk. So, and it's only 11 o'clock right now Eastern time. Keep in mind the tornado risk for discrete supercells is not expected to be until probably anywhere from about 12:30 until 4 or 5. And so we obviously still have a few hours for instability to grow and see any breaks in the sunshine that will lead to a potentially higher tornado risk. Last couple scans here. Silver rotation area moving towards Stone Ridge and Arcola and Brambleton, heading up towards Sterling. Winds are pretty strong right now near US Highway 15, moving towards Aldi and also the Arcola area in Brambleton. Again, over 200,000 people are in this tornado warning. So if you have friends or family here, just make sure that they're seeking shelter. Damaging winds are a big concern. Trees will be falling down for sure. And we could also have a tornado at any time as this storm continues to move northeast. Bottom left and bottom right camera are inside of this tornado warning west of Washington, D.C. Going back to North Carolina and Southern Virginia, the tornado warning that is northwest of Danville will likely be allowed to expire. It expires in 5 minutes. I'd expect that'll be allowed to expire. We still have a tornado warning for Ruffin, North Carolina. That rotation is moving towards the south side of Danville right now. Mountain Hill and Milton, you guys are in the path of this. It is an area of rotation on the back side of our line here. So it's kind of embedded in our line of thunderstorms. That's going to be moving up towards Highway 86. Sutherland, Milton are in the path of it, just northwest of Yanceyville. That rotation's been pretty broad over the last few minutes, at least not as strong as before. We have this large severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag west of Raleigh. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And again, there is a tornado possible tag here. Not a whole lot of rotation with this line, but if we were to have a tornado, we'll be watching for this area here directly to the west of Raleigh, just to the southwest of Graham. And that'll be tracking towards Durham over the next few minutes. By the way, if you guys are wondering why, I mean, there's obviously storm chasers out here today. We have about a half a dozen storm chasers in the mid-Atlantic along the East Coast today. But if you're wondering why most people do not chase East Coast severe weather events, it mostly has to do with the chasing terrain. You can see how many trees there are. It's again, you can't really see much. if there were a tornado anywhere, this is the kind of terrain that we're working with, and that's why most people chase Oklahoma and Kansas and other states. It's not necessarily just because that's where tornadoes happen most of the time. It's also because there are not very many trees. There's not very many mountains, hills, that sort of thing. Now, not all of the East Coast is like this, but even then, the chasing, like the road network, is not also that ideal. So, and storms tend to move much faster along the East Coast too. A lot of the time when these severe weather events happen along the East Coast, storms are racing at 40 to 60 miles per hour. I mean, these storms right now are moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And with these road networks, a lot of these roads are curved. They go around the mountains and forests. And so if you're wondering on the chaseology, we'll call it chaseology here along the East Coast. The reason why most people don't chase the East Coast is because of that. There's just so many mountains, so many hills, and there are trees literally everywhere. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a large one in Southern Virginia and also North Carolina. It is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag that goes from Lynchburg back to the Yanceyville of North Carolina. We should make a video on chaseology. I like the chaseology term. Thank you, Tina, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Draven with the $10 super chat. I think anywhere really in Virginia, the main concern today will be widespread damaging winds. At the minimum, anybody along the East Coast should be ready for widespread damaging winds. That's the biggest concern. Anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. But there's also a risk, obviously, of tornadoes, and I would have a tornado action plan ready to go. If you're asking about your exact address, your exact location, it really doesn't matter where you live today. In this risk area, you just need to be prepared for damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes. The hail risk is pretty low. I mean, the hail risk, the hail risk in general is pretty low today. Hail is not the main concern. We do not have an environment here where hail is going to be thriving anywhere, really. There could be some $1.50 sized hail, but outside of that, the risk is minuscule. But we have a moderate risk of severe weather in place for mainly the damaging wind risk, which again is a 60% chance within a 25-mile radius of seeing severe damaging winds. Again, we have not had a 60% wind risk in over a decade. I think the last time we had this, again, was back in 2012. So it's been a long time since we've had a 60% wind risk ever issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Granted, the new outlooks from the Storm Prediction Center do make it easier to see a 60% wind risk. But it's also hatched, which means that 75+ mile per hour winds are a possibility, which would include areas basically from almost Philadelphia. So from Lancaster or so all the way back down to Augusta, Georgia. And Wilmington, Virginia Beach, you guys are included in this too. The 45% wind risk is also where we could have scattered to numerous damaging winds. So this would include areas from Williamsport and Allentown all the way down into Orangeburg, basically in South Carolina. And this is the same wind risk we had yesterday, was the 45%. So pretty comparable to yesterday when it comes to the the number of the severity, basically. And then in terms of our tornado risk, we have a 15% tornado risk that's in place. And that is going to be basically from Washington, D.C. all the way back into Fayetteville. And that is higher than yesterday. So our tornado risk is technically, according to the Storm Prediction Center, higher than yesterday. Why is the audio not syncing up right? It should be synced up right now. It wasn't at the beginning of the stream, I think, but it should be fixed. Yeah, we could see strong tornadoes anywhere in the hatched area, so literally all the way from Syracuse all the way down into Florida. And if you guys do live in this area, if you're wondering what exact percentage you're in or what exact area you're in terms of this severe weather threat today, you can go to maxvelocitywx.com. The link's on your screen here. It's at the top left. And you can go to the severe weather tab and look exactly where you are on the map here. You can zoom in as much as you want. So like Greenville, for example, you're in the enhanced risk of severe weather, but you are also in the 15% tornado risk. Williamston, you're in the enhanced risk. Goldsboro, you're in the moderate risk. Clinton, Lumberton, Florence, and Sumter, basically all the moderate risk of severe weather. It's a very interactive little map here that we have on our website. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. We just got a new severe warning. Speaking of hail, we don't really have much of a hail risk, but they have issued a severe warning here for Hazelhurst, Denton, and Douglas for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail that is moving in the direction of Baxley, just south of Lumber City. Little storm there just north of Pearson. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation down here near Valdosta right now, but I do think that'll increase here down the line. We have a little bit of broad rotation also near Madison that is currently moving to the northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have now another tornado warning. That'll be in Virginia. So this will be Southern Virginia near Danville. This area of rotation isn't honestly that strong, but it is right now over US Highway 29. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. According to our velocity scale, this would be about a 3 out of 10, which is honestly on the lower side of us actually. Like I would say a 4 out of 10 is basically when a tornado warning is at least reasonable. I'd say this one is a little bit weak for there being a tornado warning. But Danville, Sutherland, Mountain Hill, Laurel Grove, and Paces. Seek shelter now. Got a little hook here as well. We have another tornado warning down in Georgia. This one is going to be just to the north of Valdosta, near Interstate 75, near Tifton. We just had a tornado warning for this exact same area like an hour ago. So north of Tifton, we got yet again another tornado warning. US Highway 319 is also included in this. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter now. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. There's that little hook. Got an inflow coming out of the south. And so this thing might try to gear up to produce a tornado here. Rotation is honestly kind of broad on this storm too, but it's a little bit stronger than the last one. It also has more potential to produce a tornado with it being a bit more discreet. So that'll help to produce a potential tornado risk here. We do have cameras in this area. And so we'll be keeping an eye on those. You kind of see on this camera here, if we go to slot 3, you can see the ominous skies off at the top, kind of just right over here, right there. You got a little bit of a, that's looking inside of this tornado warning here. This is on one of the Tifton traffic cameras. It's on the north side of town near the University of Georgia. So if you're tuning in right now from the University of Georgia, you are included in this tornado warning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for North Carolina and South Carolina. This is for a few tornadoes, potentially some strong tornadoes and damaging winds. The probability of a tornado watch is 80%. If I had to imagine, this is basically where the main event will be at this point. So if you're anywhere in that red circle, know that a new tornado watch is coming, and this is probably where the highest tornado potential is as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So new tornado watch is likely. Up to 130-mile-per-hour tornadoes are possible in this area. Again, a strong, maybe even long-track tornado would be a possibility in this area. So if you're over in this general vicinity, you need to make sure that you have your tornado action plan ready to go and have multiple ways to receive weather alerts here along the East Coast. Back over towards Washington, D.C., we have a pretty intense line of thunderstorms moving to Leesburg right now, with damaging winds being the greatest concern. This is a live shot here of a shelf cloud rolling in. This is going to be back over in Leesburg, where the damaging wind risk is going to be increasing. We also have several vehicles that are stopping on the side of the road here in Leesburg due to the damaging wind risk. Ideally, if you are going to be stopping, do not stop under an overpass, as it is very dangerous. But cars are slowing down a lot right now as the damaging wind risk is increasing right now here just to the west of Washington, D.C. Really cool view of the shelf cloud there. Here's another view of the shelf cloud. This one's actually pretty cool too. This is back over to the, this is right next to Washington Dulles International Airport. I'm not sure if this camera's just shaking like crazy because it's not stable, but that camera's shaking like crazy over in Sterling. I don't think so. I think that camera might fly off if we get damaging winds. There are all sorts of different cameras in this general area right now near the Potomac River. This is on the east side of Ashburn. Very ominous skies out on the horizon. This is your typical kind of scary looking clouds when it comes to a line of thunderstorms coming in. Reminds me of the days when we had severe warnings and tornado warnings and when I used to live in New Hampshire. It's ominous skies right above some dead trees, as it is basically it's obviously the beginning of spring here in a few days, astronomical spring, but the camera is anxious. Somebody just said in the chat. The camera is anxious over here on the west side of Sterling. This thing is, it's scared. It is shivering its timbers. Very dark. Winds start to pick up here. You can actually see the rain out in the distance. This is over in Stone Ridge and Arcola. The wind's going to pick up a ton here in a second, but very dark at the top of your screen. Wind is going to intensify a lot here in just a second. You live in New Hampshire? I did used to live in New Hampshire at one point. Lived there for like 15 years. In a past lifetime. Did at one point. Shout out to Jeanette for becoming a member. Also shout out to Educate with the super chat. Oh, will the weather start to go down just south of Raleigh within the next 2 hours? A lot of thunderstorms is approaching you right now. All right, let's go back to, again, these are the storms that we're looking at on the bottom. All the bottom cameras are inside of this area. If somebody wants to find a different camera for slot 2, you can change that one out. All right, I guess we're looking at snow over in Wisconsin. All right, there's an accident. Oh. So there's an accident on this camera. This is over in Wisconsin on I-41. Again, we obviously have a blizzard ongoing while there's also a severe weather outbreak. And so, unfortunately, some sort of accident happened there just moments ago. Storm chaser Connor Croft is inside of this blizzard, too. He's over in Marquette, Michigan. He was stuck for a while. We do have a blizzard ongoing over there. Going back to the Washington, D.C. storms, again, damaging winds currently the main concern. The tornado warning near Leesburg was allowed to expire. So we are back to 3 tornado warnings, I think, right now. 2 of them are in North Carolina, Virginia border, and then 1 in Georgia. Going back to our tornado warning here south of Lynchburg, the area of rotation right now is near Danville. It is approaching Laurel Grove, going towards Sutherland and Paces, just south of Ingram, just south of Blair's, near US Highway 29. So if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. That is near the Danville Regional Airport, which is a pretty small airport here in southern Virginia. And west of Raleigh, this is your main concern right now, is this line of thunderstorms that's coming out of the west. We've had a couple of little storms trying to go up to your south. None of them have organized quite yet, but if any of them do try to actually organize, there could be a tornado risk. So we're keeping an eye on those. And then back over in Georgia, we have that 1 tornado warning north of Tifton with a broad area of rotation that is passing directly off to your north right now. Live camera bottom middle of your screen is basically inside of this tornado warning. It's on the cusp of it here at the University of Georgia, but not seeing anything too crazy yet. It's going right over Interstate 75, approaching the Northeast Lakes and approaching Osceola. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in that safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Somebody wants to go through photos and videos. I'll show some of those too. The reports dashboard. If you guys have any photos and videos, by the way, of these storms, go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. The link is also on your screen. Reports.maxvelocitywx, and there's also a QR code. We're gonna be showing some of your photos and videos here in just a few minutes. If you guys want to, if you have any photos and videos of any of these storms, if you have something just watching the stream or how you're preparing for this storm today or any of these storms, feel free to send in a photo. We'll show some of them here in a few minutes on our stream. Back down into Florida, we have a cluster of thunderstorms again near Valdosta going towards Perry, Florida. Mostly a damaging wind risk as of right now. Not really looking at much of a tornado threat, at least in the short term. And then further back off to the west near Tallahassee, we have a new line of thunderstorms that has developed. And I do think our tornado threat will begin to increase again in the next half hour as this line of thunderstorms moves towards Tallahassee. We've already had a lot of damage reports in this area, but I would expect the severe weather risk will increase further. And then north of Tifton, once again, that is where there's a tornado warning west of Douglas, but actively no tornado in progress, at least no reports of one. No warnings again in South Carolina at this moment, but that should change within the next hour. And then again, a lot of storms right now in North Carolina. Severe weather is gradually increasing right now. The most intense area of thunderstorms is really around Maryland. We have another area of rotation developing just to the south of Point of Rocks. That is in Virginia, but it's about to cross over into Maryland in just a moment. That'll be moving towards the Barnesville area here in just a few moments. So we need to keep an eye on that. There will be some cameras also in that general area here soon. Look at this camera right here. This is crazy. Look at this. What was that slot 1 camera? Look at the bottom left camera there. Look at that rain shaft moving in, bottom left. That's crazy. And I think the camera just froze. But that look at that wind pushing all that rain. Look at this rotation right here. We need a tornado warning for this. We got rotation coming together just south of Germantown. That is north of Ashburn. That is a strong area of rotation. That is concerning. Going towards Poolville. I expect we'll get a tornado warning on this in the next like 10 seconds, if I had to guess, but maybe not. That is a really strong area of rotation. Look at the hook echo. We definitely need a tornado warning for this. Again, if you are over near Poolsville, Maryland, I would be seeking shelter. Strong area of rotation is quickly approaching you guys right now. It's near Lonsdown and eventually going towards Dawsonville. That is a really intense area of rotation embedded in this storm right now. This is near Selden Island, just west of Sugar Land. That needs a tornado warning. This is near the golf club at Lansdowne as well. Once again, west of Washington, D.C. If you guys have friends or family in this area, I would alert them. We're talking about like this general area right here. Germantown, Barnesville. Again, you don't have to seek shelter everywhere, but we definitely need a tornado warning. I don't know why there's no tornado warning here. Riley agrees with that too. There's 100% needs a tornado warning. This is the strongest area of rotation we've seen today on radar. And this is not even tornado warned. All right, look at that. That could be a tornado right there. That's near the Poolsville Golf Course. That is, I think, a tornado. We got a little CC drop. I would say it's probably a tornado right now on the west side of Nebo Road. This is 100%. This is an unwarned tornado right now in Maryland. So again, tornado is down right now. Unwarned tornado south of Poolsville. It's 100% a tornado that is down right now. It's not hitting anything really yet. It's kind of in a rural area. That tornado is approaching Poolsville Golf Course, going towards Westerly, Westmond on the west side of Sugar Land. We have a tornado debris signature. Guys, we didn't have one of these at all yesterday on stream. We had no tornado debris signatures, and we have one right now. So there's a tornado down. They just issued a new tornado possible severe warning. I don't understand that at all. I don't know how we don't have a tornado warning on this. This is actually baffling. We've had tornado warnings and everything else, but not this. So we again have a tornado down, a small tornado on the east side of Chisel Branch. It could be strong heading into Poolsville over the next few minutes. This is baffling. Everything else has been tornado warning, but not this. I don't get that at all. Like, what are we doing? Waiting for a new radar scan. They did issue a new severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds here, which I guess is true, but at the same time, we do need a tornado warning here. It has just issued a new tornado watch. If we have a tornado still, it's on the south side of Poolsville. Waiting for the CC to match up. If we...
A new tornado warning has
there
been
you
issued.
go. They have issued the tornado warning now. That took a while. Tornado warning has been issued for Poolsville, Dawsonville, and Germantown. Again, if there is a tornado still, it's going to be on the south side of Poolsville. Pretty populated area here. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is going to a fairly populated area right now. Germantown is pretty populated too. So, again, seek shelter now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. You need to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. You need to be in a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom right now. It's right over near the Poolsville golf course right now. Very strong area of rotation. We have very strong velocities too. Very strong wind right now, surging right now into the Poolsville area. Winds are likely around 70 miles per hour. So this is a very intense storm right now. We do have some cameras in the Germantown area, so we are keeping an eye on those in Maryland. Wow, look at this storm, guys. This is a look at this storm right now. That is very ominous looking. This is looking towards our tornado and tornado warning. That is crazy looking. We can switch all 3 slots, by the way, to any cameras that are anywhere in West Washington, D.C., any of these areas. Doesn't matter. Any slots can be changed. That is a live look again at this the storm rolling in right now to the Germantown area. Huge shelf cloud, very ominous skies. There is again been a tornado in the last few minutes, just west of Germantown, south of Poolville, and we could get another one here at any moment. I'm going to keep that camera slot to so bottom right of your screen. This is pretty close to the Washington Dulles International Airport. And again, if we have a tornado still, it's going to be right over the south side of Poolsville. We just had a tornado moments ago on radar. We did have a debris signature with a very tight area of rotation that developed. It did not really hit much, luckily. Would have hit maybe a couple homes here near Nebo Road on the southwest side of Poolsville. And now if we have a tornado still, it's going to be going right over the Poolsville golf course. It's heading right into Westerly and as well as Westmond, which are a couple communities in Poolsville. And then it'll be tracking towards Germantown. So Germantown in Maryland, you guys are in the path of this dangerous storm right now, moving to the northeast. We've not had another radar scan in about 3 minutes. We should have one at any second. All right, new radar scan just came in. And now if we have a tornado, it's going to be over the Westman community, which velocities are not as tight as before, but we still have a strong area of rotation moving up towards Halls Mill Conservation Park. There's a chance that this will recycle and try to drop a new tornado, but the velocities are still very intense here. I also want to point out north of this tornado warning, we have another area of rotation approaching Urbana. That is heading towards Newmarket in Maryland, just south of Frederick, just south of Belinger Creek. And that right now is tracking to the northeast. But once again, this storm looks pretty crazy. Just from a distance, the shelf cloud is gnarly out in the distance. Very ominous skies too. There's obviously a lot of live cameras around here. We're trying to find all the good ones. But that is one of the best looks of the storm right now. New tornado possible severe warning in Ben Hill County in Georgia. Right now, the biggest concern is this ongoing tornado risk right now just northwest of Washington, D.C. We just had a tornado on the ground moments ago. And we are probably going to see another one here at any moment. The rotation's pretty strong with these storms up here in the Washington, D.C. area. Latest scan, we have another area of rotation southwest of Urbana. And then this one right here is, again, the tornado warning. But we could get a tornado warning on this if it is to intensify further near Urbana going towards Newmarket. I do not see a tornado debris signature anymore here on the northeast side of Poolesville, but still very strong rotation. And it'll be going towards Clarksburg and Damascus here soon. The tornado risk right now is definitely the highest, I'd say, in Maryland, at least in the next 15, 20 minutes. We've had several areas of rotation developing off to the north of that radar site, north of Leesburg. We have one other tornado warning right now in Virginia. This one is a very weak area of rotation, not really rotating at all anymore east of Mount Herman, so I'm not as concerned about that right now. And then we have a tornado warning still in Georgia, and they're going to replace that with a tornado possible severe warning. That will include Fitzgerald and Osceola. We just got a new tornado watch for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, and Delaware. This goes until 7 o'clock Eastern time, where a few tornadoes are likely. Isolated hail to the size of quarters is possible, and then widespread damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is likely. So once again, about 14.5 million people are in this tornado risk. If you guys have friends or family in any of the tornado watches and they need live coverage today, feel free to share the stream with them. And by the way, if you guys have a smart TV, you guys can watch us on your smart TV. Just go to the YouTube app on your smart TV. You can watch our live stream. Just look up max velocity. If you're watching on your phone, you'd rather watch on a TV like, you know, basically like a normal TV coverage is. You can put it up on your TV. We are live on your TV, your iPhone, your Android, computer, maybe even on your Nintendo DS. You never know. It could be on anything. I've had people have watched on their fridge before. If you want to watch me on a fridge, your smart fridge, you can do that too. I don't know why you would, but you could. Look at this hook echo on the latest scan near Germantown. The velocities aren't as strong, but the hook echo looks kind of crazy. The inflow is very strong still going into the storm. I'm surprised this isn't actually producing a tornado right now. It was a second ago. This is definitely cycling. I think it's going to try to drop another tornado. There's rotation again near Urbana, moving towards Linganore, going towards Mount Airy too. That right there is still pretty concerning. Again, tornado warning still continues on the west side of Germantown for the next several minutes. This is a live shot looking at our storm here from Germantown. And if there is a tornado, it's basically going to be in the middle of our screen here. It's going to be rain wrapped, but it'll be right down the middle of your screen here. Again, you can see the very large shelf cloud that is moving into. That's the leading edge of the damaging wind threat, but this is likely going to end up being a more rain wrapped tornado. This is also live. This is really windy here. Winds have... I think this is over on London County Parkway. This is just to the south of the tornado warning where the wind is very intense. It almost looks like it snowed outside. Was this the nervous camera? The anxious camera? I think it's not even the anxious camera from earlier, but a lot of people slowing down right now, and it looks like it snowed. I don't know why the camera looks like that, but the camera's having some problems. Sorry, Loudoun County, not London. Loudoun. I read that wrong. I didn't mean to mispronounce that. I just misread it. All right, here's the latest scan on our Germantown tornado warning. Waiting for the velocities to update. Still a pretty, it's not as tight or strong for rotation. The winds are very strong though. Directly heading towards Germantown. It's near the Hollis Mill Conservation Park. And we're still watching the rotation near Urbana right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just got another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is for Central Virginia. They're talking about basically the chance of QLCS to tornadoes over the next 3 hours from the corridor from Halifax to Hanover County.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That is a pink. I don't know why it's pink, but you don't usually see them outline pink for these outlooks. But Farmsville, Lynchburg, north of Danville, Charlottesville, Richmond, a locally or higher tornado and wind risk will exist in the next 2 to 3 hours. So significant damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, which will be widespread, and up to 130 mile per hour tornadoes, which is, again, strong, is going to be possible in this region. I don't know what's going on with the pink though. Pink, we've not seen a pink outline other than high risk, so that's interesting. This is back to our tornado warning on the west side, again, of Germantown. This is looking directly towards where a tornado would be. I think it would be on the left side of your screen if we have one, which again, on radar does not show a tornado right now. The rotation is strong, but it's not a ongoing tornado. We had an ongoing tornado earlier. That'll be approaching the Cabin Branch, eventually going towards Clarksburg, Brander Mill, and the Great Seneca Stream Valley Park will be in the path of this. So once again, the rotation has gotten stronger. No active tornado right now, but it is still strong. And it's actually intensifying again. So we are starting to get that inflow again on the bottom right of your screen. And on the velocity scale, it's about a 6, 6.5, 7, kind of in that range. So it is getting a little bit stronger here over the last couple scans. It did produce a tornado a few minutes ago, back down towards Poolsville, but it's getting pretty windy. And if there were a tornado, it'd be on the left middle side of your screen there. Camera quality looks like 2011. Hey, I have no control over the camera quality. These are traffic cams. Northwest side of Germantown. Again, that would be where a tornado would be located if we have one. It's northwest of Germantown, going towards Clarksburg. I would expect we're going to get a new tornado warning in a second, heading up towards Damascus. So we'll probably get a new tornado warning here in a second, assuming that the rotation is still on the stronger side of things. Waiting for velocities to update.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. This one will include Damascus, Clarksburg, Seneca Overlook, and Bootjack. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place immediately. That might be a tornado right there. Unless it's just some sort of contamination. The velocities are pretty strong, though, over the northwest side of Germantown, going to Cabin Branch. And then this will be approaching Damascus, Seneca Overlook, and Bootjack. So we need to treat this as if there is a tornado on the ground right now. All right, so get into your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is not the right screen, bro. What in the world just happened? Again, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom right now. Get away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. Bottom right of your screen is a look inside of the storm where the winds are rapidly picking up right now over the northwest side there of Germantown. And again, if there is a tornado, it's going to be over the Black Hill Regional Park, moving up towards Clarksburg. That could be a tornado once again along Highway 121. This is live inside of the tornado warning in Germantown. You can see the wind again rapidly picking up. Damascus is in the path of this. And then just south of Mount Airy. Hey, slap for the $10 super chat. Make sure to drink some water, Max. I got a big jug of water right here. I also have a water machine next to me, so I can get water pretty easily. Here's the latest scan on our tornado warning. If we have a tornado once again, it's going to be near the Clarkbrook Estates. Approaching Fountain View. Chesney's in the path of this. The tornado is going to be pretty rain wrapped, by the way. So if you are in Clarksburg, do not act like you're in the Twister movie and you're with your phone and camera out and looking outside and trying to see this tornado. Do not do that. Stay in your safe place. It is going to be a rain wrapped tornado if we have one right now over Cabin Branch. And main area of rotation is fairly rain wrapped over Clarksburg. We also have another area of rotation that's been trying to develop. It's rain wrapped over Linganore, approaching New London, going towards New Windsor. So we're keeping an eye on this area of rotation. It's, again, not very strong, but it is something that might also try to produce a tornado threat. We can swap out cameras 1 through 3. Look at Gaithersburg. There might be something there. This is over in Gaithersburg. This is a live shot just south of the tornado warning. You can see the wind is picking up here too. Anybody tuning in right now from Maryland? Here comes our next radar scan. Bottom middle of your screen's in the tornado warning. Bottom left of your screen is just barely outside of the tornado warning near Gaithersburg. Thank you, Angel, for the super chat. How do we know if a tornado will be long tracked or not? It would have to be with a discrete cell. These storms will produce quick tornadoes, but they could also be strong and they could happen really fast. So that is the concern with this line of thunderstorms. It's not necessarily that over here in Maryland we're going to see long track tornadoes. Like, I don't think that's going to happen today. But we could have strong tornadoes that are fairly quick. And that could obviously lead to some big problems on its own. Strongest area of rotation on the latest scan is fully rain wrapped. It is right now on the west side of Clarksburg in Maryland. It is once again approaching the Green Hills and south side of Damascus, going into the direction of Bootjack and Seneca Overlook. It is a rain wrapped area of rotation there that is moving off to the northeast. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom again if you are in this pink polygon. It is a rain wrapped area of rotation. You do not want to go outside and look for this. Do not be a TikToker and try to get a video of it. It is not worth it. And you're probably going to make nothing on it anyway, so not worth it. It's going to be a fully rain-wrapped tornado if we have one. We do have 2 other tornado warnings, and I'm not ignoring those, but the one I think here in Virginia is going to be allowed to expire, and the other one in Georgia is going to be allowed to expire, I believe. Well, they've actually kept the one in Georgia up, but I think the rotation has moved outside of the warning. Yeah, this tornado warning south of Fitzgerald will be allowed to expire, I would assume, here pretty soon. We also have rotation beginning to increase a little bit south of Tallahassee, Florida. It's very broad right now, but maybe a low-end tornado risk in the next half hour near Crawfordsville, going in the direction of Wakena. And then mostly a damaging wind risk right now going towards Waycross, Georgia. That is 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds going right up U.S. Highway 84. So if you're traveling on 84 today, stay alert because this is literally going right up the U.S. Highway 84 near Waycross and Blackshear right now. No severe warnings once again in South Carolina. There's only one in North Carolina. It's all the way to the north of Raleigh. We got gusty winds approaching Raleigh, but no severe thunderstorm warning right now for the Raleigh area. And our severe weather risk will start to increase over the next hour or so in eastern North Carolina. Tornado watch will be coming here shortly. And then this is where we're watching for a localized higher severe risk over the next half hour to an hour. Increasing damaging wind threat and also an increasing wind, damaging wind and tornado threat over the next hour or two here for Farmville, Richmond, and Petersburg. We'll have a significant corridor here of widespread damaging winds. So be ready for an increasing wind threat here in southern and central Virginia. Latest scan on our tornado warning, still a strong
new tornado
area of rotation near Clarksburg. And they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. This one is going to be off to the north of Mount Airy. All right, so this one is going to be east of Frederick, going up towards Union Bridge, New Windsor, and eventually Westminster. You guys are going to be in the path of this. It's on the back side of the storm, so again, do not go outside and look for this. It's likely going to be a rain-wrapped area of rotation, moving to the northeast towards New Windsor. You need to seek shelter now, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. Bottom left of your screen is just east of Linganore. And bottom middle of your screen is also kind of in that area too. So stronger area of rotation developing over New London. You can actually see the hook that's kind of developed. It's on the backside of the storm. Inflow coming in from the south. And the velocity's just updated. So that's the rotation right there. It's actually not a terrible looking storm when it comes to a tornado threat. So we are monitoring a potential for a tornado with this, moving up towards Unionville, Sam's Creek, Weldon, just west of Taylorville. Thank you, Pat, for the super chat. What is a rain-wrapped tornado? It's basically when there's a tornado and there's rain all around it, like this. Let's just say that's rain. And you can't see it. All right, this is all rain around our tornado. That's what we call rain-wrapped tornado. It's basically not visible. And it happens, unfortunately, a lot, and some people get caught off guard by it. Somebody just said, what's a tornado? I need to teach everybody everything. I'm going to need a whole video just talking about definitions. Latest scan on our tornado warning south of Damascus is showing, again, still an area of rotation over, I think that's highway, that's some sort of road here. That's 27, so it's over Cedar Grove right now, and it's going to be moving into the south side of Damascus here in just a second, going towards Bootjack. So this is still rotating. It's a very rain-wrapped area of rotation, so really not going to have any visibility on that. Further down to the southwest of Washington, D.C., we have a strong line of thunderstorms coming in. None of these storms are currently severe warned right now, but damaging winds will be the main concern. There's an isolated risk, again, of a tornado as well. That drawing should be on a shirt. No, it should not. Here's our latest radar scan. Still got a little hook echo on the back side of the storm. Inflow coming in from the south. Wait for velocities to update here. And it's still pretty, it's gotten a little bit stronger over the last scan or so. And that's our area of rotation. It's over the northwest side of New London. And in about 2 minutes, it'll be over Libertytown and Unionville, tracking towards Sam's Creek and New Windsor. If you're over in Westminster here in Maryland, you should have your tornado action plan ready to go, just in case we get a tornado warning for your area. We do not have one right now, but I would not be surprised if we end up getting a tornado warning for Westminster. Hey, Trent, for the $10 super chat. Is there a severe risk for New York City? There is, but it should be mostly a wind threat. The tornado risk is pretty low. We do have now severe weather going up in Pennsylvania. Got several storms going up right now just off to the east of Huntington. Damaging winds will be the initial concern, but we could get some spin-up tornadoes. This is all just happening now in your state college. Multiple storms going up now inside of our new tornado watch, which goes all the way, I believe, until 7 o'clock Eastern time. So it is a long tornado watch. Keep in mind, it's only 11:50 a.m. and we've already had I think we've had over a dozen tornado warnings in the stream already. It's only 11:50 a.m. and we are still a ways away, I think, from the peak of the severe weather threat. I think the peak will be around the early to mid-afternoon. So really anywhere from about 1 until 6 o'clock will probably be the highest risk of severe weather today, assuming that nothing really changes with the forecast. And I want to remind you guys that obviously today is a pretty rare severe weather event. And on top of that, there's a lot of school closures today to go along with our risk of severe weather. We have over 1,000 school closures, I think, today just because of severe weather alone. But once again, we have this moderate risk of severe weather in place, which has barely happened in the last 5 years. I think we've had maybe 1 or 2 moderate risks of severe weather since 2020, from Maryland all the way back over to South Carolina. This was the first ever moderate risk of severe weather that was issued for this area on a day 2 outlook, by the way. So we've never had a moderate risk in this area on a day 2 outlook. And so it's the first time ever from Washington, D.C. back over to South Carolina. But we are expecting, again, widespread damaging winds and several tornadoes today. There's a 60% chance within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds. We have not had a 60% wind risk in over 10 years, by the way. That's how rare, the SPC outlook here is for today. I'm not saying the event on its own is rare, but the risk of severe weather in terms of the outlooks from the Storm Prediction Center is at a very rare threshold. So, again, we're expecting widespread damaging winds and several tornadoes today. There's also a 15% tornado risk, which is higher than yesterday, which does include Washington, D.C., Richmond, Fayetteville, back into Florence, and near Greenville. Now, will it actually verify? That is to be determined. With that said, you need to be prepared for a potential severe weather and tornado outbreak this afternoon. And also this morning. We got 8 minutes left in the morning here. Back to our tornado warnings. We still have an area of strong rotation south or north of Mount Airy. The one south of Mount Airy has gotten broader over the last few minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The northern warning, in my opinion, is a bit more concerning than the southern one right now. Rotation has definitely gotten stronger over the last few minutes. Pretty strong inflow coming into the storm. It's all wrapping around. If we had a tornado, it'd be located near Libertytown. Moving off to the northeast. We just got a new tornado warning, or am I tripping? Or they just continued it? Okay, that played audio for some reason. Or something bugged. What happened? They are going to continue the tornado warning for Montgomery County, Maryland. I don't know why that played audio on my end. Hey, Jeff, for the super chat. Snowing in Birmingham City. Limits after 75 degrees. It's 1:30 a.m. Look at the... let's look real quick. This is the precipitation type radar. It is snowing all the way down as far south as Huntsville and Birmingham right now. It's only 35 degrees right now over here. It's actually snowing right now in Alabama. That's snow coming down north of Birmingham. It will, if you're over in Atlanta, Georgia, you guys are going to see some snow tonight, or at least later today. There could be some snow showers. There's a possibility of snow late tonight and maybe even some freezing rain in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. We're going to have a flash freeze tonight. It is actually crazy. We're going to go from a moderate risk of severe weather to snow and ice potentially tonight here in Washington, D.C. And it'll be snowing tomorrow morning in parts of the Appalachian Mountains. The tornado warning north of Washington, D.C., east of Urbana, that one's going to be allowed to expire. Main tornado warning right now is just to the south of Union Bridge, going towards New Windsor and eventually going towards Westminster. Still a pretty strong area of rotation. On our velocity scale, that is about a 5 out of 10, so it's a moderate area of rotation right now. We have some photos and videos that you guys have been sending in of these storms so far today. And if you guys want to send in photos and videos that you guys have of these storms, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is a crazy photo from last night in Huntsville, Alabama. Cloud to ground lightning striking 2 or 3 different things there. That is an incredible. Oh, look at that. This is over last night in Clarksville, Tennessee, with power flashes and a possible tornado near Clarksville. We've not had any confirmed reports of a tornado yet, but that is a big power flash from last night. And then here's some of the ones from today so far. This is in Hendricks, Georgia. We had some trees down. You can see the bark peeled back too from that tree on the left side. This is over in Mississippi. Snow in Caledonia, Mississippi. It is actually crazy. In the middle of March, we have snow in Mississippi. That's rare, to say the least. So over in Michigan, this is not as rare, but at the same time, this is a historic winter storm. Over in Burt Township, Michigan. Stewart, Virginia. Tornado warning storm approaching Stewart, Virginia. From earlier, you can see the large shelf there at the top left of your screen. And maybe the rotation back there on the left. This is over in Virginia as well. Another shelf cloud photo sent in from a little farm here. Snowing over in Huntsville, Alabama. It's, again, just insane that we're seeing snow. I mean, I know there's forecasts. We've been talking about this for the last couple days. There's actually a coating of snow here. There's accumulation in Huntsville, Alabama. Like, we actually might see a half an inch to an inch of snow in Huntsville if it keeps snowing like this. We just had severe weather last night, and we are in the middle of March. It is March 16th. This is crazy. Blizzard in Decatur, Alabama. Somebody just said from Cassie over here in Alabama. We got a blizzard. It's actually accumulating in Huntsville. We have like a half an inch to an inch in Huntsville. Greensboro, a completely different story. There's a lot of thunderstorms coming in Summit, North Carolina. This over in Greensboro as well when we had a tornado warning, I believe. But the storms, again, the clouds moving really quickly. You can see a little bit spin in the clouds. That's not usually anything too concerning, but we did have a tornado warning right before these storms moved into Greensboro. All 4 seasons in one day, literally. This is all 4 seasons in one day. This is in Loudoun County, Virginia. This is just outside of where our tornado warning was. A large shelf cloud moving in from the 5th floor of the Inova Hospital in Ashburn. Menominee, Michigan, big time snow. Snow blower is out. Looks like the kid is doing the snow blowing. This over in Dawsonville, Maryland. Again, clouds are moving very fast today. That is because our low-level jet, our low-level winds are very strong. And then another video out of Huntsville, Alabama. Somebody that actually works on our team. Again, has snow is sticking to the trees in Huntsville right now. Like, this is about 1 inch of accumulation in Huntsville. If you guys have photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. The link's also on your screen. We have winter weather advisories that have been issued now for northern Georgia and northeastern Alabama. This is that snow band. It's actually almost a snow squall that is moving into Winchester and Scottsboro. In Tennessee right now, it is also snowing. The camera has been covered in snow. And this camera is also showing snow in southern Tennessee. I can't believe this. It's really the middle of March. Is anybody tuning in right now from the Huntsville area in the chat or anywhere? Anybody seeing snow right now over here in these areas? I can't believe it. I know it's forecasted, but I also can't believe how far south the snow is going. I think it's all the way down to Birmingham right now. We literally have all 4 seasons in one day. Absolutely crazy. I have a funny thing. I have to find it. All right. It's literally so relatable to today. I'm not gonna lie. My goodness. All right, we still have a tornado warning in Maryland. Rotation still on the stronger side of things near New Windsor, heading up towards Westminster. If you're over in Westminster, we need to be ready to go to our safe places. Rotation is still south of Union Bridge. No confirmed tornado, but rotation is still strong right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning for Lisbon. Poplar Springs going towards Eldersburg. If you are in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is just east of Mount Airy right now. Rotation is starting to intensify. If we have a tornado, it's going to be right over Poplar Springs. That's where the strongest area of rotation currently is. And it'll be heading up towards Fairhaven, the Springfield Hospital Center, and Sykesville are in the path of this. Just northwest of Cooksville. Hey, Kyle, for the super chat, any thunderstorm in New Hampshire today? I probably would say probably not. If you see a storm, it won't be severe. The tornado warning here to the southwest of Westminster has been allowed to expire.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I say they're probably going to issue a new one, and they have now. So there's now a new tornado warning for Maryland. We've just hit the 12 o'clock hour. New tornado warning west of Westminster. Your New Windsor. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. It does not include the downtown area of Westminster, but it does include the west side of town here. For Frizzleburg, Pleasant Valley, Jasontown, Jesse Ann Estates, going up towards Mayberry. This storm right here is a little bit more concerning because it is trying to take it's almost turning to the right in a way. It is embedded in our line. It's a little hook here. Again, a little QLCS tornado threat, but if it continues to move in that direction, tornado threat will be a bit more elevated in the near term. There is a mobile home park right here. Hopefully anybody in that mobile home park has gotten to a safe place and a sturdy structure because, again, a sturdy structure is needed if you're in a mobile home. Damaging winds are going to be significant, and there's obviously a possibility of tornadoes with this line of thunderstorms. Thank you, Aiden, for the super chat. What are the severe storms going to do in Kingsville, Maryland? I think the biggest concern is damaging winds, but there's obviously a possibility of tornadoes embedded in this line. Also, you guys can switch out camera slots 1 through 3. Bottom right side of your screen is just outside of the Lisbon tornado warning near Cooksville. We have a new tornado possible severe warning in Florida and Georgia near Tallahassee. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We've had some damage reports from earlier today of trees down in roads. This is now our at least second line of thunderstorms that is moving through Tallahassee today. We've already had one line of storms. We got another one coming through, with damaging winds being the greatest concern. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar right now, but again, that could change. Mostly a damaging wind risk elsewhere right now here in Georgia and Florida. Tornado risk is still possible over the next few hours. We have no active severe warnings anywhere in South Carolina. It's all strong storms, and I know a lot of people are asking what's going to happen in South Carolina, what's going to happen in eastern Georgia. Again, the risk of severe weather is expected to increase over the next few hours. I know we don't have any warnings really right now, but it is going to increase as we go into the early to mid-afternoon hours. Back over near Raleigh, North Carolina, mostly looking at gusty winds. No active severe warnings either for this part of the country. But we are watching for mainly a damaging wind risk. If any storms get going, maybe a low-end tornado threat. We've had some storms going up south of Richmond, Virginia. None of these are currently severe. There's at least a low-end threat for severe weather with these storms. We got Storm Chaser Brandon Payne out there. Emporia Virginia, which again, nothing currently is happening, but we will definitely see some storms here in this area within the next hour or two. We have a pretty intense line of thunderstorms west of Richmond, making its way towards Charlotte Courthouse, west of Farmville, with 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag on this line. Not seeing really any definitive areas of rotation, but there could always be an isolated tornado in this line as it continues to move towards Farmville and Cumberland. But again, Maryland is really a big concern right now, and at least in the short term, as we have 2 active tornado warnings. We already had at least 1 tornado south of Frederick earlier, about 20-30 minutes ago. We have an area of rotation near Union Bridge, and we have another one near Lisbon that's moving towards Eldersburg right now. So again, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible if you're in this tornado warning. And even if you're in the severe warning, I'd be doing the same thing. I put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, because even in the severe warning, damaging winds could knock down trees. It could also knock down power lines. And so we need to be taking this area of storms very seriously, as we will have plenty of trees falling over the next hour or two. The tornadoes are not the only concern. The damaging winds is really, again, one of the biggest concerns today. We also have a severe warning for Lock Haven, Lamar, and Center Hall over here in Pennsylvania. So this will be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible tag on this line of thunderstorms. So once again, damaging winds the main concern, but there is a potential for a tornado with this line as it continues to track east. Hey, Dakota, for the $10 super chat, what's the tornado threat for Bel Air, Maryland? I think any sort of tornado threat in Maryland is going to be mostly with this line of thunderstorms. I would say it's low, but it's definitely not zero for any part of Maryland right now. The only area that I would say it's much lower is going to be over here, off to the west of our line. But it's not zero still even there. We could have another line of storms later tonight. Bottom of your screen are a bunch of different live cams that are either near this storm or in this storm right now. Got a pretty decent looking shelf cloud there on the bottom left of your screen. Hey, lovely, for the $10 super chat. I'm currently in Southeast South Carolina, Charleston. To be a bit more specific, I haven't had a tornado since about 2020-ish. Thanks for the coverage. It helps lessen my anxiety a little bit. I wouldn't be too anxious with today. I know we have a lot of severe weather happening, and I know we have a moderate risk. I think the moderate risk of severe weather does make it feel a lot more concerning, significant, etc. But I would not be panicking today by any means. I mean, again, in general, we're going to be talking about widespread damaging winds. But the good news, again, is that the severe weather is going to be done tonight. And we obviously have a good 8 hours ahead of significant severe weather. But if you're in the risk of severe weather, the best thing you can do is watch this stream, have ways to receive weather alerts, and have a tornado action plan ready to go. That's really what you have to have now. I mean, if you are in this risk area and you're watching the stream, I feel like you're already prepared to at least an extent. And you should be a lot less anxious because you're at least watching live weather coverage. And if there's storms in your backyard that are significant, we're going to let you know. We have a new tornado possible severe warning that was just issued in Virginia. This is west of Washington, D.C., south of Warrington, near the Lake of the Woods. That'll be for, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this, heading towards Stratford, Triangle, Fredericksburg, and Spotsylvania Courthouse right now. The rotation on the tornado warning near Westminster has gotten a little bit broader on the backside of the storm. We do not have a tornado at this moment, but we are looking at, again, still a little bit of rotation near the Jesse and Estates. On our velocity scale, it's down to about a 3 or 4. It's not as strong of rotation. It's definitely gotten broader. I'd be watching this over here east of Westminster. There's a little bit more rotation trying to come together there. That's going to be moving towards Hampstead, Boring, Butler, and Manchester. So get ready for that as it continues to move to the east. Here's another photo that was just sent in by one of you guys back over in Loudoun County, Virginia. This is sent in by Murat. Appreciate you sending this in. This is a shelf cloud. A lot of rain and obviously a lot of wind behind this line of thunderstorms. Hey, no things for the super chat. Have a Starbucks on me. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. I got a nice coffee today, but it is really heavy on the cream. Like, I don't know if you guys can see how white this is. I got a nice coffee from McDonald's. They put way too much creamer in it. It's literally milk. There's almost no iced coffee in this thing. If you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. There's also reports.maxloss@ewx.com. Somebody approve photos and videos. We'll go back to those in a few minutes. Thank you, Noctua, for the super chat. Third time's the charm. Anything expected for Page County, Virginia? See where Page County is. No. You're pretty much done. Your severe weather was this morning. I don't know how in the world they put that much creamer in there. I mean, it literally almost looks like milk. I mean, I don't know if you guys can tell the color. I have lights, so it's harder to tell. But like, if I put it back further, you can just see how much milk is in this thing. It's actually insane. I tasted it like an hour or two ago when Riley was relaying. I don't know if you guys saw my face. That was why. It literally tastes like straight up milk. And that's why I'm not drinking it. So I will need a new coffee. I'm going to need coffee. I literally had like 5 hours of sleep last night. Went to bed and we got up at like 9 Eastern. I went to bed at about 3:30, 4 o'clock maybe. Not get a whole lot of sleep last night. We were live for 9.5 hours almost yesterday, and we're going to be live for probably upwards of 12 today. Going back down to Florida, we'll go north to south, or south to north real quick, talking about all of our storms. We have 10 severe warnings, 2 tornado warnings right now. Back down in the Florida Panhandle, mainly looking at a damaging wind risk. No active areas of rotation that are sticking out to me that look like they're about to drop a tornado. Most of the storms are outflow dominant, so our tornado risk should remain low. But again, damaging winds, a big concern right now. There are trees falling everywhere with this line of thunderstorms. Everything over here near the Florida-Georgia border, south of Homerville, south of US Highway 84 is predominantly gusty winds. There's a little bit of small hail. There's a lot of lightning with this line as well. That is moving towards Waycross, Blackshear, and Folkston. We still have 1 severe warning kind of in central Georgia, but that will probably be allowed to expire near Fitzgerald and Osceola. This is producing some gusty winds and small hail and a lot of lightning. Over in South Carolina, we have a few little cells that are trying to go up near Hilton Head Island, near Savannah and Ridgeland, and also near Beaufort. But nothing currently severe. And we got a couple special weather statements for some storms just south here of Bolivia, south of Myrtle Beach. And a couple of these are actually rotating, so we are seeing some rotation offshore. So if you have any fish friends offshore, make sure that they're aware of this potential fish-nado risk south of North Myrtle Beach. I do have a camera over in Myrtle Beach. I want to show you guys. This is what it looks like right now in Myrtle Beach, which again is pretty overcast right now. Got some storms offshore. Got a couple people walking on the pier too. So pretty nice conditions out there right now. Obviously, it's overcast. It's pretty moist, but we'll have some storms potentially here pretty soon in the Myrtle Beach area, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. And then further off to the north in North Carolina, there are no active severe warnings in any part of the state. The only one that is actually active, which is a very small sliver of the state, there's not even a storm there. So again, no active warnings, but we are starting to see these little storms popping up now down to the south of Raleigh. And I would anticipate that our severe weather risk will start to increase over the next couple of hours. With again, damaging winds being the greatest concern, but possibility again of a couple of tornadoes will exist as these storms continue to fire up here across North Carolina. And then further off to the northwest of Richmond, near the Charlotte Courthouse, we mainly have a risk of damaging winds right now. But there is a potential, again, for an isolated tornado or two with this line. And I would expect the tornado risk will be increasing and the wind risk will be increasing as it goes in the direction of Richmond. We have a few storm chasers out there that we are going to be keeping an eye on. Right now, they're over near Richmond. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect southwest of Washington, D.C. for 60-mile-per-hour winds with the tornado possible tag. A little bit of rotation north of the Lake of the Woodlands going towards Dale City. The storms near Washington, D.C. are fairly weak right now, but keep in mind there could be another line later today. And then the 2 tornado warnings in Maryland, it looks like they're both going to be allowed to expire in about 3 minutes or so. Rotation's gone a little bit broader, but we are monitoring still a large area of damaging winds with could be as high as 70 miles per hour and then potentially an isolated tornado risk. And again, we can switch out camera slots 1 through 3 if we have anything. This is live inside of the severe warning with 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds possible. This is just to the west of Ellicott City. Obviously, rush hour, we are not near rush hour, we're at lunchtime, but if we have another line of storms later today, it could happen right around rush hour. Got a couple photos that were sent in by our storm chaser, Ryan Scholl, over in, I don't know where this exactly is. I think this is in Wisconsin, though. The snow drifts are almost as tall as our storm chaser, Ryan Scholl. I don't know how tall he is, but that's a few feet of snow drifts back over in Wisconsin. You know, we have an ongoing blizzard right now in Michigan. This is what it looks like right now in Marquette. You can see all the blowing snow. The roads are completely covered in snow. Storm chaser Connor Croft was stuck earlier from all the snow that was on the ground. That's what it looks like out there right now. And actually, Ryan Scholl's over here near Appleton, so that's in Appleton, Wisconsin. Going back to Pennsylvania, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Lamar and Lock Haven for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. Don't have any really major area of rotation that's sticking out to me, but we are monitoring at least a little bit of rotation, maybe near Milroy. That's actually outside of our severe warning. We got another little storm that just went up east of Mount Union that has a little bit of rotation, but again, not enough for a tornado warning. And south of Harrisburg, we're watching this little cluster of storms heading up towards you. We could get some little tornadoes on the backside of this little cluster of thunderstorms going up towards York and Redline and Shrewsbury. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that. Thank you, Dan, for the $10 super chat. Get a Starbucks Ice Shaken Espresso. Add a couple shots of espresso. You'll be all set. I am not sure if I want multiple shots of espresso, but I might need them today. Thank you, City, for the $10 super chat. Williamsburg or Matthews, Virginia? Have there been any debris signatures with any of these storms? We did have a debris signature west or just northwest of Washington, D.C. earlier near, I think it was south of Frederickstown, back over in Poolesville. There's our only TDS that we've had in the last 2 days. Like literally, I don't think we had one yesterday. We might have had one last night.
Hey, Max, I got an update for you when you're not busy.
Well, we were live, obviously, last night, and we didn't have any single tornado debris signature on radar, which is pretty crazy. Somebody was asking about Williamsburg, kind of in this general area. We're mainly looking at, again, a damaging wind risk. Tornado risk will be increasing over the next few hours as this cluster of storms comes out of your west. These storms over here, just to the east of Petersburg, just outside of Richmond, are actually starting to rotate a little bit. Very tiny little area of rotation right there that is going towards Upper Brandon and as well as the Charles City area. That's near the James River National Wildlife Refuge. It is a very weak area of rotation, but this cluster of storms might try to do something. But this will be the main event right here. There's going to be this damaging wind event producing widespread damaging winds and the possibility of tornadoes. We just had a damage report come out of Brookneal, Virginia, at a 911 call center, reported a tree down on Juniper Cliff Road in the Brookneal area. I had a storm chaser say something. Go ahead. That was Ryan Scholl.
So we just left our hotel this morning. If you pull up my feed, we actually might be snowed into our hotel. We have snowdrifts upward up to my hood here. We may not be able to get out unless we dig ourselves out here.
Is your car stuck?
My car is not stuck, but there is a truck stuck in front of us.
Thank you for the update. All right, so Appleton, Wisconsin, guys. This is, again, a historic storm system for the month of March. We got a blizzard with massive snow drifts. And then over here on the East Coast, we have a moderate risk of severe weather, which I don't even know if we've ever had one in March, but very rare. That's crazy. That's at Appleton, Wisconsin. We also have storm chaser Connor Croft in Michigan, which has had upwards of 50 inches of snow. And just look at the conditions out here. So windy. And in case you're just tuning in right now, we've also had snow as far south as Huntsville and Birmingham, Alabama. Like, we've had some of you guys sending in photos and videos of the snow happening in Huntsville and Birmingham. That's what it looks like in Hopkins, Alabama, near Concord, Alabama. We have literally accumulation right now happening. This is sent in by one of our viewers over here. Thank you, Scott, for sending this in. This is over from Aiden in Rock Island, Illinois. Winter Wonderland in mid-March. It's actually crazy. This is a possible funnel cloud over in Taneytown, Maryland. I think that's just more scud. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell with a photo. If I had to guess, it's probably scud unless it was rotating. Then it would have been a funnel cloud. It's in Warren County, Tennessee. 12 hours after tornado watches and warnings, we get snow. That is your reward. Right after a severe weather event, you get a little bit of snow. It's over in Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah, Birmingham's literally seeing snow. I don't know where the furthest south the snow is. I think it goes down pretty far south, though, because we're also seeing snow in Birmingham. You got the birds taking shelter If you have a photo or video, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Submit your photos and videos, guys. Again, we'll show them on stream here. As many as possible. I think it's crazy, though. We're actually seeing around 1 inch of accumulation in Huntsville. It's stuck to the trees. Like, man, it's actually crazy. We have a confirmed measurement in Huntsville of just over 1 inch of snow. We actually have a confirmed measurement there now in Huntsville of over 1 inch of snow. Crazy. That snow is now near Winchester and Jasper. If we go over to the winter weather radar, I'm not even sure if it's going to pick up on it. But, I mean, this snow goes all the way down to Tuscaloosa. It might be as far south as Marion, too. And if you guys have any photos or videos of your snow, let us know. Again, Atlanta's going to see snow tonight. We're going to see some snow in the Appalachian Mountains. These purple boxes are winter weather advisories. Snow isn't coming. We have no active tornado warnings right now. The 2 in Maryland obviously expired a few minutes ago. But still looking at at least a tornado risk. We have a broad area of rotation right now near Hanover, Pennsylvania. So this is going towards East Berlin and York. And tornado risk is not 0 right now, but there's at least a possibility of an isolated tornado as the storm continues to move to the northeast. New Berlin, Wellsville, Manchester, York, eventually going towards Elizabethtown. Will be in the path of a broad area of rotation. Shout out to Ghost with the $10 super chat. I've been able to warn my Indiana friends and protect them because of you. Thank you. I'll appreciate the super chat. Luckily, Indiana's not looking at any really severe weather threat today. It should be mostly a tornado risk. I just said McDonald's iced coffee is terrible. I would say the only reason why this is terrible is because how much cream is in it. Otherwise, I don't mind it. I like the vanilla, French vanilla one. Critical Super Chat says, enjoy some caffeine. Was up until 2:30 with you last night. HRRR22Z has a SCP of 5 in Roanoke Rapids. 22Z. We're only on 15Z right now. Or unless you're talking about a recent model run at 22Z. Significant tornado parameter values do not really apply to QLCS tornado threats. They only apply really to the warm sector. And so, I mean, like around that time frame, around like 3 to 4 o'clock, you can see like a small little area localized of a higher tornado risk. But these values don't really mean anything for the QLCS tornado threat. But you can see around like 5, 6, 7 o'clock, the values are pretty high across parts of Maryland and Virginia. And generally speaking, we should see a few supercells this afternoon that do produce the potential for strong or even long track tornadoes, as long as that warm sector opens up enough. And then on the back side of this, again, we're going to see some snow down in Atlanta, Alabama. A lot of snow in Pennsylvania and West Virginia tonight. I would say a lot of snow falling. It's not really going to be that much snow accumulation, but a lot of snow is going to be falling. Got JH with the $20 super chat saying in Charlotte Hall, Maryland, strong. I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing strong winds. We just had a damage report come out of Lisbon, Maryland, of multiple small trees reported down in the median of Interstate 70 near the Woodbine Road exit. So right along Interstate 70 there. Thank you, Annette, for the $10 super chat. Our flight from Washington, D.C. to Houston was pushed to 2 p.m. now. What are the chances that's going to, or what are the chances that's going to happen in your view? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm guessing you mean if it's going to get delayed further. I would probably say it won't, but I mean, we do have a pretty strong line of thunderstorms just south of the airport. So this might kind of hinder the airplane operations or airport operations here over the next hour. This is tracking right now towards Dale City and will eventually be heading in the direction of Fairfax and Washington. Got a little bit of weak rotation right now near Claremont. We're still keeping an eye on that. Looks like we have Storm Chaser, Storm Runner Media going to be on live here soon from Raleigh. We got some pretty strong storms right now heading directly towards Raleigh. Main concern right now is gusty winds. There is a potential again for an isolated tornado risk as these storms continue to track to the east. So if you're over here in the Raleigh area, definitely stay weather aware. And then we'll be watching this area over here near Greenville, Kingston for a potential increasing tornado threat. We do not have any storms really doing that yet, but the warm sector is pretty large out here in eastern North Carolina. So we may end up seeing a couple of tornadoes with this area of storms as they start to develop We got a little bit of rotation developing. This is our first evident area of rotation, not inside of our tornado watch right now, near Wilmington, North Carolina. There's a weak area of rotation developing with a small little supercell that has come offshore. And so there's a broad area of rotation moving up towards Interstate 140. That'll eventually be going towards Burga and as well as Hampstead. Not a lot of rotation, but there's a little bit of it. Up towards Interstate 140 right now. Any tornado threat for Connecticut today? Don't think so. Isolated wind will be the main concern. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just an update on the area where we haven't seen a tornado watch issued yet. This is in parts of South Carolina and North Carolina. Actually, right where we were just talking about that little supercell that's starting to rotate. The environment here is starting to look ever so marginally better. If we take a look at satellite, we can see that the ground is a little bit more visible and a recent update. So that is going to lead to a gradual uptick in instability. If we take a look at mesoanalysis, Cape is still relatively lackluster, but it is starting to get a little bit higher. And as that happens, it does mean that our tornado threat is going to start to increase because any of this prefrontal convection that we're seeing does have the chance to grow a little bit quicker, a little bit stronger, and produce a little bit higher of the chance for, or a little bit higher of a tornado threat. In order for that to happen, we are still going to have to see some of these storms clear out. There is a lot of convection across this warm sector right now, and there's just too much for anything to sort of organize and really figure itself out. But we do see some convection coming off of the ocean right now, and if this stronger convection making its way off of the ocean does manage to sustain itself inland, it could actually pose somewhat of a tornado threat. I've had my eye on these, which are definitely not going to come on shore, but the environment out here is better, and it is more similar to what we could see inland later on, and these storms do actually look really good. So as we continue to see daytime heating, keep an eye on the instability values, and the higher the instability gets, the higher the tornado threat will get as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So if you have any fish friends out there in the Atlantic Ocean, could have some fish nados here today. That's back over there offshore. Not sure if there's any cruise ships out there, but if there are any cruise ships, actually could be a bit of a concern of water spouts and strong storms. Not sure if there's many cruises that go along the East Coast this time of the year. I'm not really sure. I don't think there's very many. All right, back over to our storms in North Carolina. Again, we are watching an area of rotation west of Wilmington. This is a pretty populated area, which is why we're watching it also pretty closely. There's a little bit of rotation there that is moving up towards Wilmington, Interstate 140, going towards Walnut Hills. And tornado risk isn't super high, I would say, right now, but if this storm can organize a little bit more, there's definitely a possibility for a tornado. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a little rotating wall cloud. We go over to our echo tops. These storms are not overly tall. They're only up to about maybe 32,000 feet, so not very tall thunderstorms, but we'll be keeping an eye on this storm very closely. They've issued a new tornado possible severe warning over in Pennsylvania. This is going to be near York, Harrisburg, west of Lancaster, and Elizabethtown. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Once again, there is a tornado possible tag on this. We've had some areas of rotation. The main area of rotation right now is near Hanover. That is moving towards York and Interstate 83. And over in Harrisburg, it's mostly wind right now. But if you're over here in southeastern Pennsylvania, definitely be staying alert right now. The tornado risk is definitely starting to increase a little bit here as we head into the afternoon hours. And we will have some live shots in Pennsylvania of these storms as they continue to roll in. We have one on the bottom left of your screen, which is pretty close to this storm near York. It's right on I-83. But the main area of wind and rotation that is developed is currently west of York. On the velocity scale right now, it's about a 3 or 4 out of 10. It's on the low to medium side of rotation. I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning quite yet, but again, they might issue a tornado warning down the line for this, so we'll be keeping an eye on it. They have issued tornado warnings for around that type of intensity of rotation in the past in that area, so can't rule it out. Further down to the south, west of Washington, D.C., we got a pretty strong line of thunderstorms making its way towards Washington and Centerville and Manassas. This is going to be for mainly 60-mile-per-hour winds. If this line can organize a bit more, the tornado risk will increase. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now. Maybe a little bit there just to the west of Dale City, but it's really not a whole lot of rotation. Mostly damaging winds to the west of Stratford, and then down to the south of Palmyra, near Cumberland and Farmville. It is mainly a damaging wind risk right now, surging to the east. There's not a whole lot of rotation in this line right now, north of the Charlotte courthouse. We do have a damage report again of a tree down on Juniper Cliff Road. I think we relayed that a little while ago, but trees are coming down. If you're traveling out there, stay safe because there could be trees down the roads. And if you're traveling for lunch or work, that is definitely something that could be of concern. Somebody put a storm intermedia in slot 1. He skipped over a ton of super chats. If I skipped over any super chats, I mean, again, it's almost impossible to answer every question. I try to answer chat questions too, but I do want to remind you, I am one person, and the odds of me answering every single question to almost 30,000 people is nearly 0. If I did that, that'd be impressive. I'd have to literally be a robot or something. I don't even know if a robot could do that. Back to our Wilmington storm. There's still a broad area of rotation making its way up into Leland right now. Over in South Carolina, we have no active severe warnings, all strong storms at this point. But again, severe weather should increase over the next hour. We are starting to see a little bit more organization of a little cluster of storms now near Bamberg and Orangeburg going up towards Manning and Kingstree. Strong storms ongoing across southern Georgia. No active tornadoes or anything like that, but we do have a little discrete cell that's gone up near Fargo. Not much rotation right now, but something to watch. It's near the Funky National Wildlife Refuge. And then further back off to the west, north of Tallahassee, this little cluster of storms has gotten stronger. If you're over in Valdosta, watch out for this line, as it is producing some strong winds. Potential tornado risk will exist as this continues to push to the east-northeast. Interstate 75 will also be in the path of that. And then strong storms near Perry, Florida. Nothing severe right now along the Gulf Coast. Those are all strong right now. Thank you, Samuel, for the super chat. I live in Dover, Pennsylvania. How do I know if I have to take my family to the basement? Have ways to receive weather alerts. In my opinion today, if you are under any severe warning or tornado warning, doesn't matter if it's a tornado warning or severe warning, you should be going to your safe place, putting as many walls from you between the outside as possible, because there will be falling trees, there could be flying debris, all that stuff is in play. And again, if you want an extra way to receive weather alerts, again, having a weather radio is a helpful thing. If you have a weather radio, that's probably one of the best ways. If you have a weather app on your phone, that's also a good way. But you can also check out Max Alert. It's maxalert.net. And what Max Alert is it's basically an extra way to receive weather warnings. So you'll get a personal phone call from me if you're under a severe warning or a tornado warning today directly from me. So if you want to check out Max Alert, it's maxalert.net. It's also the top link in the description below. There's a link pinned in the chat too. But essentially, make sure you put on that. If you want to get alerts for every severe warning, I'll give you a phone call. Like, make sure you put it in your preferences. There's a way you can preference like what you get a phone call for me when you sign up. Thank you, Continent, for the $50 super chat. I've got family in Greensboro, North Carolina, Williamsburg, Virginia, and Richmond, Virginia. Can you please let me know if they're going to be safe? I was also flying into Norfolk. Thanks for everything you do. I know it's a lot. All 3 of those places, there's a risk of severe weather today. I mean, nothing's happening yet, but damaging winds and potentially a few tornadoes are possible. So we need to be staying weather aware. I think the best thing to do is make sure they have ways to receive alerts and make sure to share the stream if you want to have coverage here today. I'm in Salisbury. Should I be alarmed? I don't know where Salisbury is, but I mean, anywhere in the risk of severe weather today, you should be staying alert. We should have a new SPC outlook here soon regarding today's severe weather event. Actually, it just came in. All right, well, we have a new SPC outlook that just came in from the Storm Prediction Center. And the moderate risk of severe weather has been trimmed a little bit. Let's go ahead and talk about it. So this is our risk of severe weather here. The moderate risk, I believe, has been trimmed. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if this is updated yet. Let me check. All right, this has not been updated yet. We'll have it updated here in a second. This is the general risk of severe weather, the update. So the moderate risk has been trimmed. We don't exactly know to what degree, but it goes basically from Washington, D.C. back into South Carolina. Once it updates, we'll show you guys the details. I'm pretty sure the 60% wind risk is still in place, and also the tornado risk is probably still there. Just kind of waiting to see what that looks like. Look at the rain coming down over here in Chesterfield, Virginia. A little downpour coming in. That is Storm Chaser Moderate Motley. We also got Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers over in Petersburg. We got Brandon Payne, who is in the forest over in Blackstone, Virginia. Probably looking at those storms down there, which are trying to get going. And storm intermediate right now is just to the east of Raleigh, North Carolina, heading towards Wilson. Look how fast the clouds are moving here. And really moving fast from right to left. And that is, again, there's a lot of motion down here. If any discrete cells get going, we're going to have a pretty significant tornado risk. There's a little storm going up right now just east of Fayetteville near Roseboro, heading towards Clinton and Warsaw. And that could try to produce a tornado risk down the line if it clears out enough. This is a pretty large warm sector that's developing. There's no tornado watch still for this area, but I would expect one here shortly. Hey, Samuel for the $10 super chat. Star rotation in Hanover, Pennsylvania, moving towards West York. It's eerily quiet here. Let me go back to the storm and see if it's still rotating. This rotation is fairly broad. It's not enough for a tornado warning. It's over US Highway 30. Again, I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning. Damaging winds definitely the main concern, but it will be going over the Dover community here on the northwest side of York and then Manchester and Interstate 83. So in all reality, there is a chance for a tornado, but I would say it's pretty low. Definitely more of a damaging wind risk right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, the Storm Prediction Center actually agrees with basically what you just said. The 15 Hatch tornado or the 15 Sig 1 tornado risk is gone. It is now just a 10 Sig 1 tornado risk, and the moderate is continued due to the risk of damaging winds, which is also only a Sig 1.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, here's the update. And again, you guys look at these graphics that we're looking at on maxvelocitywx.com under the severe weather tab. This is the moderate risk of severe weather. So Washington, D.C. near Baltimore. Baltimore is not in the moderate risk, but it does include Eldersburg through Dale City, King George, down into Richmond, Virginia, Petersburg, Henderson, Raleigh, Fayetteville, and Goldsboro. You guys are all still in the level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather. The enhanced risk of severe weather only includes now Florence, back into Wilmington, Manteo, Virginia Beach, back up into Harrisburg, Williamsport, still a very large area. By the way, the slight risk of severe weather, notice it still includes Charlotte and Greensboro. That is because there is another line of storms possible later today. So there is a reason why we still have a slight risk off to the west. Even though you guys have already seen storms, you're not done with severe weather. We got more storms coming later today. The main concern, once again, will be damaging winds. All right, that's why we have a 60% wind risk that is currently in place. So here's that wind risk. Washington, D.C., just west of Baltimore, Richmond, Raleigh, Fayetteville, Goldsboro. We're still expecting the potential for numerous to widespread damaging winds over the next few hours. Virginia Beach, Greensboro, really anywhere in the red and pink, we still have a potential for numerous to widespread damaging winds. So if you're in the red, purple, or pink, you need to have ways to receive alerts. You need to make sure if you have any loose line items outside, you're protecting them, bringing them inside, whatever you got to do. But widespread damaging winds is really the greatest concern. There's also a risk of strong tornadoes anywhere from Jacksonville back over to Tallahassee, all the way up here into the northeast. I'm not even going to lie, I didn't know this was a thing, but we can actually tilt the map here. I just realized this. We can actually tilt the map on my website. I had no clue about this, so a little 3D view, I guess, of our severe weather risk for today. Just realized I can move this thing around. It's actually kind of cool, I'm not going to lie. I can't believe I'm just realizing this. If you want an interactive way to look at SPC outlooks, you can check this out on our website, because apparently this is a thing. Breaking news. I don't know how I didn't know that was a thing. We got a little area of rotation trying to develop directly to the west of Washington, D.C. Little area of convergence. Got a little hook trying to develop here near the MNZ airport. That's the Manassas Regional Airport. East of Linton Hall. It's moving towards Burke right now. And just southwest of Fairfax. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. Just outside of Independent Hill. If you want to switch out camera slots 2 to 3 for this line of storms west of DC, you can. I don't know if there's any skyline view of this. Shout out to Nick for the $20 super chat. Please eat well today. I'll be eating well after the entire event is all said and done. I will probably this time. I don't know if I think we'll be live probably too late to actually go get a steak dinner. But if we are live all the way until like 10 o'clock, there will not be a steak dinner tonight. But I might get a steak dinner later tonight. The last time I did that, we had a PDS tornado warning, and I was extraordinarily down about it. I was literally sitting at a restaurant, and there was a PDS tornado warning in Louisiana. That was the worst thing ever. Somebody approve photos and videos. We got a new photo coming out of Madison County, Alabama. We got about an inch of snow on the ground over in Alabama. Again, this is from today. This is not from our previous winter storm. This is only a few hours after we had tornado watches and warnings all across Tennessee and Alabama. We've had snow coming down over in the Birmingham, Alabama area too. Again, if you're over in Georgia, if you're over in Western North Carolina, there is a real risk of snow tonight. So over in Rock Island, Illinois, that's where we actually have legit accumulation there. Got another photo or video actually from Irondale, Alabama. It is a winter wonderland in Alabama right now. It is mind-boggling that we have snow falling in the month of March in the southeast. It's quite literally crazy. Thank you, Volt, for the super chat. Watching from Loudoun County, Virginia. Thanks for our work. We'll appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Jaded, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Also, shout out to 4 for the $5 super chat. I am in Orlando. Am I fine? I'll be staying weather aware. I think the threat of severe weather in Orlando is not that high, but it'll be mostly a damaging wind threat. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of Washington, D.C. It does not include Washington, D.C., but it's southwest of you guys for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible tag. There is a little bit of rotation that we're watching on the south side of Manassas that is moving off to the northeast right now. You can actually see this storm right now on this camera here. This is looking live at the storm here near Manassas. A little bit of a view of the storm, mostly a shelf cloud rolling over. But if this storm is able to develop a hook, which it's been trying, there could be a tornado risk. 4 for the super chat. Just answered about Orlando. Central Florida will be mainly a damaging wind threat mid-afternoon. Tornado risk is pretty low. This is literally the measured snowfall that we have in Huntsville right now. That's about it's almost 1.5 inches of snow sent in by one of our viewers. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Look at all the damage reports here in, my goodness, we have so many damage reports right now in North Carolina. These are all the wind reports so far today. We have about 72 wind reports. Let me go back up here to the north. We have a tree down on power lines on Lynn Road right now. That's on the east side of Winston-Salem. We have a tree down, or trees down in Baden. We have another report of a tree partially blocking a roadway and utility lines down in Daleville. I believe that's in Alabama. Tree across a roadway. A tree down on a power line in Reedsville. That's over in Rockingham. This is at about 10:57 Eastern time. Another tree down in Lewis, Florida. More recently, there's multiple small trees reported down in the median of Interstate 70 near the Woodbine Road exit. That's on exit 73. And our most recent report was 1-inch hail over in Tallahassee, Florida. So those are some of our more recent reports. Thank you, Bravo, for the $10 super chat. Monitoring here in Steelville, Pennsylvania. Got both the stream and the National Weather Service radio running. There you go. That's a solid combo. Back over in Lock Haven, Pennsylvania, we have a line of thunderstorms developing right now, moving towards Mansfield and Towanda. We got a little bit of broad rotation developing near Lock Haven, a little bit of a surge of wind. If we get an inflow, we could see a tornado risk increase near Avis going towards Williamsport. So a little bit more of a populated area there. Moving up towards Interstate 99. Back over near York, Red Lion, north of Baltimore here. We have a line of thunderstorms producing mainly a damaging wind risk. Not much rotation right now anymore at this line, but if there were to be any tornado threat, it would be up here near Interstate 83, near New Cumberland and Harrisburg, but it's going to be embedded in our cluster of thunderstorms. And we're still watching this line of thunderstorms right now south of Washington, D.C. It is quickly approaching Fairfax, and there is a possibility, again, of an isolated tornado as the storm moves northeast. You actually see this is live inside of this area that's getting directly hit by this line right now. And the wind gusts have been picking up here over the last few minutes. This is going to be over near Manassas. Here's another camera view. You actually can see all the water in the roadway right now. There's some localized flooding. We've had a lot of rainfall near Washington, D.C. over the last couple of hours with all these clusters of thunderstorms that have been moving through. There's another view just south of where this area of rotation is and the line of thunderstorms is. This camera's starting to shake too. We got a lot of people on the roadway right now. It's lunchtime, so a lot of people are getting their lunch here over in Manassas or Buck Hall. Conditions are definitely deteriorating. We got damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour moving through right now. Just went through the Manassas Regional Airport. Now it's tracking towards Burke, Fairfax, going towards George Mason University. Somebody just said in the chat, I'm in Fairfax, Virginia, some of the heaviest rain I've seen in a while. Got storm chaser Brandon Payne currently heading towards this pretty intense line of thunderstorms moving towards Richmond. We got 60 mile per hour damaging winds making their way directly towards Richmond, Virginia. There is going to be an increasing tornado risk with this cluster as it moves towards Richmond, so continue to stay alert for numerous to widespread damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes. There's a little cell that has gone up over here near Edenton. This is a little discrete cell going towards Hertford and Elizabeth City. Not really anything too crazy on that storm, but maybe a little bit of rotation. Got a little bit of rotation also west of Wilmington, North Carolina. Still, they got multiple storms coming offshore right now. Mostly looking at a wind risk. A lot of lightning, maybe an isolated tornado threat. Down in South Carolina, multiple strong storms are ongoing, and then back down along the Georgia and Florida border. It's mostly strong storms. As of right now, no active tornado warnings, or there's only one severe warning. That's going to expire in 15 minutes. It looks like it's going to be down to almost no severe warnings down here in the southeast here in a moment, unless they issue a new one here for the storm near Valdosta. There's a little weak area of wind and maybe rotation coming down together right now near Morven. Going towards Lakeland, but right now not looking at too much. We're down to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, which is pretty crazy for a moderate risk day of severe weather. Down to 5 severe warnings. That's it. But again, the severe weather risk is expected to increase this afternoon. Valdosta? Is that not what I'm saying? Valdosta? I just said Bob Costa. It's a Valdosta? Like what? Am I tripping? Valdosta. So Valdosta? I've always called it Valdosta and I've had nobody correct me. Connor is in trouble. Is he in trouble again? Or what happened to Connor? Did he get stuck again? Did Connor get stuck again in Michigan? Did he slide off the road? That's what it looked like a second ago on Connor's stream. And blizzard warnings in Michigan. My God, you can't even see the road. Jeez, that's probably why. The wipers just stopped working. That's actually scary. Wow. So that's not good. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is also in the snow right now, near Appleton. But yeah, conditions are not good up there right now in the Midwest. Did he hit a snowbank? I have no clue. I think he probably just stopped on the road because, like, he was literally driving through some. The windshield wipers just stopped. I'm pretty sure he just stopped. Thank you, Ash, off the super chat in Florence, South Carolina. How likely we see tornadic activity through the day? Appreciate you and what you do. I would say it's. I honestly don't know if South Carolina is going to see that much, at least near Florence. I mean, we have a tornado watch, obviously, in effect off to your west, but the storms that are off to your west, they're pretty minimal in activity. We'd have to watch this activity south of Florence for a potential severe risk, but right now it's not severe and it's still developing. So there's a little bit of rotation though west of Somerville with these storms going over Lake Marion here in a moment. Very weak rotation near Bowman, going up towards Somerton or Summertown, and Somerton, eventually going up I-95. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the farms, or no, new one up here near Spotsylvania. This is near Stratford for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this just west of Triangle. So if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. You should treat every severe warning as if it is a tornado warning. This is a map of all the tornado watches that we have right now. And again, we are expecting one to get issued here at any moment in eastern North Carolina and South Carolina for the risk of a few tornadoes. Somebody just said in the chat, more severe weather for Charlotte. There is. There's another possibility of a line of thunderstorms after this line of thunderstorms later today. So if we go over to the models here, that's what it looks like right now. So again, got a lot of thunderstorms out there, got a broken line of thunderstorms off to the east. But by 4 o'clock, another line of thunderstorms will develop basically from Columbia all the way back up into western Maryland. And that'll produce more damaging winds and maybe another isolated tornado risk. And that'll intensify a bit more by tonight near Washington, D.C., Richmond, and back into Greenville. We have another damage report coming out of Maryland, of wires down in Clarksburg, Maryland. And that is on the 11400 block of Hawks Road, so just north there of D.C. So again, power lines are coming down. We have power outages ramping up. As of right now, across the United States, we have over 385,000 customers without power. Most of them are in Michigan. That's from the ice storm that's been happening over here in northern Michigan. And then also some power outages in the upper peninsula of Michigan from a blizzard. But if we go back over to the East Coast, mainly in our risk area,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
we have quite a few people without power in Virginia, 10,000 customers. Maryland's at 1,400. Probably associated with those wires being down. North Carolina's at 9,000. South Carolina's about 1,000. Still about 35,000 over in Ohio. New tornado warning. We were talking about the storm about 5-10 minutes ago. A little discrete cell that's gone up. This is over near Edenton, Edenton, moving up towards Hertford. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm currently is moving to the northeast right now. It is a discrete cell that is tracking to the northeast, and it may drop a tornado at any moment. It went right over the water here a second ago, and it is now coming back onto land, going up U.S. Highway 17. We're going to have to watch this storm closely as it continues to move to the northeast. It had a pretty strong area of rotation offshore, so maybe even have a water spout. If you're over in Woodville or Elizabeth City or Camden, we need to be staying on alert as that storm moves northeast. We also got a little bit of broad rotation near the Oakski and Winton areas here of northeastern North Carolina. Hey, Dixon for the $10 super chat. The federal government issued an order sending all non-essential employees home by 2 p.m. I expect heavy traffic in D.C. and Northern Virginia for the next few hours. Well, good to know. Honestly, a little surprised by that. Most of the severe weather's happening like over the next 2 hours. So I feel like it's kind of early, but I mean, there will be another round of storms tonight, though, that could produce severe weather. Rotation is beginning to increase offshore, south of Bolivia, just south of Wilmington. So again, tornado risk should start to increase over the next hour or two up here to the north, or just down to the south of Wilmington. And no active warnings right now, but we'll be keeping an eye on this. Storms are trying to come ashore and might try to produce a tornado risk going up towards Jacksonville and some other surrounding areas. Hey, Doe, for the $20 super chat. Keep up the great work from Crossville, Tennessee. Appreciate you tuning in. You might have even seen some snow today. I'm not sure if you guys have seen snow over there. Yeah, we will have a line of thunderstorms, or at least some more severe weather tonight in DC. I think it will happen between like 5 and 8, so it's kind of around rush hour, so it's probably a good thing that people are going home early, to be honest. There's a lot of schools obviously closed today for the severe weather event too. You know, one thing I am a little concerned about today is that, like, let's say this event, like, obviously we're still early into the day. It's about 1 o'clock right now, but let's just say today's severe weather event doesn't necessarily transpire to the, like, moderate risk or something like that, right? And it ends up busting, which I wouldn't say this is a bust. I mean, we're obviously seeing severe weather, but let's just say it's not as widespread as it could be. What if there's another moderate risk in like 5 years or next year or whatever, and we have an actual tornado outbreak happening or a severe weather outbreak, and schools don't cancel for that, but they cancel for this, and they're like, well, the next time we have a moderate risk, we shouldn't cancel because it doesn't even, like, it might do this again, sort of thing. Which I'm not saying, again, this is a bust because we're still very early in the event, but it's definitely not lived up to the expectations so far through about 1 o'clock. And schools don't cancel, let's just say, for that next moderate risk of severe weather we have, and we actually have an outbreak, you know? Just a thought. Rotations beginning to increase in northeastern North Carolina near Ahoskie. They might issue a warning for that. That's going up towards Gatesville and Winton right now. Northeastern North Carolina is starting to pop a little bit. Hey, random for the $20 super chat. Can we get a quick update for Harrisburg, Pennsylvania? Should be mostly a damaging wind risk. And after this, you got one more round of storms later today. And then after that, you're done. Which that should be mostly a wind threat, maybe an isolated tornado. No longer a severe warning in central Pennsylvania near Lock Haven and Williamsport. Further south near Washington, D.C., we have a few severe warnings with mainly damaging winds. Got a little bit of rotation right now west of Stratford near Summer Duck. So 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit of rotation on those storms. And we have storm chaser Brandon Payne not too far from this line of thunderstorms near Farmville and Cumberland. See a lot of trees out here. Again, the reason why there's not many chasers out there today is because we are in literally a forest for a lot of these areas. And the elevation is, you know, not ideal. It makes it hard to see these storms. Do have a special weather statement for Raleigh, North Carolina. Gusty winds are moving into Raleigh right now. No active severe warnings for Raleigh. No active warnings at all, really, for Raleigh. It's a special weather statement with strong storms rolling in. Let's say a live look inside of Raleigh, North Carolina. See the storm rolling in right now at the North Carolina State Security Building here. Hey, Nicholas, for the super chat. What's the tornado threat looking like for Trenton, New Jersey? It's low. Tornado timing is going to be basically any time between now and 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. It's going to be a long time window because we'll have 2 different rounds of thunderstorms. Latest scan rotation's got a bit broader on this tornado warning. We got a large broad area of rotation right now near Winton and Ahoskie going up towards Gatesville. Sunbury's also in the path of that. I'll eventually be going towards Virginia Beach. So we're keeping an eye on that right now. Connor needs to wait till it's let up and find a hot tub. Connor might have to go find a hot tub. I don't know if he's going to want to chase snow ever again after what's happening up there right now with his windshield and all that stuff. Got a couple more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is from Bandana, Pennsylvania, near Hanover, actually, of the very low clouds here. Our lifting condensation level is very low today. It's pretty humid. Temperatures and dew points are very close together. So our clouds are naturally going to be pretty low. And clouds are still moving pretty quickly out there in the low levels. A lot of wind shear today. This is a time lapse from Bethesda, Maryland. It's actually a pretty cool time lapse. This is about 20 seconds long. Any money for the $10 super chat? Appreciate that. Well, no storm here, but cool clouds rolling through in Bethesda. We also have another photo from Hollitt's Quarters, Delaware, of dark clouds and strong winds. What is going on right there? Somebody leaving? Is that all sorts of trash just left out? Somebody put their table in the road? Or somebody having a yard sale? I can't tell what's going on there. I don't know if that's a yard sale or something else. I don't know who would be having a yard sale on a Monday, but hey, you never know. I've seen crazier stuff. If you have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Raleigh's starting to get hit by that strong line of thunderstorms. That's what it looks like out there in Raleigh now. You can see the rain coming down. Got a little shelf cloud off to the right. So some gusty winds making their way through the North Carolina State University campus. I'm not sure if North Carolina State is currently in session. Average Delaware citizen. Max, they're going to make a March Madness bracket. Wasn't planning on it. I do watch March Madness, but not like that much. North Carolina State is closed. Well, that's good to know. Storm chaser Brandon Payne is currently coming up on the line of thunderstorms that is west of Richmond, Virginia right now, with mainly a damaging wind risk, which is not even severe warning anymore. We're back down to 3 severe warnings. This is actually crazy. I'm not going to lie. I know we're not in the peak of the severe weather window yet, but it is now 1 o'clock. Our peak of severe weather is between now and 6 o'clock, mainly in this area. And elsewhere, we should still have a widespread damaging wind risk, but it's crazy. We only have 4 total warnings. I do want to point out, again, there are several storms now rotating over here around Wilmington. We do not have a tornado watch yet here in eastern North Carolina or eastern South Carolina, but storms are beginning to rotate. We do have a severe warning in Florida. This is over the Big Bend for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We did have a quarter-sized hail report earlier in Tallahassee. I submitted a photo a few hours ago. For those that submit photos and videos, we do not show every single one. We show as many as possible. But a lot of you guys submit photos and videos. We just try to pick the best ones out of the group, and we'll show those on stream. But it's a little bit difficult to show every single photo and video because we literally get thousands of submissions every time we go live. So we just try to pick like the best 5-10% of them and try to show those. I'm not saying your photo or video isn't good. It's just, again, we have so many that come in. We just pick like the main ones that we see. Hey, Surfer for the $10 super chat. This weather just made me go 6 to midnight. Hey, also, Ada for the $20 super chat. Appreciate all the work you do. Keep it up. Appreciate that. Thank you, Gabriel, for the super chat. Class is canceled at the University of Richmond. Yeah, a lot of campuses and a lot of schools in general have closed today because of the severe weather. We still have a tornado warning for Edenton, which is in Chowan, and as well as Perquins counties in North Carolina. This is radar indicated rotation. This expires in about 13 minutes. Rotation right now is over US Highway 17, moving up towards Woodville. You're over in Elizabeth City or Currituck. Definitely get ready for that storm. We also have some rotation still near Winton, but not enough for a tornado warning yet. Starting to see a little bit of clearing out in front of this. So if you're over near Virginia Beach, we need to be watching this storm closely. It's going to be heading up towards Chesapeake and Norfolk here soon. Thank you, Levi, for the $50 super chat. Thank you for your updates from East York, Pennsylvania. Whole family watches you for updates. Appreciate that. Hopefully your family's doing well. Federal employees are getting sent home. That's the report over in Washington, D.C. Or any federal employees sounds like are getting sent home at, I believe, 2 p.m. Eastern time, which would be in about an hour. We have a new severe warning. We are up to 5 warnings, guys. We just got 1 more. Holy moly. Severe thunderstorm warning south of Waycross for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We just increased the amount of warnings that we had by 25% in literally a second. Crazy. That'll be for Nahunta and Route US Highway 1 and 23. It's wild. At one point this morning, we had 7 or 8 tornado warnings at one moment. Like when we were live, we had like 8 tornado warnings. We're back down to 1, and we barely even have one. So strange. Strange how weather works. Lots of snow in Ewing, Virginia. We have snow falling down in the southeast right now. It is 31 degrees right now in Boaz, Alabama. Over in Chattanooga, it is also snowing right now in Chattanooga. We have winter weather advisories in effect just north of Atlanta, Georgia. These are the same areas that also saw severe weather no less than like 12 hours ago. Temperatures are dropping rapidly. It's down to 38 degrees in Bartow County. Snow goes all the way down here into southern, almost as far south as Montgomery. I'm not sure if it's snowing in Montgomery right now, but if it is, the temperatures are going to be right around 34, 35 degrees. So there could be some snowflakes mixing in with rain. Over the last few radar scans, still have a little bit of rotation approaching Holden Beach, Oak Island. And tornado risk should increase over the next hour or two here in North Carolina. Multiple storms going up now. Almost every one of these storms has at least a little bit of rotation. And tornado warning still continues in northeastern North Carolina. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a metal scale discussion for northern Florida, southeast Georgia, and coastal South Carolina. Just going to continue to see storms across this area. It seems like the tornado threat is starting to die off here. It is mostly a QLCS tornado threat as well. Tornadoes up to 130 miles an hour, wind to 70 miles an hour, and hail less than 1.25 inches in diameter. I don't know if they're going to issue a severe watch or a tornado watch for that southern portion. They did not mention that in the watch.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, most probable peak intensity for tornadoes up to 130 miles per hour. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour are also going to be possible. And then hail is not really much of a concern. And that would be for areas like Jacksonville and other surrounding locations. So definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. And again, we'll be live covering this throughout the afternoon. Thank you, and Anxiety, for the super chat. We don't really have any major updates on Virginia right now. Again, most of the threat that we're looking at would be right here west of Virginia Beach. We got a couple storms again rotating, heading in that direction, going towards Chesapeake. West of Richmond, Virginia, we have a strong line of thunderstorms here that is producing some gusty winds. Nothing currently severe with this line. You can actually see the clouds moving really quickly here. This is Storm Chaser Moderate Motley. You might be able to see a shelf cloud here soon. Down over up near Washington, D.C., mostly strong to severe storms. Nothing currently tornadic. We do have tornado possible tag on the storm near Fairfax, but I'm not seeing anything rotating. It's mostly just strong storms here. Got a lot more damage reports coming out of the Germantown area of wires down on one of these roads. There's actually multiple roads over here north of Germantown that have wires down. So there's 3 separate reports of wires down north of Germantown, Maryland. Pennsylvania, we have no active warnings either. So it's all strong storms, nothing currently severe. Shout out to Redneck for the $20 super chat. The same area of North Carolina where storms are expected is the same area where it refused to snow during the last winter storm. Hey, maybe it refuses to produce severe weather. I think we'll take it if it refuses to produce severe weather. But I mean, there are now several storms rotating, so I do think the risk is actually increasing now in eastern North Carolina. I think it's just a matter of time until this thing really starts to cook, because we got multiple storms now rotating. We got one west of Jacksonville that's rotating. We got one near Clinton that's rotating. So things are starting to pick up a little bit here down near Jacksonville. That'll be heading up towards New Bern here pretty soon too. Definitely mostly a damaging wind risk, but it's trying to develop a little hook there. Shout out to Stephanie with the super chat. Be safe. Thanks, Max and friends, for keeping us alert. No problem at all. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Wendy, for becoming a member. Is Connor moving again? I haven't even looked. I don't think he is. No, I think Connor's cooked. Connor looks cooked. He just jumped out his window, I think. Or maybe? Did he just jump out his window? Let me put Connor in slot 3. I think he's stuck again. What is that right there? Is that a trash bag? So it looks like over in Raleigh, North Carolina right now, we just had some strong storms roll through. I do want to remind you again, another line of thunderstorms is possible later this afternoon, so we could have more severe weather in Raleigh. But yeah, storm chaser Connor Croft, I believe, is stuck. It's over in Trenary, Michigan. So yeah, again, blizzard conditions still ongoing. He's gotten stuck, I think, 2 separate times now. Connor looks very stuck. He is literally very stuck right now. There's no doubt about that. Hey, Levi for the super chat. What should we expect for Smithfield, North Carolina this afternoon, or is the threat over? Let me look where Smithfield is. My sister lives in Upper Michigan. Michigan's had some crazy weather. Smithfield, in the short term, some gusty winds. Long term, maybe an isolated tornado risk, but mostly a wind threat. There will be another line of thunderstorms later today. Got a little bit more of a hook developing west of Jacksonville here in North Carolina. A little bit of rotation right now approaching Jacksonville, North Carolina, going towards Piney Green, Half Moon, Catherine Lake, just south of Richlands. That is moving to the northeast right now, west of Havelock. Storm Chaser, Storm Intermediate is kind of on the going in that direction right now, going south. They've been on Interstate 587. Got a couple other storms going up also down to their southwest near Clinton and Mount Olive. A little bit of gusty winds is possible with those storms, and a little bit of rotation starting to develop there. Our only active tornado warning right now is southwest of Elizabeth City for the next 5 minutes. I do not think they're going to continue this tornado warning, but still got a little bit of rotation. If there were to be a tornado, it's on the south side of Hertford. And going up towards New Hope proper, White Hat Landing, and then eventually going towards Woodville. Elizabeth City Regional Airport will be in the track of that storm here soon as well. A little bit of broad rotation still near Winton. This is going to be moving up towards Chesapeake and as well as Virginia Beach. So tornado risk is definitely still not zero for that area. We're still monitoring that storm closely. And west of Richmond, Virginia, we got strong storms. Nothing severe right now. Look how fast the clouds are moving. This is, again, Storm Chaser, moderate motley. You can just see again, clouds are moving so fast right now. The low-level winds are very intense. Hey, Colin for the $10 super chat. Connor should have just stayed in that tub. Hey, also Sonny Bear for the $10 super chat. Thank you for keeping us and the rescue pups up to date and safe. We're in Spotsylvania, Virginia. Appreciate you tuning in. And yeah, luckily it looks like mostly just some 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. Nothing beyond that currently with this line. Snow 1, Connor 0. No, it's Snow 2, Connor 0. Connor's gotten stuck 2 separate times now. It's not once, it's been twice. I mean, it's literally blizzard conditions out there. Like, he is fully stuck. I don't know how he's going to get unstuck, but I don't know how he got unstuck last time. I didn't see. I don't know if he did it himself or somebody came by.
I didn't know you were shoveling again. I just hooked up the strap.
I think they're probably shoveling out his car, but there's been no snowplows recently either. We are about 2.5 minutes from having no tornado warnings unless they issue a new one for that storm or something else. I haven't really seen anything else that deserves a warning right now, but the one near Jacksonville, North Carolina has my attention still. We got a broad area of rotation moving northeast towards Half Moon. Going towards Richlands and the Holman Forest. US Highway 17 is going to be in the path of that as well. Is there an app for Max? A lot of you guys are asking for it. I feel like we got to make something happen. A max velocity weather app? We would call it Max Weather, I think. Be a banger name. Hey, Donald, for the $10 super chat. What does it look like for central Pennsylvania? Mostly looking at a damaging wind risk. Isolated tornado threat, though, could exist. They have gone ahead and issued a tornado possible severe warning here for Jacksonville, North Carolina, Richlands, and Trenton. Rotation right now is on Highway 53 right now, moving northeast. Hey, Phoenix, to the $20 or $10 super chat. I heard the update from Riley for North Florida. What does it mean in terms of tornado risks for Columbia and Duval? It should be a pretty low tornado risk. I mean, most of the activity here is linear. So in general, our tornado risk is going to be on the lower side of things, but it's definitely not zero. There's a little bit of convergence, though, trying to come together here near Jacksonville. We got some pretty strong downburst winds, which could maybe lead to a localized tornado threat near Jacksonville over the next hour. Mostly a wind threat, though, right now. Southwest and northwest of Jacksonville. Won't be surprised if we got a severe warning for Jacksonville, Florida here in a moment. We got 60 to 70 mile per hour winds right now, moving directly into Jacksonville and surrounding locations. We do have one severe warning currently in Florida. That's for Cross City and the Big Bend. That's for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We've had a few storms going up around Ocala, the Villages, Gainesville, but those are all just strong storms, not really looking at much of a tornado risk right now. We do have a severe warning still in Georgia for just south of Waycross and Blackshear. That is for 60 mile per hour winds and a little bit of dime-sized hail. Thank you, Poise, for becoming a member. Thank you, Becky, for the super chat. And also, thank you to Rahas for the Ross for the super chat. I'm in Spotsylvania, Pennsylvania. How bad will my area be? Probably just a wind threat, mainly 60 mile per hour winds. Tornado warning in North Carolina has been allowed to expire. We are watching this storm near Jacksonville for a potential tornado risk heading up towards New Bern here soon. That is moving to the northeast. Yeah, we're sitting at 3 severe warnings right now. I think for Port Royal, South Carolina, should be mostly a wind threat, low tornado risk. Yeah, we talked about this last night. I know we're still early in the event. I don't want to downplay anything that's happening, but we were talking about this last night, how today literally could, I was surprised by there being a moderate risk and a 15% tornado risk. Like, I don't know, something might change in the next hour that changes my mind about this event, but we at the end of last night's stream, we talked about it. We looked at models, all that stuff. I'm really shocked that we even had a moderate risk going into today, but at the same time, also having a 15% tornado risk, I thought was a complete overkill. And this moderate risk of severe weather, we have no active warnings in. The most intense line of thunderstorms should be happening right now. And again, maybe something changes. All right, I don't want to downplay anything that's happening right now, but I've just got to be honest. Like, this event in general has not met expectations at all for me in terms of wind and also obviously tornadoes, but because our peak severe weather threat should be from now until 6, and I know we're at 1:15 right now. It's early, but a lot would have to change for us to see an outbreak here of severe weather. There's been a pretty big, at least severe wind event that's happened. Obviously, we've had a lot of damage reports. We've had a little under 100 over the last 12 hours here from Maryland back into South Carolina, but can't say I haven't talked about how this literally could just be a kind of a dud when it comes to everything, which again, hopefully it is, but it's just it's not a good thing if we have a moderate risk of severe weather and we don't have an actual outbreak, because the next time we have a moderate risk, people are not going to take it as seriously. It's the same thing with like a winter storm, for example. If we have blizzard warnings for 12 to 24 inches or 18 to 24 inches of snow and you only get like 4 inches of snow, it's kind of the same thing. The next time you get a warning like that, you're not going to have it. It's not going to be taken as seriously, We do have a new tornado watch that was just issued for North Carolina and South Carolina. This goes until 8 o'clock Eastern time. That'll include Raleigh, Greenville, New Bern, Jacksonville, Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, and Florence back towards Kill Devil Hills, where a few tornadoes are likely. Isolated hail to the size of quarters is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is likely. Being a dud is a blessing. It's good to have, again, it's good that severe weather events bust, but the problem will come with the risk that's outlined. Again, when you get a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather, you are expecting a higher end weather event to happen, a higher end severe weather event. And if it, again, I know we're still early in the event. It's only 12:30. I mean, it's still very early, or 1:30, whatever time it is. It's 1:30 almost. I know it's still early, but like, let's just say this ends up being the event. This is not good when it comes to public alerting for an event like this. Now, yesterday, I think some of you guys, I saw a couple people say in the chat yesterday was a dud too, but yesterday wasn't a dud. I mean, we had widespread damaging winds. The wind threat verified. The only thing that didn't really verify was the tornado threat. That didn't verify really at all. We had maybe a couple tornadoes, and that was about it. But I also think this has to go along with the fact that, again, this is obviously a very favorable corridor for severe weather today. There's no doubt about that. But the mode and all the convection that we've had out there so far today has hindered the environment quite a bit. Maybe it recovers over the next few hours, but definitely no guarantees of that. I also think it's a little bit more complicated because obviously when we have these new SPC outlooks, obviously the SPC outlooks are new. This is your conversion table when it comes to probability of seeing a certain risk of severe weather. Our wind risk for today is a 60% SIG 1, which would classify as a moderate risk of severe weather. That is why we have a moderate risk. We had a 15% SIG 1 tornado risk, which would be an enhanced risk of severe weather. And I know this is complicated to look at. This is what we had. I don't think a 60% wind risk really made sense at all today. I think it would have made sense if we were in one of these two categories, maybe, at worst case scenario. And tornado risk, I also said yesterday, 15% seemed crazy, and it obviously is no longer a 15% tornado risk. It's a 10%, which still would classify as an enhanced risk since we have a SIG 1, which means strong tornadoes are possible. I just think a moderate risk is a complete overkill for today. And it was issued, obviously, over a day in advance, which makes it harder to justify just taking it off the table during a risk of severe weather. But we only have 4 active severe warnings, so we are sitting at a low number right now. Obviously, we're in a transition period when it comes to our severe weather, as we did have, again, a couple hours ago, a line of thunderstorms that was from last night's storm kind of weaking out now. That was producing a bunch of tornado warnings and severe warnings. And now we're back to a kind of a new line of thunderstorms that's trying to develop. We do have a new severe warning that is issued for Jacksonville, Florida. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is going to be tracking up into Jacksonville over the next few minutes. And also on the north side of Fruit Cove, Orange Park is in the path of this. So if you're in this warning, definitely stay away from windows. If we have any cameras that might have a view of this, you can feel free to put it in slot 3. There's some Florida traffic cameras in this area. Not sure if any of them are looking at the sky, though. Somebody just said in the chat, sirens are going off for me. I don't know why sirens are going off for you right now. I don't have any active tornado warnings. This is over in our Florida severe warning, where the winds are up to 60 miles per hour. Your seatbelt is your lucky charm. What a street sign. Over here in Florida. You need to have a stuck car counter with just Connor counted. Honestly, Connor's been stuck twice. We can put him in there twice. 2 separate times. We got a little bit more rotation coming together on the storm near Jacksonville, North Carolina. So a little bit more rotation now on the latest scan. We got another velocity scan coming in right now. That is right over the Albert J. Ellis Airport near Back Swamp, going up towards Gregory Forks and Richlands. Also approaching the Hoffman Forest. So a little bit more rotation over the last couple scans. So maybe, just maybe, there is a potential for a tornado with this storm as it continues to move to the northeast. The rotation's definitely a little bit more organized than before. Velocities from the radar site down to the southwest are also showing at least a broad area of rotation in the mid-levels. This is on the cusp, I'd say, of a tornado warning. I mean, it's a 3 out of 10 on the velocity scale, so it's not super strong rotation. It's on the lower side, but if it gets up any higher than a 3, usually we get tornado warnings. At least with a storm like this. Got quite a bit of lightning currently over in the Richlands area and east of Belleville. So if you're over in New Bern or James City, we need to be staying on alert for this storm as it continues to move to the northeast. So at least a low-end chance of a tornado with this storm. Quarter-size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds currently happening too right now. This is back over to storm chaser Brandon Payne. You can see the line of thunderstorms just off to his west, moving towards Richmond. Got some gusty winds coming in. Pretty ominous skies out there. Also, over in Jacksonville, the winds have intensified a lot here over the last couple minutes. Got also some lightning. A lot of water on the roadways as well, so hydroplaning is obviously a possibility. Hey, King for the super chat, say a flop. I wouldn't say today's a bust, flop, or dud yet until we actually have our main window of severe weather happen, so we'll just kind of have to wait and see what happens. You Epic for the super chat. Is Salisbury, Maryland in the danger? I should have hide in my bathroom. If you're on a warning, then I would probably do so, but if not, I think you're fine. We now have a 10% tornado risk. Yeah, the tornado risk was downgraded 10%. No longer a 15%. We got a new radar scan coming in on the storm here in just a second. Thank you, Cookie, for the super chat. Velocity should update in a second. So it's going right over the Albert J. Ellis Airport. Latest scan showing still a pretty good surge of wind. A little bit of rotation once again right now over the northwest side of Catherine Lake, moving towards Richlands and Hoffman Forest. It's all rain-wrapped rotation. It's not very organized, but still trying. Just south of Bolivia, most of this is just wind at this point. Not really a whole lot of rotation. A little bit of rotation maybe offshore, but not anything too organized. Still watching these storms the closest right now inside of our tornado watch polygon. What software do you use? I'm using Radar Omega right now, and then we have our own proprietary software stuff like cameras and stuff on this here. This is our like camera map program. There's a lot of things we can do on here. But we have over 45,000 cameras in this program. We have right now about 20 chasers out there, or at least to some extent out there. You can also see all the different reports that you guys send in. All these different like icons, these gray icons are reports, like photos and stuff like that that are sent in. So pretty cool. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. First off, I want to talk about an update to our winter side of things that we just had. They did go ahead and cancel a bunch of these blizzard warnings for portions of Minnesota and Wisconsin, and it sounds like NWS Green Bay and NWS Milwaukee and NWS La Crosse will be following suit here pretty soon. A few statistics that we do have on what's gone down so far. In Minnesota, we have had 651 reports of vehicles off-road, 464 crashes with vehicles involving property damage, 46 spinouts, 40 injuries, 19 jackknife semis, and then unfortunately 1 fatality as well. In Iowa, we've had 99 total crashes, 86 involving property damage, 12 with an injury, and unfortunately, we did just get confirmation that there was a fatality there as well. We have not gotten reports from the Wisconsin Department of Travel or State Patrol yet, but from what it sounds like, a lot of the roads in Wisconsin have been closed, so there hasn't been a lot of travel. So hopefully we'll hear good things when we finally do get an update from them. In terms of our warm sector, just a little update on that. It's essentially the same story that it has been. We're still just seeing a little bit too much convection to see anything in terms of proper instability forming, and that is going to hold off the tornado threat, it seems like, for a basically undetermined amount of time, hopefully throughout the rest of the event. The other thing that is important to mention is that we are going to see a redevelopment of the damaging wind line some point across the Carolinas and Virginia as well. I do not think the second line is going to pose much of a tornado threat, if at all. It should be pretty elevated, but I think one of the reasons that they did continue the moderate risk is because we're going to see damaging winds in the same area twice. So instead of basically just having stronger intensity winds over an area, since we're seeing storms move through the same area twice, it is technically on paper more likely to verify a moderate risk, even though it's the intensity of a slight risk twice.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. We have now gotten over, I believe, 100 reports on the day, or we're at least nearing it. We're at 83. So we got a few new reports that have come out. This is kind of where we left off. Most recent report that we have is back over in York, Pennsylvania, of trees down on wires along Castle Road. By the way, if we put something like this on our website, would you guys use this? This is just something I've been toying around with. We basically have this like reports thing where you can go from report to report, details and stuff like that. You guys want this on our website? We do have a reports thing already, but this would be kind of cool, I think, to add. We're also going to change the map. Obviously, it's hard to see everything, but we have a new tornado possible severe warning in Wilmington, Bolivia, and Burgaw and Hampstead here in North Carolina. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a little bit of rotation coming from offshore, moving inland here over the next few minutes. So if you're in this severe warning, stay away from windows. Got a lot of storms going up. Damaging winds, the main concern. Got quite a bit of lightning, too. Let me put storm intermediate in like slot 1 or something. Shout out to James with the super chat. Sorry, I don't like the video as often as I watch. Next beer is on me, Max, from Central Illinois. Low key might get one after this severe weather stretch. You know, the good news about the weather after this severe weather event is it looks a lot quieter, at least for about a week. We're gonna have a video tomorrow morning talking all about it. I know we didn't have a video today, mainly because we're live, obviously. But again, after this severe weather event's done, this is what it looks like today. Again, big storm, powerful cyclone here north of New England. Actually, it might become a bomb cyclone tonight in Canada. But once we go into Wednesday, a little bit of snow here across parts of the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, very light to moderate. By Friday, Saturday, Sunday, not really looking at much. Maybe a Alberta clipper in the Northeast. Middle to end of next week would be the next chance maybe of severe weather. I'm looking March 24th to 5th maybe for a big time storm system. Could be similar to this one actually when it comes to snow and also severe weather, kind of the positioning of it. But this is granted very far out from now. We're about 10 days from this even happening, maybe 9 days out from this happening. Next big severe weather event be around that time frame. And I think April's going to be crazy. I think April's going to be a very active month. But we will have a good 7-day stretch where I'm going to be taking quite the break from just being live and get some much needed sleep. And also on top of that, we're going to get a lot of work done. We have a lot of cool things coming, guys. I mean, I know we have had a lot of big releases like our website. We've had a lot of stream things released too over the last couple of months and weeks. And we're going to have even more coming in April. So stay tuned. Got a lot of upgrades for the weather coverage coming. Thank you, James, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. I think I just read that. But we have some major upgrades coming to the weather studio in about a week. I actually have Riley coming out here to help with some of the big upgrades that we're going to be doing. So not any of them will be seen on stream, I don't think, for a little bit, but we'll have them up and going probably pretty quickly since the weather will be quiet. We have a new tornado watch for Florida and Georgia that was just issued. We'll have the tornado watch in a second. That'll include parts of southeastern Georgia, and I think it'll include central northern Florida. I wonder if I'm in the tornado watch. Kind of doxing where I am, but just out of curiosity. I'm in Florida. We do have a new tornado watch that's going to include Jacksonville, Brunswick, St. Augustine, back into Leesburg, Spring Hill, and Ocala. So it's going until 8 o'clock Eastern time, where a couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is also possible, and then isolated quarter-sized hail. Just got my text from the Max Alert for the Tornado Watch. W. Who has Max Alert in the chat? Let me know in the chat if you guys have Max Alert. Got a lot of you guys that have signed up. Thank you, Whiskey, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Cypher, for the super chat. Jacksonville, Florida is getting pounded with rain and thunderstorms right now. Yeah, Jacksonville's got a pretty strong storm going through right now. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds all on the southwest side. North side is mostly just strong storms, nothing really severe there. And then we got a line of storms right behind it. So we at least got another wind risk coming for you guys. Maybe an isolated tornado threat. I do, but no phone calls yet with a sad face. Why is that a sad face? I feel like it's a good thing. If I'm not calling you, that's a good thing. I would consider that a win. If you guys don't know what Max Alert is, it's basically a thing where I phone call you. I'll give you a call. It's basically pre-recorded lines, but I give you a call if you're under a tornado warning or a severe warning or any sort of extreme weather warning. And so if you want to check it out, it's maxalert.net. There's a link down below. Hey, Deep for the super chat. Looks like Braden Payne is in Maiden's Landing, about 30 minutes south of me. Just a lot of rain at this point. It's kind of a mix. Yeah, you can see the locations here. We got Storm Chaser Brandon Payne here near Goochland. Got a little shelf cloud right beyond the trees there. Again, it's not really much, but it's something. Some gusty winds possible. And then you got Storm Chaser Moderate Motley, who is also in this area. And then Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers of south of Richmond. What number does Max Alert call from? You should get an email with all the details. Is Connor Cruff out yet, or is he still stuck? Connor is still stuck in the snow. It is on next levels of shocked right now over in Chenery, Michigan. Yeah, a blizzard and our very own Storm Chaser just stuck up there in the snow. Feel bad for Connor. He's gotten stuck 2 separate times now today. And it is blustery, it's windy, it's cold. It is not ideal. Tornado watch has been canceled for Charlotte, Winston-Salem, and Lexington. I do want to remind you guys, again, another line of storms is going to be coming later today. So that could produce some more damaging winds. I got a call this morning in Anderson, South Carolina. Nice. West of New Bern in North Carolina, we still have a severe warning here with a tornado possible tag. Right now, the rotation is pretty weak, but it is currently tracking to the northeast, going towards New Bern. We have a little mini cell that has gone up just to the northwest of New Bern that has a very tiny area of rotation, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's going off to the northeast right now. The storm that was rotating near Elizabeth City, that one's dying out. Got a little bit of rotation, actually, south of Virginia Beach. We need to watch this right here. A little bit of rotation just south of Virginia Beach, heading towards Chesapeake. Right now, there's a small little hook on this storm. So maybe an isolated tornado threat here in the next half hour if you're over near Virginia Beach. I know we have quite a bit of people that watch from that area. So if you're in Virginia Beach, definitely stay alert for this storm. Got multiple little storms going up there right now. All of them with little hooks, but that's the main one right there. In terms of the velocity scale, it's about a 3. Just east of the Dismal Swamp State Park, near the Cavalier State Wildlife Management Area. We can switch camera 3 to something else. Check on Maryland. Don't have any severe warnings in Maryland. We've had a lot of damage reports from our storms earlier, but pretty long line of thunderstorms has developed with scattered gusty winds. No tornado risk right now, at least that's imminent. Maybe a very weak area of rotation near Independent Hill that is southwest of Washington, D.C. That'll track towards Washington, D.C. here soon. And some gusty winds off to the north there. Wow, look at that. This is Brandon Payne's view of that shelf cloud. Or he had a view of it a second ago. That actually looked like a pretty good shelf cloud. It was bottom middle of your screen. Keep an eye bottom middle of your screen. Pretty decent looking shelf cloud there. Off to the west of Richmond. Over in Pennsylvania, mostly strong storms up here. Nothing severe at this moment. We do have a tornado watch again until 8 o'clock tonight. I do not see anything severe right now. Is today a bust? I wouldn't say it's a bust yet, but it's definitely trending that direction. They flared for the super chat. Talked to my fish friends in the Atlantic. They said they're doing all right. Good to know. I'm glad your fish friends are doing all right down there. Got a little bit of weak rotation still north of Richlands in North Carolina, heading towards Trenton. Latest scan is even broader, so not much going there either. It's honestly impressive how little we are seeing right now on radar. Hopefully this doesn't like go into a crazy outbreak in like an hour, but Things have been very chill for the last hour or so. Hey, Robert, for the $10 super chat. I'm on vacation in Aruba from Lynchburg, Virginia. Are we going to get snow on the backside? Maybe a little bit tomorrow. Maybe a little bit of snow tomorrow morning. There won't be a whole lot. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. And if you guys have photos and videos, you can send it in to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a link in the description. This was sent in from Fenton, Alabama, over in the Boaz area. Accumulating snow in Boaz. Again, crazy stuff that we're seeing in Alabama right now. We've had upwards of an inch of snowfall accumulation today in northern Alabama. Probably one of the most surprising things of the day today. This is also from Greenville, North Carolina. At the East Carolina University, classes are canceled as the storms roll in. Here's a photo from Marquette, Michigan. My goodness, those are huge snow drifts. A little snow outside, just a little bit. Is anybody else tuning in from the Midwest right now in the winter storm area? That's insane. This is from Stafford County, Virginia. Clouds are getting darker and a little bit more interesting in Stratford as the sun comes out a little bit before the storm hits. A little bit of scud. That's not really a wall cloud, just a little scud. Often mistaken for a tornado funnel or wall cloud. It's over in Orange Park, Florida. Got a little bit of hail falling over in Orange Park. I believe that's over on the southwest side there of Jacksonville. If you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. Feel free to send in any photos and videos you have of the storms, snow, or basically anything. Feel free to send it in. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. That rotation developing south of Virginia Beach is starting to weaken, so that one's not as intense anymore. There's a little bit of a rotation west of Currituck in far northeastern North Carolina. Got a little discrete cell that's been trying to go up north of Bethel. That's going to be going up towards Hoskie and Hartford and Windsor. A little bit of rotation on that starting to develop. So got some severe storms right along the Carolina coastline, south of Kingston, all the way back down towards Bolivia and Wilmington, with damaging winds around 60 miles per hour possible. There's also a tornado possible tag, but for the most part, the rotation has been very weak on this area of storms. I'm not seeing any defined areas of rotation anywhere within this cluster of thunderstorms that's gone up here in far eastern North Carolina. This is all the Diet Coke I've gone through in the last 24 hours. It is actually bad. Caffeine is needed. I would have my iced coffee, but again, there's way too much creamer in it. Is that like, you guys see this at the very bottom of this cup? You guys see this? I think that might be like sugar or cane syrup or something. That might be like the French vanilla thing on the very bottom of this McDonald's iced coffee. I just noticed that. That's actually kind of crazy. That is a lot of sugar. Drink water? Well, I need caffeine. I got like no sleep last night. Hey, Trevor, for the super chat, in your opinion, why are no tornadoes dropped from any of these storms between today and yesterday? Well, yesterday, the dew points were too low. There wasn't enough moisture. Today, there's just so much convection, and the line of thunderstorms that's developed is just tracking too far to these too quickly, and we've had way too much convection. Really, I'm surprised we even had a 10% or 15% tornado risk today. Like, I mean, we talked about this last night. We talked about it a few times. I don't understand it. I mean, even if things start to ramp up here in the next couple hours, like, I just don't get it. I mean, the only area it makes sense, in my opinion, is here. This is our tornado risk. It's now at 10%. It was a 15% earlier. They did downgrade the tornado risk, but it doesn't make any sense to me. I get today's environment is super favorable if storms are, like, if we actually have discrete cells and all that, but East Coast severe weather events, this happens so often where we have just, it's basically the remnants. It's almost like the leftovers of the day before's event a lot of the time. And that's what's happening today. And the leftovers are too much. We have too much chicken. I don't even know. I was going to make like a reference to a chicken dish or something, but basically whatever we had left over from yesterday, let's say yesterday was a steak dinner with some french fries on the side. We only have about 1 ounce of that steak left, along with maybe 3 french fries. That steak was 20 ounces. I don't know. It's basically what today is. So it feels like, at least. They shaded for the super chat. Filled up in appetizers, basically. Yesterday was the main entree, and today is the remnants of it. We had a lot of tornado damage. This is from Storm Chaser Rob McBay. This is tornado damage from yesterday in 5 Points, Tennessee. Somebody put Rob McBay in slot, I don't know, 3 probably. Eat some lunch, bro? I'm going to have to eat lunch. What am I getting for lunch, guys? What do we think? I'm going to need food. I'm starving. Any concern in Orlando? Mainly a damaging wind risk. There's a lot of people out here helping the cleanup efforts. Again, likely tornado yesterday in 5 Points. Everybody's saying Wawa. I just had Wawa yesterday. Panda Express. Low key, Panda sounds good. Do we? Right, look at Pandas on DoorDash. Panda might slap. Want some of that orange fried chicken and also that I think it's whatever that Rangoon is, cream cheese Rangoon, Ragoon. Please say it's on there. That actually sounds good. Thank you, Cindy, for the $10 super chat saying starting to get ugly in Matthews, Virginia. Wind just turned and picked up, and the thunder is shaking the building, and rain is starting to get heavier. Appreciate the report. We got several strong storms out there just to the north and west there of Richmond. Over in Washington, D.C., strong storms approaching. No severe warning right now for the D.C. area. It's mostly just gusty winds. Oh, I literally just want the entree or whatever it is, like just the meat on its own. Culver's cheese curds. I actually had cheese curds yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw. Let's get fried rice then or something. We should get soy sauce too. I don't know if you guys saw this yesterday, but we did have cheese curds. Good news is that they have not worked, or they kind of have. I mean, yesterday it worked. Today it hasn't, but also this is right before yesterday's live stream. Cheese curd, having a great time. Very happy cat. For our marathon of severe weather coverage began. This is some of the tornado damage from last night over in 5 Points. Basically with an Aflac commercial happening in the front of it, but big tornado damage here from last night. We think this was a tornado at 5 Points in Tennessee. Hey, Gail, for the $10 super chat. You gave us time to get to a cinder block gas station several times. I'm glad I could help with that. Hey, Surfer, for the super chat. Couple of quesadillas from Taco Bell sounds nice, or 8 chicken fingers, the good kind. I'm getting Panda. Hey, Jeremy, for the super chat. Matthews County, Virginia, heavy rain and a lot of thunder. We are on Chesapeake Bay. Yeah, we got a little bit of, again, down here near Virginia Beach, we got some strong storms. They've been rotating, but they've definitely been weakening as they get closer to the coastline. There's not as much organized rotation anymore. Mostly just strong storms moving off to the northeast. Tornado risk is definitely a little bit lower here. And back down towards Jacksonville, Wilmington, and Bolivia. We got a lot of storms that have gone up here, mostly Strong to severe storms, nothing currently that is producing a tornado. We've gotten a little bit more rotation, though, over the last 15 minutes north of Wilmington. Just not enough, again, for a tornado warning. Might actually be a little bit of rotation on this little back-end hook near U.S. Highway 481. And again, that's moving to the northeast right now. All right, we're getting Panda Express. That is the final verdict. This is some of that tornado damage, again, from last night over at 5 points. Chaser Rob McBay is there. He's also live inside of the Radar Omega app. There was a tornado warning for this area. Lots of tree damage. We had lots of structures damaged as well in this area. Five Guys. I have never had a Five Guys burger. I've only had their fries, but it's so expensive. Like, I don't want to spend $20 on a meal. I'm saying that, and I'm probably gonna get a steak dinner tonight, so I probably will be, but still, $20 for fast food's a lot. Hey, you want to become a member? New Jersey prediction around 3 to 7. Should be mostly a wind risk around that time, low tornado risk. Five Guys is so good. Is it worth the price? I'll have to try a burger sometime. I've never had it. Like, I've only had their fries. Their fries are pretty solid. That's the only time I ever got is literally get their fries. I think they had a hot dog there one time too. I don't know what goes on with their hot dogs, but I got a hot dog because it was cheaper. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. That was when I was seriously not spending anything on food. New 60-mile-per-hour severe warning in Pennsylvania near Jim Thorpe, going towards Interstate 80 for 60-mile-per-hour winds, going towards Milford. Hey, Bugs to the super chat. How's Milton, Pennsylvania looking for a tornado threat? I think the tornado risk across Pennsylvania is pretty low. Wouldn't say it's zero, but it's definitely low. You can even see an isolated tornado up in New York today. We got some strong storms going up right now in central southern New York. Crumb with the super chat asked about Brunswick, Georgia. I need to travel to Jacksonville today. I'm not trying to get caught up in it. Should be mostly a damaging wind threat and maybe an isolated tornado risk, but mostly wind at this point. Got strong storms making their way currently into Washington, D.C. No severe warning actively, but large line of thunderstorms stretching across much of Maryland, down to Spotsylvania right now. Got more reports of trees down off to the west of this line. This line has been consistently knocking down trees and also power lines. We are still monitoring this cluster of thunderstorms down to the south and east of Greenville. We got several areas of rotation starting to pick up now. So north of New Bern might not be completely chocked with this tornado threat. We got a few areas of rotation now developing. We got one east of Greenville. We got another one near Vanceboro, another one near Cove City. So several areas of rotation starting to pick up now off to the west of northwest of New Bern. We'll see if any of these can materialize. We got lots of different little cells that are going up now. This one east of Greenville would be the one to really watch for. Thanks, Spit, for the $10 super chat. We got Storm Runner Media on the bottom left of your screen. I think they're near this storm. I don't know what direction they've gone. Their location isn't updating, but area of rotation is just northwest of Washington. We got several areas of rotation, but they're all outside of our active severe warnings right now. Here comes our next radar scan. Yeah, definitely seeing an increasing amount of rotation now. West and also east of Vanceboro. These are all little circulations within these tiny little supercells that have gone up. They're both semi-discrete. So if you're over here near Washington, Bellhaven, Winterville, or New Bern, we need to watch this closely. This is some more of that tornado damage from last night. From Storm Chaser Rob McBay. Over in 5 points. Again, this is live. It's on the bottom left, bottom right of your screen. Keep that there. Another special marine warning. We've had a lot of special marine warnings issued here recently. Do you guys like the special marine warning alerts popping up? Just out of curiosity. I mean, they are technically related to these storms, so. Thank you, Wendy's, for the super chat. Donation for Max's steak fund includes the one he didn't get to enjoy. I appreciate that. Got a little bit of broad rotation, very far southwest of Washington, D.C. Again, I don't think it's going to ever get tornado warned, but mostly a gusty wind threat coming up into D.C. right now, going towards DCA Airport. Here's some more of that tornado damage in 5 Points, Tennessee. All right, this had to have been a tornado, just by looking at all the damage. There's just no way it wasn't. The National Weather Service obviously will be surveying this area today. They are probably doing that right now. Hey, Percy, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Got power crews here. You got all sorts of first responders. Hey, Taman here for the super chat. Also, it's for the super chat. Keep that bottom right of your screen. Latest radar scan showing stronger rotation developing down near Vanceboro. I'm going to be honest, we might not be far away from getting at least a severe thunderstorm warning for this. Maybe a tornado warning if it keeps ramping up. That rotation's ramped up quite a bit, scan over scan. Just to the west of New Bern. Or northwest of New Bern near Vanceboro. We have Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, I believe, en route for that. There's also another area of rotation northwest of Washington. They've issued a massive severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. East of Wilson, north of Jacksonville. So this entire area got a lot of little discrete and semi-discrete cells all going up around each other. So we could end up seeing one of these try to produce a tornado here soon. Is West Virginia in the tornado watch? West Virginia is not. Only like one county is in it. I missed it. Did Connor get unstuck? I don't think so. Nope. Connor's been stuck, I think, for almost an hour. In the blizzard in Michigan. Got another area of rotation also directly west and southwest of New Bern. I've been saying this, but I think this is really the area to watch for the best chance of tornadoes over the next few hours and just generally today. And so far, it looks like it's heading that direction. I mean, we have several areas of rotation developing. I think it's going to be only a little bit more time until we start to see a bunch of tornado warnings get issued for this area. At least one or two, but maybe several. Connor's in a bad situation. He is. Been stuck there for, I think, around an hour now. By the way, shout out to Henry with the PayPal donation. I appreciate that. Also, Jonathan with the Venmo donation earlier. We appreciate the support. If things go the way we talked about last night, I mean, this is literally the area where the greatest weather risk is going to be. Talked about this last night. I think we talked about it maybe the day before, but this area along the East Coast over here, mainly in this part of North Carolina, back into maybe South Carolina, that really is, I think, the greatest strong tornado risk, maybe even long track tornado threat. If any of these storms get going, we got a few again going up right now that are all rotating to some degree. A little bit more rotation now northwest of Vanceboro. We got a little bit of rotation northeast of Vanceboro, and then a little discrete cell east of Greensville that's going up towards Williamston and Plymouth. That also might try to produce a tornado. Yeah, none of these actively producing a tornado, but they're all kind of rotating right now. All the storms right now in South Carolina have remained below severe limits. None of them are really spinning or rotating or anything like that. Southwest of Savannah, we got some strong storms down here. Nothing currently tornadic. We have a pretty strong area of damaging wind potential, though, south of Brunswick, Georgia. If you're over near Brunswick, watch out at least for some strong damaging wind gusts there. Back down to Florida, all of these purple boxes you see, those are special weather statements. These are all strong thunderstorms that are ongoing. We only have one active severe warning in all of Florida. We have a storm here near north of Orlando that looks a little interesting. Be some downburst damaging winds. Tornado risk should stay low, but it has a little cellular look to it. We also have a camera near Melbourne that's looking at these storms nearby. We can actually control this camera for the record. This is one of the cameras we can control. Overshooting cloud tops right there. That's one of the storms. That's the other storm right there. Huge rain shaft. Wind is starting to pick up. So some pretty big storms going up in Florida right now. We just said in the chat, Connor's gonna be stuck until June. Bruh. Hey, this camera here could see the water spouts offshore. If there are any. Let me change it to look east. Pretty cool looking view here. Got people are at the beach right now. We got strong storms in Florida. You can see the people walking on the beach right now. With lightning nearby too. It's not safe. Thank you, Valerie, for becoming a member. Thank you also to Brock for the super chat. Thanks for keeping us informed. What are we actually looking at here in Washington, D.C.? I think Washington, D.C., we got that line of thunderstorms moving through right now, mainly looking at gusty wind threats. Not really looking at any severe weather right now, but there's still low tornado potential. Again, we'll keep you posted if anything happens here, but right now the risk of severe weather with this line is not very high. We just had a cluster go through. I think once it gets past DC, it'll go into a more unstable environment out here, and that could actually lead to a slightly more elevated risk of severe weather in like maybe 30 minutes or so. Back to North Carolina, we have several areas of rotation right now. We got one near Vanceboro, moving up towards Washington. We got another one northeast of Vanceboro. We got like 3 or 4 in this area. We got another area of rotation developing south of Williamston. That's going to be going towards Plymouth. A little bit of lightning as well, so it is getting a little bit more organized. They'll eventually go towards Roper. Blizzard, yeah, we have blizzard warnings that just got issued over in Illinois. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is a mesoscale discussion for the rest of Florida that's basically not under watch right now. This is for a few scattered thunderstorms that are going up that should become more widespread across the state, but it doesn't, or I guess how much severe weather is going to come from this is still relatively unclear. The main concern is damaging winds and isolated hail. The probability of a severe watch is only 20%, so we should not see a severe watch for this area, and there should be a little to no tornado threat.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is from basically Orlando, Florida, back down towards West Palm Beach and Miami. We just got a tornado possible severe warning in Florida. Now, that's the storm just north of Orlando. So we're looking at 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and we got a little hook on this storm near Lake Mary. We just had a tornado warning yesterday in Lake Mary, Florida, near Sanford. And so we are going to be watching this storm closely, too. We go to the terminal radar site. Look at that little hook echo here. Strong inflow going right towards Lake Mary. Not seeing a whole lot of an inflow right now, but this storm might try to produce something. So if you're over here in Central Florida, definitely stay alert. This is not inside of our tornado watch. We also got a severe warning for St. Augustine, Florida. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really looking at any imminent tornado risk on this. Also got a few storms going up in some other areas like Melbourne, Florida, Kissimmee, and near Four Corners. Back to our North Carolina storms. Again, we do have active severe warnings. Many of them have tornado possible tags. We'll go back to the storms that are actually rotating, which we still have some rotation right now near Vanceboro. We have another area of rotation north of Washington. Storm Chaser Storm Intermedia is en route for these storms, bottom left of your screen. And also Brandon Payne, he's over in Virginia. We got several storm chasers up there in Virginia right now. Not really much happening near Richmond or Virginia Beach. And again, I don't think this moderate risk of severe weather is going to verify for Richmond if we don't see another line of storms. We also have another special weather statement up here near Bowling Green for some gusty winds. And back up in Washington, D.C., that's where we have a strong line of thunderstorms. No active warnings, though, right now for the D.C. area. There's actually a terminal radar site here near Fort Washington. There's actually a little rotation southwest of D.C. near Woodlawn, Fort Hunt going towards Friendly, and Fort Washington. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for Southeast Virginia and Northeast North Carolina. Basically saying that the highest end severe threat is starting to wane, but is it going to focus in this area over the next few hours with damaging winds and a tornado or two as the main concern. Damaging winds are now basically the primary concern. Tornadoes are still possible, but it sounds like the SPC is also losing confidence in overall tornado potential.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, maximum sustained winds up to 80 miles per hour. Possibly a couple tornadoes are on the table. And then hail will be pretty minuscule. This is an interesting area to look at, though. South of DC, we're looking at a terminal radar site, so it's a localized site. There's a little brief spin up that's trying to form right now near Woodlawn. I'd say the tornado risk, generally speaking, is low, but it's not zero. You can see it also on the regional radar site. So these reds and greens kind of mixing, broad area of rotation trying to develop here on our rotation scale. It's not enough for a tornado warning again, but I think we'll have to keep an eye on it. Could get tornado warned if it intensifies any further. It's near the Fort Belvidere Golf Club. Towards Woodlawn, Ingleside, and Mount Vernon. This is kind of diabolical. This is within the, apparently the watches here are within watch 67 and northern watch 69. That's literally insane. All right, back over to chat. Thank you, Pete, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Let's go back down to North Carolina. See if any of these storms are rotating any further right now. We've had several areas of rotation. We got a few going over the Palico River. There's a stronger area of rotation developing near Williamston. At least trying to develop near Williamston. We're heading up towards Edenton here soon. This one might try to do something. That rotation's gotten more and more organized. Scan over scan. I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for this. South of Williamston. Set up towards Plymouth and eventually going towards Edenton. Lost power in Thurmont, Maryland. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. Down near West Palm Beach. We also have one near Stewart for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Tiny little popcorn storms going up right now. No tornado risk really with those. Let's change this camera view. There's some cool storms offshore here in Florida. Oh, look at that storm. Look at this storm right here. It's over the water in Florida. Unfortunately, there's a little chimney that's blocking it. Again, there's literally lightning in the area and people are still outside walking. There's literally a person in the water. If lightning strikes the water, you're going to get electrocuted. That's pretty dangerous. Keep an eye on that. Is Raleigh, North Carolina in the clear? You guys aren't in the clear. There could be another round of storms later today, so damaging winds, isolated tornado risk will exist. Back over near Orlando, Florida. We do have, again, a little storm here that's gone up that has a little bit of rotation over near Lake Mary. We're watching for a low-end tornado potential right now. Heading towards Sanford, Lake Monroe, and Midway. Severe storm right now near St. Augustine, producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's actually a little bit of rotation west of St. Augustine now. Very, very weak, but there's a small little hook. A little bit of broad rotation about to cross over Interstate 95 near the Buc-ee's. I believe that's the Buc-ee's. That might not be the Buc-ee's. Never mind. Buc-ee's is further north. I've been to this Buc-ee's before. Somewhere over here. It's right there. All right, Buc-ee's is not there. This is coming up on some hotels, though, near the Interstate 95 stretch. I think there's a Ford's garage there, and it will eventually be going towards the north side of St. Augustine. It helps when you live in Florida and you know where some of these places are. I don't know why I thought that was Buc-ee's was another exit up. Strong line of thunderstorms west of Calhoun or Callahan, producing mainly some gusty winds. No real tornado risk right now. And South Carolina has been pretty chill all day today. South Carolina has honestly been the chillest state by far. I know upstate South Carolina got some pretty intense storms this morning, but not really much since then. There's still some rotation outside of our severe warning near Bear Grass and Williamston. This does have the potential to get tornado warned. And rotation right now is about a 3 or 4 on our scale. That's going over US Highway 17 right now, moving northeast. I've actually been to the World Golf Village before. I think I went golfing there, unless I'm tripping. I feel like I went golfing there before. I might be wrong. We did have rotation south of Washington, D.C. just a moment ago. Last couple scans have kind of gone away in terms of our rotation. There's a small little hook, but it's not really rotating anymore. But this line of storms I do think will intensify as it moves towards Baltimore. And we're looking at a damaging wind threat if any storms get going. Maybe an isolated tornado. Thank you, Unk, for the super chat. Gloucester, Virginia, everyone is very nervous about today. 10 years ago, our middle school was destroyed by a tornado. Our tornado sirens do not work. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it's going to be anything sort of repeat of that, but I would just say weather aware today. And Virginia, for the most part, there's just been a lot of convection. There's been a lot of cloud cover today, too. It's kind of limited to any sort of instability growing. So I think, generally speaking, the tornado risk, again, across the board is, I'd say, fairly low. Somebody want to put moderate Motley in slot 2? Let me go back to standing mode. I need a stand. Is Connor okay? I'll have to go. Oh, let me look in a second. Is he still stuck? Everybody asks me, by the way, if I'm sponsored by Nike. I am not sponsored by Nike. I just wear Nike logo shirts because I think they're comfortable. There's literally no other reason. A lot of people say I should wear like a professional suit or something like that, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel like I need to wear a suit. I feel like comfortable shirts and stuff are better, especially for a studio that doesn't really have great AC. Connor is still stuck in snow. Nike manager. Nike should pay you. I wish. That'd be nice. But hey, we need like Nike to sponsor us. We need Culver's to sponsor us. We need some more sponsorships for these for some of these companies. Suit would be weird. I think a suit would be weird too. I don't want to wear a suit. I like this. I mean, like, there's something coming soon that I don't want to really spoil, but like, there might be a chance I have to actually wear nice pants if I do something certain. But I feel like this shirt is just nice. It's comfortable. And like, I'm more relaxed too. I don't need to get the suit out with like the white jacket or whatever and take off the suit when we have tornado warnings and then just have this like white jacket. You know, that's how a lot of meteorologists on TV do it. They just have like this whole suit thing that I don't know what you call it, the white like long sleeve. And then they take off the suit when we start to get into intense moments. It'd be kind of funny if we start doing that. If we get like a certain level tornado warning, we all of a sudden just take it off. We take off the suit. Get serious when that happens. I am thinking though about getting our own like shirts with like my own logo on it. That would probably be better. Calm down, Max Spann. Yeah, I think James Spann does that, doesn't he? I think he has done it at least in the past. Hey, when you have the white long sleeve on, you know it gets serious. Thank you, Leia, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Hope Connor's okay. I think he's all right. It's just I don't think he's going to get out anytime soon. He's been stuck there for a while. Rotation still on the moderate side of things right now, south of Williamston, North Carolina, moving up towards Windsor and Plymouth. Now, a lot of storms going up right now in eastern North Carolina. We're actually up to 10 severe warnings now. We have a severe warning currently north of Orlando, Florida, with a tornado possible tag. This is pretty close to Lake Mary. Look at this right here. It's actually that's the wall cloud right there. Here at the top left of your screen, this is a live shot in Florida. Let me send this to a slot so we can full screen it. Oh, a little wall cloud here in Florida. Rotations over the downtown area of Lake Mary. I haven't had very many sightings of a wall cloud today. We also just got a new severe warning for Orlando, Kissimmee, and Meadowwoods. That's also for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So area of rotation just went off to the right there. It was a pretty solid live shot. If you guys can keep an eye on cameras around here, let me know. This is pretty close to the Orlando Sanford Airport, International Airport. And the storm right now is still rotating right now over the southwest side of Sanford. Here's another live shot. You can see the wind picking up right now. Thank you, Heather, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Is this going to be bad in Florida? I wouldn't say it's going to be bad, but obviously storms are expected to be pretty strong down here today, with damaging winds being the main concern. So bottom middle of your screen, that is live again inside of this area of rotation that is developing currently. Or Lake Mary. I have to watch that closely. It's going to go right over the Orlando Sanford International Airport. There could be some flights delayed there. We have a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust that is confirmed back over in Orange Park, Florida. We had pretty strong winds go through there earlier. Most of the storms now are moving offshore, and then we got another line of storms right behind it. So 2 rounds of thunderstorms coming through Florida right now. Over in North Carolina, we still have an ongoing severe weather risk. Damaging winds the main concern. Got a little bit of rotation right now, again, near Washington. Strongest area of rotation currently is near Williamston. We got a new velocity scan coming in a second, but again, potential tornado risk will be going up towards Windsor here soon. Let's see what it looks like here in just a second. And really dark near Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Somebody just said in the chat. Here's the latest scan. It's broadening out a little bit. To be honest, I've been saying it for a while, but I don't know if today's moderate is even going to get close to panning out. Another little area of rotation near the Askville area, near Powellsville. Hey, Shanika for the $10 super chat. Take your Nike shirt off for observed warnings and pants off for PDS warnings, bro. What in the world is that message? I mean, next level. We really should do something, though. Not that, but something. I don't know what, though. Maybe we start the stream with a long sleeve shirt. And then when we get something confirmed, we go short sleeves. And after that, it's a tank top. I don't know what we're doing anymore. We got a severe warning in Maryland. We actually got a couple in Maryland. We got one southwest of Baltimore. That has a tornado possible tag here near Columbia and Ellicott City. We up towards Laurel. Mostly looking at a damaging wind risk here. There's a little bit of weak rotation. That'll be coming in here shortly. I also got a new severe warning just south of Washington, D.C. for La Plata, Waldorf, and Fort Washington. That does not have a tornado possible tag on it. Please put the buzz let your caution on during tornado warnings. We're not doing that. That is actually kind of funny, though. Conditions are deteriorating over in Lake Mary, Florida right now. We have, again, a tornado possible severe warning here. I went to a Steak and Shake here recently. Told my entire life story out here in Florida. Off the record, the Steak and Shake I went to, it was the best burger I've ever had. And I don't know if that's every Steak and Shake, but It was the best fast food burger, specifically fast food burger that I've ever had. I don't know what was up with it, but you can actually see the storm going over Lake Jessup here. It's not Lake Jessup. This is Lake Jessup here. I think that's a separate storm. That one is the one that is south. It's kind of over Orlando that's producing some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Chat Sam with the $10 super chat. I got an at-home business. I've asked 100 times, let me make shirts. Reach out to me. Maybe make something work. Got a couple more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This one was sent in from Orange Park, Florida. Some heavy rain coming down. A little bit of hail, too, that mixed in earlier just to the, I think it was just outside of Jacksonville, just west of Jacksonville. And then this was sent in over in Spotsylvania County, Virginia. Just a boring shelf cloud is what he says here. The boring old shelf cloud. Nothing more to it. And again, if you have it, oh, there's another one. Over in Catoosa County, Georgia, we got snow now in Ringgold, Georgia. Again, guys, if you're in Alabama and Georgia, we've had a little bit of snow here coming down over the last couple of hours. And we got even more snow coming down there in Georgia. And if you guys have any photos or videos, the QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Hey, Connor for the Super Chat. Connecticut looking for storms and strong winds later. Big event. Don't think so. It'd be just mainly an isolated damaging wind risk by the time those storms get to you. We had some pretty strong storms making their way through the Washington, D.C. area right now. This is, again, just southwest of Baltimore. If we have any cameras, feel free to put them in slots 2 and 3. That one right there in slot 2 is a look at some of the traffic near Laurel. This line of storms is approaching Skaggsville right now. This is actually a good shot. Bottom middle of your screen. Actually got a little bit of view of the shelf cloud there. Let's go full cam to that. We got a little view of the shelf cloud rolling in. This storm does have a tornado possible tag. This will be going over I-95 here in a few minutes. And obviously we are going to be getting closer to rush hour here soon. So the traffic is going to be a lot crazier, but this line of storm is moving in right now as of 2:20 Eastern time. Have there been any tornadoes that have touched down? I think we've had one. This is what it looks like with the wind rolling in right now. So you can see the camera starting to shake here. This over in Skaggsville, right along US Highway 29. Here's another view. See the shelf rolling in right now. So the wind's picking up right now here in Skaggsville, just south of Columbia, west of Baltimore, east of DC. Back over to our shelf cloud view. And this is in this east of Washington, D.C. Where's my food? It's almost here. Can you show a video of Virginia? If you have a video from Virginia, you could set it in. We have some cameras in Virginia, but nothing really looking Not really looking at anything in Virginia right now in terms of severe weather. It's been pretty minimal. Winds are picking up out here. This is on US Highway 29. Once again, there is a tornado possible tag here, but I have not seen much rotation on radar over the last few minutes. Here's another view of the shelf cloud. Top of your screen, top left, it's kind of covered over by the text. Hey, Kyle for the super chat. Richmond, Virginia. Richmond's probably going to at least see some damaging winds later today with another line of thunderstorms. Pretty low tornado risk. I just had one of my friends that works for the National Weather Service just messaged me and said, kind of a bust. Yeah, I would kind of agree with it, at least so far. I don't think anything's going to change either in terms of that, but yeah, you never know. Hey, Cole for the super chat. My husband and I travel full-time in an RV. Getting max alerts has been a game changer. We're in a tornado watch in New Jersey today. Got a text alert for nearby lightning. Thanks for all you do. That's a W. Hey, Drew for the super chat. Huge fan X. How dare you eat cheese curds before the severe weather where I live in Lansdowne, Maryland. I don't think it's making much of a difference right now for the storms that are out there. I think yesterday, maybe. Not really today. New severe warning in Florida, Deltona, Sanford, Orange City. This does include Volusia County. Does not include Daytona, but it does include the I-4 corridor up towards Daytona Beach for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Again, broad area of rotation. We did have a little lowering earlier, but that's kind of gone away. If there is even a lowering, it's going to be rain-wrapped, so there isn't a whole lot to this right now. And currently tracking to the northeast right now. They canceled school for nothing. I honestly had this concern going into today that they could literally cancel school for nothing. And again, I'm concerned about the future of another moderate risk of severe weather. Because like if we get another moderate risk of severe weather, let's say next year or 2 weeks from now, whenever it might be here along the East Coast, and it's in the same exact area, the odds of them canceling school is a lot lower. And the odds of there being an outbreak might actually be there. There might actually be a tornado outbreak, and there could be people at school during a major tornado outbreak. Like, you just never know. Like, it's very hard to tell. And I did not think today at all was near a 15% hatch tornado risk or even a 60% wind risk. I, again, said that even last night on the stream. I was like, I don't think this is going to pan out. So possible hook echo near Orlando Airport. Let me check it out. I don't really see much of a hook echo here. We got damaging winds. That's kind of a fake hook. That's just a little cell converging into the south side of the storm. That's not a hook echo. It looks like it if you have the radar paused. It looks like a hook echo, but it's not. Send photos to you on the reports site and on Discord. All right. I don't know if we've gotten any more. We'll have more approved here in a second. Hey, Smith for the sewer chat. In Wilmington, North Carolina right now, radar looked like a hook near Boiling Springs Lake northbound. Can you confirm or deny? We've been looking at a few areas of rotation. I don't see anything that looks like an imminent tornado. I mean, we have broad rotation west of Bayboro. We got a little bit of rotation kind of intermingled north of Washington. But none of it, in my opinion, is at the point where it's going to be producing a significant tornado threat anywhere. There's a little hook here near Powellville. That one's probably the more organized area of rotation that I've seen over the last few minutes, but that one still is not really producing a tornado right now. We have another special marine warning. And back down near Wilmington, it's mostly damaging winds here. There's not really anything tornadic at the moment. Shout out to Chuck with the Venmo donation. Sorry, I can't send more, but maybe you can get some more Diet Coke at least. I mean, anything helps. Appreciate that. I will probably get more Diet Coke. I had to go to Publix yesterday to get Diet Coke before the stream because I didn't have any. And I knew that we would be live for a long period of time, both yesterday and today. And I needed it in case we're going to be live for a while. Basically, for caffeine purposes. You know what I mean? Hey, Crash the super chat. Just south of DC and Mount Vernon. Anything or everything looking good so far? So far, everything looks fine. Riley has a update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there's been a few people in chat asking why there's storms in Florida and not in our moderate risk area, and it's basically the same thing that we've been talking about all day. So first off, looking at the two environments, down here in Florida, we have a lot of very tall, very robust thunderstorms that they've sort of congealed into a line, but it's very healthy looking convection. And then if we come up to North Carolina, South Carolina, or basically anywhere in our moderate risk of severe weather, it doesn't look like that. It looks very messy, and there's a lot of stuff going on. And that sort of just all comes down to where saw sun today and where didn't. If we look at Florida, there wasn't a lot of cloud cover today, and we actually saw the sun reach the ground, heat the surface, and cause instability. The reason that we have instability is because when the surface is heated, it creates warm air, and of course, warm air rises. So we had that happen in Florida, and that's why we saw robust storms go up there. We can circle basically our entire area on the East Coast within that moderate risk. That did not happen. Even now, as we are seeing more throughout, or as we go deeper into the day, we still really don't see that much of the surface. There's a lot of cloud cover, and there's filtered sunlight at best making it to the ground level. That is just really, really limiting the Cape, and that is making sure that storms can't grow and can't fire in that area. And of course, if we take a look at instability directly on the HRRR, it is very obvious that that is more or less an issue here. If we look down in Florida, we have Cape going all the way up to 4,366 joules per kilogram. That's not happening over here in the Carolinas and Virginia. The highest numbers we're seeing are right around 1,200. And while 1,200 Cape is still pretty good, you can see a severe weather environment in that. It's been better, and it's just not really what we needed today in order to see robust supercells form. So this is, of course, a good thing, and it means we're not going to see as much severe weather across the moderate risk area. However, it is going to have a negative impact in terms of how people in the area are going to perceive the next moderate risk of severe weather.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. I got my Panda. I have never seen such a long receipt in my life for a DoorDash order. Kind of impressive. All right. Got a new severe warning here in North Carolina. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds near Plymouth. Going towards Roper. They don't even have a tornado possible label on this one. What's for lunch? I got Panda. We'll do a little food review here. So I got some cream cheese rangoon. That's what it looks like. It's not actually as crispy as it usually is. It feels soft. This stuff hits. It's actually so good. Hey, Bradley for the super chat. I love the. I've only had it once, like ever. This is my second time. Like, it's so good. Can we change out slots 2 and 3 to something? I'm a honey walnut shrimp. You are a honey walnut shrimp? Okay. Your honey walnut shrimp is pretty good too. View of Washington, D.C., bottom left of your screen. I think Connor Croft is officially giving up. What is he even doing right now? Bro is still stuck. Bro is chalked. This is actually the next level of cooked right now. Oh, my app froze. All right. I haven't really gotten any update directly from Connor, but I mean, he's obviously cooked. Thank you, Ed, for the super chat. Also, Hollywood Super Chat said, I've been able to track this with my family because of your efforts. Appreciate what you do. Well, appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for the Super Chat. Anything for Northeast Pennsylvania? Mostly a wind threat. Also, shout out to Timothy with the $10 Super Chat. Max, you are screwing my I cannot speak. You are screwing my relationship up. My girlfriend dreamt we were storm chasing last night. Left here for another storm chaser. Bro, what? What is going on? Appreciate the Super Chat. We do have a new tornado possible severe warning in North Carolina. That'll be west of Edenton. 60-mile-per-hour winds, a little bit of broad rotation right now heading off to the north. Main area of rotation right now is this one right now near Windsor, and then there's another one south of Winton. I mean, we have rotation again, guys. Like, there are storms rotating, but and none of them have actually transpired to the ground. Like, we have not had any confirmed tornadoes at any point today. Is Connor safe? I don't know. I haven't got an update from him, but he's still stuck there in Michigan. Hopefully he is okay, though. He's been stuck there for well over an hour. Call him. I mean, I'm guessing he's fine. I think he's just trying to get unstuck still. Can I call Connor? I can radio to him. He has ended his stream, I think. Thank you, Metal, for the super chat. Gotta donate for the Panda review. Thank you for keeping us updated during this weekend. As the blizzard hit us pretty hard in Wisconsin, hopefully Connor's gonna be okay with the roads of Michigan. Yeah, hopefully. No problem for the Panda review. Also, somebody switch slot too, because Connor's not live. We got a cruise ship camera on the bottom right over in Key West. I don't think Key West is going to be seeing much today. Maybe an isolated severe storm, but we got our orange chicken. We'll do a quick orange chicken review. This is from Panda. Orange chicken's pretty solid. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. This is going to be for the O-Wings Mills, Townsend, Randallstown. 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible. Labels on that. It looks like Connor is maybe back alive. Maybe he's just having connection issues, but looks like he's fine. He's just stuck still. If you're anywhere in the severe warning, definitely stay away from windows. And as a reminder, if you're in any severe warning at all today, it doesn't matter what warning you're in. You could be in a damaging wind warning, could be in a tornado warning, whatever it is, doesn't matter. You need to be, again, staying away from windows and being on the lowest floor possible. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, because there is a risk, once again, that we could end up having trees fall down, power lines fall down, anything like that. Like, all that's possible. I don't know who's switching out the bottom right camera, but we're getting all sorts of views right now in Florida. We got fish swimming on our bottom right camera. I don't know what's going on down there, but over that's an underwater camera in Deerfield, Florida. I didn't know we even had one of these. That's live. We got a fish camera. Now, these are the fish we're talking about when it comes to these water spouts offshore. My eyes are itching like crazy right now. I had to go outside to get my DoorDash for a second. I think the pollen's bad here. Absolutely beautiful. This is, again, live. Bro, this is so freaky. You got the fish coming right up to the camera, like. What is going on? What is our streams turned into? Why did I enter to see a fish cam? I don't know, man. We got a fish camera before GTA 6. Thank you, Sarah, for the $20 super chat. Tornado touchdown in La Plata, Maryland. We have pictures. Send me the photos on reports.maxvelocitywx.com. The link is in the description. Send them in. We'll look. Got a new photo coming in from Fairview, Tennessee. 10 hours ago, we had severe weather, and now we have snow. And Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia all joining in on the snow today. And then we have a photo from Hampton, Virginia. Beautiful shot of this storm here in Hampton, Virginia. Here's a video from Adams County, Pennsylvania. Really, look at these low-hanging clouds. Very low base, a little bit of rotation. Cool little video there. Is there a drone video? This is a drone video of the tornado damage over in 5 Points, Tennessee. This is, wow, this is serious tornado damage. So this is where we had again, we think a tornado went through last night in 5 Points, Tennessee. Major damage, multiple cars damaged in this area too. We had a duck that was out here last night. You might have saw that clip on social media last night, but several first responders are out there. A lot of utility people are out there too, trying to get the power back on, but obviously serious damage path here. We got cars all over the place. Mobile home was heavily damaged, and this is why we say don't seek shelter in a mobile home. Is because of this reason. You can easily get roofs torn off. They can easily go flying. You know, they're not very sturdy when it comes to tornadoes. But you have all sorts of plywood mingled everywhere. You got large tree branches down everywhere, and it's pretty extensive damage. I know we're looking at one area, but there's damage everywhere here. So you can see it now on the more on the right here, more damage. I believe that was a mobile home right there. Yeah, there's another mobile home there that was pretty heavily damaged. And that's part of a home right there, I think, at the very top of your screen. Just completely ripped off from the house. And again, this is live. This is Storm Chaser Rob McBay. Wow. This is some serious tornado damage. And there's multiple people out there trying to help clean up too, and look at what's left basically. There's a rooster out there. Are those roosters? Turkeys? Ducks? We had a duck last night. Bottom left of your screen. There's multiple of them. They're setting up a fire right now. It looks like they're taking scrap wood and actually setting up a fire. It's gotten cold out there. Like temperatures now are down into the 30s. It's supposed to be in the 20s, I believe, tonight in southern Tennessee. Apparently those are chickens. They've literally set up a fire. Or like at least a place where they can have a fire. Because of how cold it is tonight. So there is a chicken plant that got decimated. That's why there's chickens running around. So there's a chicken plant over here that got decimated, according to Storm Chaser Rob McBay. They do not want us to show it due to the footage due to PETA. So that is why. me refresh this. I just have low connection here. Yeah, a lot of people are right there on the left. I'm not sure if these are people that live here, but at least at the bare minimum, people helping out here, trying to, again, clean up this area. There's a lot of storm damage everywhere. And again, if you guys have any friends or family back over in the 5 Points, Tennessee area, definitely check in on them and make sure that they are okay. We obviously haven't had any reports of anything, you know, injury or fatality wise in that area. We haven't at least gotten any yet, but you know, you never know. Hey, Beth, thanks for the super chat. Also, Skull for the super chat. Hope everybody affected by the storms is safe and sound. Thanks to the go to coverage as always, Max. Appreciate that. Thank you. And for the $10 super chat. Well done. Can't believe you're still in the air. So what it takes. We're running a marathon. I think we've been live a total of 14 and a half hours just over the last like 20 hours. Been pretty consistent. There's more of the damage here in 5 Points. Off topic, but I just absolutely slammed the whatever this was down, the crab rangoon or cream cheese ragoon. I mean, this had to have been a tornado. There's no way it wasn't. Look at all the debris scattered everywhere. Is that the chicken coop? Is this something else? I don't know what this is here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll go to that in a second. Tornado warning south of Myrtle Beach. I think this is the chicken house or chicken coop. Look at all the chickens. Yeah, this is a chicken coop. You can see bottom right. There's a bunch of chickens there. We have a new tornado warning southwest of Myrtle Beach. This is going to be near Georgetown. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to get to your safe place now. Get away from windows. Get to the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. Main area of rotation right now is on the west side of Georgetown. Moving to the northeast. Moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So this is a fast-moving storm. If we're over in Myrtle Beach, we need to be staying weather aware. And the storm will be heading directly towards you guys here over the next half hour or so. And this is just outside of Georgetown. This is a live shot from Georgetown. It's not like on a pier here, but yeah, a little bit of rain coming down. That's on the east side of Georgetown. We'll have a few cameras also coming up here near Myrtle Beach here soon. Over in Myrtle Beach, there's also a couple of cameras right on the water, so we'll be keeping a close eye on those. Let's move back to the chicken coop. It's gonna be a mid to high level tornado. It's hard to tell. I honestly this had to have been a tornado first off. Like at this point, I think we can definitely say this was a tornado. There's no way this was just wind damage. But we obviously didn't know that for sure last night because we didn't see the the ground scouring and all this other stuff. We got a major fish-nado right now offshore. This is back over to the east of Beaufort. We got a massive water spout or fish-nado. It's over water. There's apparently a mariner that was reporting a visible water spout on a boat about 23 miles south of Atlantic. Now, this right here would be what we're talking about for a significant tornado threat today if it was over land. These storms are so far east of the line. We might also have another major fish-nado. That's like 50 miles east of Beaufort. Don't have a CC drop on that one. If there was a CC drop, it'd be fish flying. There'd be flying fish inside of a water spout. It's definitely a water spout, though. We'll have to keep an eye on this. It's not near land, really, but it is going up towards Cape Hatteras. So if you're in Cape Hatteras, we need to watch it closely. You know, going towards Avon. All the rotation, for the most part, here in eastern North Carolina has been pretty weak. A little bit more rotation further north and east. This storm might actually end up getting tornado warned at some point. Not yet, because it's going over water, but once it gets towards Hartford and Woodville, they might issue a new tornado warning for that one. Got a few areas of broad rotation right now near Gatesville and Sunbury, too. And those are producing at least a low-end tornado potential. And then, once again, tornado warning southwest of Myrtle Beach. Area of rotation right now is over near U.S. Highway 701, moving northeast. This is back to that tornado damage in Tennessee. This is, again, live. Get some water here. Hey, Brianna for the sewer chat. How's Fort Pierce, Vero Beach looking? Mainly a wind threat. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail are the main concerns. Where's Cheesecourt at? Probably sleeping. Look at that tree completely uprooted right there on the bottom of your screen. Obviously, significant tornado damage here. Crazy stuff here. Shout out to John with the $10 super chat. Any update on Hampton, Virginia? Let me see where that's at. Not really right now. I mean, the storms are down to your southwest. I think it'll be mostly strong storms. Got a few storms rotating down here near Sunbury, but nothing's actually producing a tornado right now. Multiple storms rotating over near Edenton. They're probably going to issue a tornado warning south of Hertford here soon, going towards Elizabeth City for this area of rotation. It's right now over water, but pretty strong area of rotation. It's not really very organized on the supercell here, but something to keep an eye on. We have a new tornado possible label in southern Pennsylvania for Lancaster. Try to see if we have a better radar view of this. Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Stay away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit broad rotation is on this storm right now just south of Lancaster that is heading towards New Holland. Eventually going towards Intercourse. and going towards Strasburg. Still got some strong to severe storms right now making their way into Baltimore, mainly a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. Around and just south of Washington, D.C., it's mostly 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing currently that is that significant in this line when it comes to a tornado threat. Most of the rotation has been broad thus far. Virginia has been basically nothing when it comes to significant severe weather. Again, mostly just wind, and very little of it even then. We have a few areas of rotation back down towards Sunbury and the Gatesville area. So when we go over Highway 32, just east of U.S. Highway 13. Moving northeast. Would expect a tornado warning near Hertford here soon. They did issue a tornado warning for a similar looking storm earlier. Got a little bit of broad rotation near Bellhaven, but mainly a damaging wind risk right now. Anything north of the Havelock area and north of Beaufort. And our only tornado warning right now is down here, south of Myrtle Beach. Broad rotation continuing to move to the northeast near Plantersville. Fun fact, South Carolina is the only state I've ever gotten a ticket in. Never even lived there. I don't know why I'm talking about it, but there you go. Fun fact. Apparently ran a stop sign. I had a dash cam video of it, but I didn't run a stop sign. I definitely stopped. Couldn't challenge it though because I don't live in South Carolina. I would have had to drive like 5 or 6 hours if I wanted to challenge it. So on 95, no, it was in some random town. I made the mistake of trying to go around traffic on the highway, which wasn't even that bad, and went down like into this like small town. And I ended up going through the town where apparently you get pulled over in. So it wasn't really a good idea. You Riley for the super chat. You also Neon for the super chat. Was there a tornado in Charlotte? EF0 apparently. I thought I know. We have had no reports of a tornado in Charlotte. We had damage reports though. We've had about 4. A lot more damage reports coming in. This is our updated storm reports for today. We've had 110 wind reports. All the yellow circles are different wind reports that we've had. Over in Charlotte, we've had about 5 different reports. We had 1 of power lines down. 4 power lines down in Charlotte. Multiple trees down on the south side of Charlotte and a large tree down. We've had some more recent storm reports coming in. Multiple trees down on the median of Interstate 70 at Woodbine Road, exit 73. We also have trees down on wires on Lake Med Road over in Pennsylvania. This one's back up in Pennsylvania too, near Clinton. I think it's Clinton County, with trees down on wires. More trees down on wires in York. A tree partially down blocking a roadway near US 60 in Cumberland. And over in Duval County and Orange Park, we had a peak wind gust of 61 miles per hour. And our most recent report for right now is in Gainesville, Florida, of a 61 mile per hour wind gust. I don't even think there was a severe warning there at the time of that wind gust, but I could be wrong. I don't think there is even one right now, but oh no, there is. Never mind. They have issued severe warnings here in Florida. So we got a widespread area of severe warnings down in Florida. Main concern is 60 mile per hour damaging winds. They do have a tornado possible tag on the one near Palm Coast, Florida. That is north of the Daytona Beach area. It's going to be crossing over Interstate 95 here in a few minutes, just south of Hammock Beach. So if you're in this severe warning, definitely stay away from windows. How many tornado reports so far today? We've only had 1 tornado debris signature. Outside of that, nothing. And that, I mean, that's literally, we've had 1 tornado debris signature within the last like several days. We have literally only had 1 at least on radar that we were live for. Like in terms of being live, like we've only had 1. Yesterday when we were live for the 9 hours we were live, we didn't have a single tornado debris signature. Doesn't mean we didn't have tornadoes for the record. It just means we didn't have radar picking up on it. We could have a little water spout coming over towards Hertford and Elizabeth City over the next few minutes. Pretty strong area of rotation. That I would think would get tornado warned. Pretty strong area of rotation right now, moving up into the Hertford and Columbia City area. or Elizabeth City area. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning. I'd have to assume that's a water spout or a fish-nado. Moving to the north-northeast. Probably going to get a tornado warning in a moment for Woodville. Hey, John, for the PayPal donation. We love your channel. From John and Chris in the United Kingdom. Appreciate you tuning in from the United Kingdom. Thank you also to Tyler for the super chat. Thanks for your coverage this week, Max. We've had snow squalls to the Midwest and Ohio after 75 degree, or being 75 degrees yesterday. P.S. Hope you get some sleep soon. I'll be getting a lot of sleep tonight. Probably getting at least 10 to 12 hours of sleep. We'll have a video tomorrow morning too, but still get plenty of sleep. Hey, James for the super chat. Love the content. Did you see the drone footage of the tornado forming in Stuttgart? Just saw it on Facebook now. It looked really cool. We had a video, or we had like a live camera yesterday on it. One of the Hazcams was on it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we had that on stream yesterday. They have gone ahead and issued a tornado warning here for Elizabeth City, Camden, Woodville, just east of Hertford. And this is radar indicated rotation, so nothing confirmed, but there's probably a fish-nado or at least some sort of wall cloud that is making its way up into Holiday Island right now. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently tracking to the northeast right now. This is the latest radar scan near Holiday Island. Rotation got a little bit broader on this latest scan. Confirmed EF0 in Charlotte? I don't think we've had anything confirmed in Charlotte. Latest scans got a little bit broader, so if we had a tornado or water spout, it would have literally just crashed in the shoreline near Driftwood Road, near the Chapel on the Sound on the south side there of Holiday Island. Moving to the northeast. Also have a little bit of rotation making its way up to Virginia right now, south of Suffolk. That's going up towards Chesapeake. Virginia Beach will be in the path of that. Also, we'll have a new SPC outlook in about an hour regarding today's events. We'll see if they maintain that moderate risk of severe weather. We have a new damage report coming out of Core Point, North Carolina. This is from the Tideland Electric Company reporting a tree on power lines as of 1:38 p.m. The power outage number continues to increase across the East Coast right now. We have about 392,000 customers without power currently, and a lot of them are actually in Florida. Almost got 60,000 customers without power in Florida, all of which are in northern Florida, so west of Jacksonville predominantly. Union County has nearly 45% without power right now in Union County. Several other areas are also in at least some sort of localized power outage risk. Take off the weather radar here. Pretty isolated across Virginia thus far. North Carolina, we have some localized power outages. Not very many, though. Pender County, which is just north of Wilmington, has about 770 without power. Yeah, so far, Florida's been the most widespread for power outages today. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the west side of Myrtle Beach. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. If I had to guess, this tornado warning will probably not be continuing towards Myrtle Beach. It'll probably be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and no tornado possible tag on this. But Carolina Forest and Conway, even though you're not in a tornado warning, and you probably won't be in one, I would be staying away from windows because 60-mile-per-hour winds can still knock down trees and send debris flying. It's definitely better to stay away from windows. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Another new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's near Kingston, near LaGrange for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's near Greenville, Kingston. So we'll eventually be going towards New Bern. Mostly wind right now. Not really seeing much of a tornado risk. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. Is DC going to see any more storms later? There will likely be another line of thunderstorms later today, but we're mainly looking at a damaging wind risk. Baltimore and surrounding areas are getting some severe storms right now, but it's for the most part just isolated damaging winds here. There isn't really a confined area of more intense winds with any part of this line right now. But Lancaster, Pennsylvania, I'd be staying alert because this is a bit more of a radar hole. We don't have as much of a view on radar of seeing if there's actually any rotation, but it should be mostly a wind threat here. Relatively low tornado risk, but not zero. Latest scan on our tornado warning for Elizabeth City, still showing a area of rotation over Holiday Island, Durant's Neck. Interesting name. Going towards New Hope and Simon's Creek are in the path of this. Elizabeth City State University is next in line too. Thank you, Darlene, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Yesterday could have been a high risk compared to this. I'm not even going to lie to you. That's kind of true. I mean, I get, like, we've had a lot of wind reports, and a lot of them have been in our, like, moderate risk of severe weather, but this is our moderate risk compared to where our warnings are right now. And again, there have not been very many warnings in this area today. And I would have to assume at the 3 o'clock outlook, they are going to remove this moderate risk. There's just no way they maintain it. I mean, this is nowhere. I mean, we talked about it last night. This is no surprise, by the way. Like, this is not surprising that today has not panned out the way it could have. And again, today's not over. Like, there's more severe weather still coming and whatnot. And I do want to remind everybody, like, again, we do still have the possibility of tornadoes and whatnot, wind, all that stuff is still in play. But generally speaking, the risk has been nowhere near moderate risk. I mean, this is maybe a borderline enhanced risk of severe weather, what we've seen so far today. Like, I'd say this has been an enhanced risk from the damaging winds we've seen, and then over here, maybe an enhanced risk more for the tornado threat and wind threat, but you can't say that. I didn't say this. I did say this last night, that this is a real possibility, and we just have to see kind of how the morning stuff goes, and if things pop, things pop. If things don't, they don't. Like, it really comes down to all the convection that's out there this morning and how fast the line of storms is moving. So I said it last night, like, we'll see what it looks like tomorrow morning when we wake up, and it's kind of looked basically like how I thought it would. With this area having really the greatest tornado potential, but even then, it's been pretty minuscule so far. So far, good change. We've had a lot more storms are rotating now than they were an hour ago, so that's something. We've had a pretty large water spout. We had at least a pretty large water spout offshore. Might still have one east of Cape Hatteras. A little fishnado action. Got a new severe warning in Florida. Got one west of Orlando here for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail heading towards the Villages, Spring Hill, and Ridge Manor. Shout out to Sarah with the $20 super chat saying, thank you, Max and the team, for keeping everyone informed and safe. We're from Northern Virginia, and this elevated risk is so frustrating, similar to how winter storms are often hyped up and people stop talking about taking them seriously. Yeah, I mean, that's really the problem. I mean, again, it doesn't come down to the risk being wrong. It has more to do with, like, the fact that if we had another moderate risk of severe weather in the same area, people are going to take it less seriously. So that is unfortunately the cause and effect of having a moderate risk today. It's like if I forecast, and I mean, this happened weeks ago where I forecasted possibly a big snow event. I didn't say it was definitely going to happen, but we could have had a winter storm like the Ohio Valley, and days later it downtrended to almost nothing. I take flame for that, obviously, and people trust me less when that sort of thing happens. But when it comes to any sort of severe weather event, any sort of event like this, like if you issue a moderate risk, it's literally the same domino effect. Like, there will be less trust in the next one that happens. Hey, Dixon for the $10 super chat. Currently in Northern Virginia, people are not going to take the SPC risk forecast seriously, at least in the next 10 years. We'll see how it goes. Got a video that was sent in by storm chaser Ryan Scholl over in Appleton of reduced visibility due to some heavy snow. I think. Oh, wait, no, that's not Ryan Scholl. Wait, that's in Indiana. My bad. This is in Indiana. I don't know where in Indiana, but we got some snow coming in right now. I say there's really no snow on the ground for this being Appleton. Thank you, Dixon, for the $10 super chat. Currently in Northern Virginia, people are here. I just read that. Does Maryland have a tornado warning? We only have one tornado warning, and that is in North Carolina. When is Ohio going to warm up? Mid to late next week, or this week. We'll talk more about it in a video tomorrow. Well, we will have a video tomorrow talking all about it. I know a lot of people are asking about, like, you know, what's coming after this severe weather event. Do we have another major storm coming? Because we've had basically one big storm every 3 to 4 days for the last like week and a half, 2 weeks. But we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about it. We still have a tornado warning here for Elizabeth City. Pretty defined hook echo on radar over New Hope and Durant's Neck near Jackhawks, and it's going up towards Simons Creek, Elizabeth City State University, and the path. This Currituck is eventually in the path of that as well. Got Storm Chaser PA Storm Trackers, who's actually near Norfolk right now in Virginia Beach. Got a little bit of wind off to the west. A lot of these tires are kicking up a lot of water. Is Connor okay? Is Connor still stuck? Connor has been stuck for literally like 2 hours, I think. He's unfortunately still stuck. Thank you, Sarah, for the super chat. Snow for 10 minutes in Dallas, Georgia. There you go. Blizzard warning does continue for another 5 hours up there. Actually, 16 hours where he is. We have a new report coming out of Forest Branch, South Carolina, that there was a small fire on the ground due to a lightning strike over in Forest Beach, just outside of Savannah. Wow, look at this storm over here. I thought that was a cooler view. I thought that was a shelf cloud. Little storm offshore over in North Carolina. We had a Connor stuck meter. Honestly, we should. Should get a meter on stream. Latest scan on the storm. South of Rabbit Corner, Elizabeth City. Still looking at a broad area of rotation right now, moving to the northeast. On the velocity scale, it's about a 4 or 5. It's really on the cusp of even being a tornado warning right now. But broad area of rotation, still moving off to the north and east towards Camden. You can continue to heed the warning and stay in that safe place, away from windows, and ideally on the lowest floor possible if you guys are in this tornado warning. That is moving to the northeast right now. So it looks like over in 5 Points, Tennessee, Storm Chaser Rob McBay is looking at some of the aftermath damage here. Large tree that was uprooted on the left. Again, a lot of debris everywhere. We had a chicken farm that was also heavily damaged. Actually, mostly destroyed. Got chickens running everywhere here in this town. But they are currently cleaning up some of the trees that have come down. They're making logs out of them. Some people are making little bonfires and stuff like that because of how cold it is right now in Tennessee. Temperatures have dropped into the 30s. And it is continuing to get colder. We've had snow in these areas over the last few hours too. We literally have snow making its way into Georgia as we speak. Temperatures have dropped to around 38 degrees. Some spots are cold enough for snow to actually be falling. Some of these cameras have actually gotten snow stuck to them. This is what it looks like in Boaz, Alabama. There's literally a dusting of snow on the ground. It is still snowing across southern Tennessee at this moment. Some small snowflakes coming down. We just had a significant, severe weather event last night, so pretty crazy. Somebody put Rob McBay in slot 2. Chat to Mezzo with the $20 super chat. Appreciate, or thanks for your dedication. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for the support. Don't forget, if you guys have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Myrtle Beach prediction. Myrtle Beach is kind of on the cusp of a severe warning right now, but I think the main concern is just going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds here. I don't see there being a whole lot of a tornado risk. There isn't any sort of crazy rotation or anything like that in the storm. It's all pretty much all wind. But if you are in this area, continue to stay away from windows. In Myrtle Beach directly, I don't see much happening. I mean, unless something comes out of the south and does something, but I'd say the risk is pretty low of that. We've had some pretty intense storms offshore. Once again, we've had some fish tornadoes, and we have several areas of rotation offshore, like this storm right here that's moving up in the direction of Cape Hatteras. That might become tornadic as it gets closer to Cape Hatteras, but I'd say the general tornado risk right now is pretty low for this area. Yeah, we still have a tornado warning south of Elizabeth City. We have another area of rotation developing west of Elizabeth City. I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning, but not far from it. It's currently moving to the northeast right now. Back to our 3-cam view. Any tornadoes today? We've at least had one tornado today. I think just one so far. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in, and if you want to send in any photos and videos, it's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is from a little bit ago in Adams County, Pennsylvania. This is the 67th photo or video today. Longhorns inspecting the damage after their rain shelter was destroyed by around 12:15 in Westminster, Maryland. That's not what you want to see. So winds were obviously significant enough to produce some damage over in Westminster, Maryland. This is from Baltimore County, Maryland, sent in by Andrew. A little shelf cloud rolling in. We have had a severe warning near Baltimore for quite some time now. Over in Huntsville, Alabama, tons of snow coming down. We've had around an inch of snow accumulation here today in Huntsville. And this is from an anonymous person over in Anna and Rundle County, Maryland. If I'm saying the name right. Cool little storm here. Pretty elevated. Again, not really much of a tornado risk with something like that, but. And this is over in Hartford, North Carolina. So this is actually right next to where our tornado warning is. That would be the area of interest right there. Pretty low clouds. This was sent in just a few minutes ago. So this is kind of pretty much right next to where our tornado will be located. Thank you, Helen, for becoming a member. And if you guys have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Back over to live radar. We do again have a tornado warning still south of Elizabeth City. We're keeping an eye on that. Storm chaser Rob McVay is flying his drone again. It's back over on that tornado that happened yesterday in 5 Points, Tennessee. This is live. How's it look tomorrow? Tomorrow's pretty quiet. Got a new tornado possible severe warning in Marion and Putnam counties in Florida. Gonna go back to Rob in a second. Let's go back to that new severe warning. This is gonna be north of Orlando. So Ocala, north of the Villages. Stay away from windows. Got 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit of rotation making its way towards the Ocala National Forest right now. Another view of the damage. Again, big tree fell right into that little mobile home. I believe that's a mobile home right there. Debris just scattered everywhere. Still watching that area of rotation near Elizabeth City in North Carolina. CC drop? There's really a CC drop on this storm. No confirmed tornado via radar. Half that, I don't know what that was right there. I don't know if that's a garage or what, but right there in the middle, that just completely ripped off its foundation, whatever was there. Just a ton of random debris scattered everywhere. It looks like a bike and a chair and a few other things there. Beneath the, or right next to the house here. Maybe it was just a carport. I don't really know, but I kind of doubt it. There's a lot of scattered debris right there. Got scrap metal. Got like a toy truck there. A fridge completely flipped over. Definitely takes quite the tornado to do something like this. Hey Tyler for the super chat. National Weather Service was spot on all week. One bad outlook and the villain. Yeah, I mean, again, it happens. But I'm just saying, like in general, a moderate risk of severe weather being issued for daylight today. Like I just didn't think there was even enough confidence 3 days ago for that. I was surprised we got a day 4 enhanced risk, honestly. To be fair, we don't have a before shot. Yeah, that's completely true. We do not have a before shot of this, but we do have, again, the scenes of what looks like a pretty significant tornado here in 5 points. That car was pretty heavily damaged there. So much debris is everywhere. And again, we don't know what it was before. And obviously, I don't know the structural integrity of the home. We can't make an assumption of the tornado rating. Obviously, the National Weather Service will be surveying this tornado, you know, today and maybe even tomorrow. All the damage that's scattered everywhere. Back to that in a second. Riley does have an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for the Delmarva area as well as Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Basically saying that the ongoing severe threat is expected to continue with damaging winds and a brief tornado risk. The broken line of storms is expected to continue and eventually make its way outside of the watch area. However, the Storm Prediction Center is noting the possibility of another line of storms developing later on tonight. That line will not pose a tornado threat, and that would be a severe watch, and it could require a separate watch after the tornado watch expires.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's going to be near Philadelphia, Allentown, Trenton, just to the west of New York City. Tornado risk in New York City, it's very, very low. Updates on Florida. We just talked about a few minutes ago, mostly a damaging wind threat. We're keeping an eye on a low tornado risk. We'll go back to Florida in a second. Florida actually has the most severe warnings out of any state right now at 4. What is that box right there? Is that a shed? Got a shed that completely flipped upside down. Roof was torn off here too. I'm honestly surprised we didn't have more damage reports. I mean, if we had damage reports coming, we might have had more damage reports here, like when this happened, but we didn't have very many damage reports come out of this area. Like hardly at all when this tornado happened. It's all after the fact. Like we were live last night. We didn't know there was even a tornado here until probably over an hour or two later. Even though there was a tornado warning. All right, let's go over to radar. We have a few updates. Going back to Florida, we do have, once again, a line of thunderstorms moving towards St. Augustine, Palm Coast, Orlando, surrounding areas. Main concern is damaging winds. We just had a 52-mile-per-hour wind gust measured at Ocala Airport. So these are strong to severe, just kind of varying. It's not widespread damaging winds, but we got scattered damaging winds right now. Further to the north into South Carolina, no active severe warnings anywhere other than near Myrtle Beach, which is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We do not have any active tornado warnings here. Only tornado warnings in North Carolina, where there is a slew of strong to severe storms that have gone up. It's actually what it looks like out there. This is storm intermediate in Kingston in South Carolina, or North Carolina. Somebody put storm intermediate in slot 3. So that is the line of thunderstorms moving in. You can see how fast the clouds are moving here. Low-level jet, the low-level winds are very strong, but they are going to be running into a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning there. And then Elizabeth City, we still have a tornado warning here. Broad rotation now passing by Elizabeth City, moving into Camden, and Currituck is eventually in the path of that. We got a few storms rotating, moving towards Virginia Beach, but for the most part, it's been a pretty low tornado risk. And they just issued a new tornado possible severe warning in Maryland. That'll be back over here west of Dover, where we have a line of thunderstorms just south of Baltimore, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and a low tornado risk. And then over here in Lancaster, we still have a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, no longer a tornado possible label on that storm. This is a brand new, looks like home that was completely destroyed, and maybe a mobile home of some sort. We're here in 5 Points. This is something that we haven't seen yet. That is a very heavily damaged home here. I got no injuries or fatalities have been reported from this. Looks like maybe an RV got heavily damaged there. That little window on the left looks like a camper or an RV or something like that. Better check on Connor. Is Connor still stuck? If anybody lives in Michigan that's from the stream right now, I mean, if you can try to help, if there's any way you can get to Route 41 and help out Connor, he's on Radar Omega here. He's south of Rock River. Probably need a tow truck or something like that, but he is still stuck up there in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. He's been stuck this entire time. Back over to Rob McBay. Got a UPS truck here. I don't know where they'd be delivering packages. Unless they're doing something else. Bunch of cars just thrown into this field here from this tornado. Also, our tornado warning will expire in 3 minutes. I don't think they're going to issue a new one. To add insult to injury, there's now snow coming down. You can actually see the snowflakes. There's snow coming down here in 5 Points, Tennessee, while this tornado cleanup happens. You don't see this very often. I mean, having a tornado go through this area, and then on top of it, now it's snowing. Luckily, if this was like Huntsville would have already had like an inch of snow on top of, you know, if there was actually tornado damage, it would have been accumulating snow on top of this, which is crazy. But it is snowing over here. There's like is that a chicken? Got a chicken running around. That guy's trying to catch the chickens. guy over here is trying to get the chickens here. There's again a chicken coop that was hit by this tornado, and I think over 100, at least over 100 chickens went running out of the coop directly after it. The tornado warning in North Carolina will be allowed to expire in a minute. That classic Chevy? I have no clue. Looks like it. And there's a lot of stuff that's damaged and or destroyed here. Very sad sights to see again over here in 5 Points, Tennessee. We'll get that bottom right of your screen. The last few radar scans again on that tornado warning that has been in effect. The rotation has gotten a lot broader. I do not see a whole lot of concern with this storm. PA Storm Trackers is going down to it in case it does do something. Off to the west near Cortland, we got a little line of thunderstorms, some gusty winds currently flying through. Over here near Greenville, near Kingston, we've had a line of thunderstorms producing some damaging winds, and clouds are racing right now. They are moving fast. The low-level winds are very strong, so this line of thunderstorms moving very quickly. We still have a severe warning west of Myrtle Beach. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Back over here in western and central North Carolina, don't really have a whole lot going on there. It's mostly just some pop-up showers and thunderstorms. Could see a line of storms, though, develop later today. There could be another line of thunderstorms that produces more damaging winds. We have a severe warning for Lancaster still. We still have one east of Annapolis, which is going to be right over the bay here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible tag on this. I'm really not seeing any rotation right now, so... And generally speaking, like, you know, we got a new SPC outlook coming out in about half an hour, but I would expect that moderate risk will get removed. Like, there's not really much happening. Orlando leads the way with severe warnings right now. We have 3 severe warnings in Florida. We got one in St. Augustine, we got one in Ocala, another one in Spring Hill. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible tag on the one east of Ocala. I even have a little water spout trying to develop offshore there. But yeah, again, this has been undoubtedly one of the... I think this might actually be the... I mean, again, assuming nothing changes here over the next hour or two, this will probably end up being the only moderate risk of severe weather I've ever covered that is actually completely, like, just at least mostly busted. By the way, Connor is stuck, according to one of Connor's mods. Connor is stuck, but it is not an emergency. Somebody put Storm Intermediate in slot 1. Hey, John from Becoming Maximum Velocity member, Nicole for the super chat. Also, shout out to Ben for becoming a member. They let out school early in Maryland just for nothing to happen. Yeah, pretty much. Not gonna lie, it's not really far off from that. It's been mostly just gusty winds. There hasn't really been a whole lot of significant severe weather. The heck is this pop-up? I didn't know there was a pop-up on here. It's probably the one of the cooler views of storms that we have right now. Storm Intermedia running into that line of storms near Kingston.
See any part of the line that's significantly stronger than
Not significantly stronger. I'm just saying like 3
I wonder what these chasers are thinking. There's a lot of there's not a lot, but there's at least a few chasers out there. I do wonder what they're thinking about this severe weather event. Hey, wake up the super chat. What's your prediction on the 2026 hurricane season? I would assume we're gonna have a landfalling hurricane. I mean, we didn't have any this past year. Going 2 years in a row without a landfalling hurricane would be actually quite insane because that doesn't happen very often. I don't know the last time that's happened, but it's been a while. Thank you, Eddie, for becoming a maximum velocity member. We're also transitioning into, I believe, El Nino, so should be interesting.
I would
See how that
guess
pans out.
It just was all the stuff to the east, kind of sucked out some of the energy. That can happen sometimes.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you don't need 1,000 cape.
No, but
Especially in a high shear, low cape. This is exactly what that is. High shear, low cape.
Hey, Jennifer, for the $10 super chat. I love how one thunderstorm warning in Maryland was shaped like a cloud with a lightning bolt. Wait, is it actually still, or is it earlier? Kind of actually looks like it. This severe warning in Maryland kind of looks like a little cloud with a lightning bolt coming down.
Chad, we're gonna go into some
Pretty cool stuff. That's what happens when you get these very strange looking severe warnings. I don't even think this needs to be severe, to be honest. I don't think the wind is that intense. Got more trees down in southeastern Pennsylvania. We're about to be down to, well, we have 6 severe warnings. They just canceled the one near Myrtle Beach. I think the one in Pennsylvania could be good to go too. I mean, this thing is not really producing much either. I don't usually try to downplay stuff, but I don't know, man. This has been a really, like, again, very, very low. I mean, this is not even close to a moderate. There's no doubt, but I don't know. Earlier today, I was thinking we might not go live. What is that on the bottom right of my screen? Why do we have the NASA International Space Station orbit in my screen? Why is this on now? I didn't even know that existed. Are we gonna see a supercell from up here? I don't know who's controlling my cameras right now, but we honestly need the fish camera back. That's my favorite one. Fish camera was great. Somebody's gonna join the stream and be like, what in the world is this? Yeah, new severe warning for Virginia Beach with the tornado possible tag, which is not even really rotating, but oh my goodness, what is going on? Now we got the fish cam and we got the space station. Dude, this stream. My goodness. You get a call for the super chat. Is Raleigh, North Carolina still at risk of a tornado? Probably not. We got a lost connection stream. Low key, all we need after this is the Cheesekirk camera on the bottom left. That's all we need. I don't have a camera though, and she's also not in here, so it doesn't matter. There's no way that's another fish camera. We have another fish camera on the bottom left. Dude, what is going on? We get a volcano cam? I think we actually have one of those. I think there's one in Hawaii, but I don't know if there's a volcano even happening. Welcome to our incredible fish stream here. Yeah, there it is. I think that bottom left one is. It's in the one of the craters there. It's the west view on the crater. We have some really random cameras at this point. Don't we have another camera? I could have sworn we have a camera in like some sort of zoo or something. We might have one in a zoo somewhere. I don't know. I might be wrong. It might be worth taking a look at. Find the bald eagle camera? We'll have to find it. Hey, Jennifer, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I don't even know what I was saying before we ran into that. But yeah, I honestly, this moderate risk, I can't believe we're streaming a moderate risk right now. This is a camera in Italy? We got a camera in Italy, guys. We got a camera in Italy before GTA 6. This is Storm Intermediate. They're back over in Kingston. Driving through the line of thunderstorms right now.
When you go more into Nebraska, I feel like it goes into more flat
This is in a severe warning. Not really even seeing that much wind
I
here.
will say I really like near I-80.
Hey, Janet from Come to Member.
Really nice. Nebraska, as far as chase terrain, I think is up there in the top 3 with Kansas and the Dakotas. The eastern half of Kansas does have more trees than one might expect, though. And then Oklahoma,
All my favorite interests are coming together now.
Oklahoma has some.
Unbelievable what we even have.
I
Hey,
guess Kansas
hey
is
baby
at
from Come to Member. We apparently have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, which we do. One in Pennsylvania was just allowed to expire, which that'll expire in about 6 minutes. This storm that's heading right now towards Centerville and Chestertown, I don't even know why we have a severe warning here, because this does not look severe at all. It would be really only for the immediate coastline, probably for some stronger winds in Maryland. Keep in mind, there will be another round of storms tonight. It'll just be mostly an isolated wind risk, not as much of a tornado risk, as Riley alluded to. A little storm that's gone up north of Daytona Beach. This actually has a little bit of rotation. Going towards Interstate 95 right now. Tornado risk is pretty close to 0 because we won't have much time to organize, but something to watch for. Kinston? I keep saying Kingston. I know it's Kinston. I keep saying Kingston, though. New severe thunderstorm warning for Palm Beach County in Florida. So that'll be for West Palm. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized tail, little popcorn storms going up here. Moving to Palm Beach Gardens. Car's been streaming for 8 hours and stuck for 4. That's honestly impressive. You're still stuck up there in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Connor has plenty of gas, snacks, and water. So he'll be fine. Hey, more for the super chat. People still need to take warning seriously because it only takes one bad, unprepared storm to ruin lives. I agree. Yeah, obviously, I'm not trying to downplay what today is, and I'll be honest. I'm a meteorologist. I don't see today doing much at all. I'd be shocked if we actually got a strong tornado at all at this point. But with that said, I would still be staying weather aware because we can't fully rule it out. Like, there's always a possibility something, very small scale could change, and it could change everything. Okay, apparently whatever this camera I'm about to go to, I don't know what this camera is. I'm not even going to look. I'll just go over to it. Apparently this is very close. It's apparently very close to the severe weather is what Riley said. This is the South Pole. I didn't even know there was a South Pole camera. I had no clue that even existed. How's Orlando looking? Just mainly a damaging wind risk. 2 of our severe warnings will expire in 4 minutes, so we'll be back down to 6 severe warnings, I think, shortly. Or we just got a new one, so never mind. I don't know where the new one is. Oh, that's West Palm. Never mind. Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. I think there's about, we're back down to like 5, I think, in a second. This stream has gotten to the point where there's like almost nothing happening, that we're literally just doing the most random stuff at this point. Hey, Deep, for the $10 super chat. Big Bear Bald Eagle live nest camera. Looks great right now. We need a 6-7 emoji for members. What do we think? Do the members want a 6-7 emoji? We could add it for members. More up to the members, though. I don't know. I don't think all the members like it. That's the problem. There's a lot of people on this channel that do not like it. So he said, absolutely not. Everybody's saying no. It's so chalked. It just started snowing in Atlanta. I went down to Florida. Got a few little snow flurries near Atlanta. 36 degrees here. Got some snowflakes flying over here in Kennesaw, Georgia. Hasn't really accumulated, though, in northwest Georgia. We've actually had accumulation over near Chattanooga. Still snowing over here. Hey, not good for coming to member. Also, thank you again, Deep, for the super chat. What is in the other? What's in this slot now? Oh, yeah, Alberta, Canada checking in. We got a camera in Alberta, guys. We got cameras everywhere. This is our camera map. And again, we have a total of about 45,000 cameras. We have one of the biggest camera networks here. We do have cameras in Alaska. That's what it looks like over in Alaska. Got Anchorage. These are some of the virtual rail fan cameras. What looks like in Anchorage, Alaska. A lot of snow on the ground up there. Where's the cat? I have no clue. We got some cameras in the Florida Keys too. What's really happening there? Apparently we got Bermuda cameras. Oh, never mind. These are not Bermuda cameras. These are the random cameras that somebody's adding to the live stream. Those are the Nassau ones. We have a singular camera in Italy. This is like, we have literally one camera outside of or inside of Europe or any surrounding area. It's actually impressive. We also have Hawaii cameras. Some of them are near that, large volcano area. There's also some cameras right next to the coastline. It's next to a beach in Hawaii. A lot of people at the beach in Hawaii today. So yeah, pretty cool. I'm seeing rotation north of Altoona, Florida. Nothing's really rotating in this line. It's mostly damaging winds. The severe warning for St. Augustine is going to expire. And over here, north and west of Orlando, it's all outflow dominant storms, so not looking at much of a tornado risk. There was a little bit of rotation northwest of Daytona Beach, but I think that's going to just move offshore. It doesn't look that concerning to me. Should be mostly a wind threat. Got a couple more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is sent in from Ormond Beach, Florida. A little breezy in the Daytona Beach area. Looking north towards Palm Coast. Thank you also, Christine, for the PayPal donation. Thanks for all you do for us, sending through PayPal so YouTube doesn't take 30%. Appreciate that. Christine, thank you for the super chat or PayPal donation. I said super chat. They also not good for becoming a member. Do I live in Florida? I do. It's also a video from Maryland, a little drone footage from Crownsville, Maryland. Oh, I sent you a video. The link's on your screen. It's at the bottom. It's also, I think, one of the top links in the description below. If you go into our website, maxvelocitywx.com, there's also a submit report button. And that's how you do it. If you guys have any photos or videos, there's a QR code on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I only have a camera on Nevada. We got so many random cameras. There are so many cameras that we have that we will literally never use. There are tons of random cameras in like Canada, the West Coast, which again, we don't really go live that much for West Coast stuff. That'll literally just never be utilized. A little bit of rotation over Greenville in North Carolina. It's tracking up towards Williamston. Still have a couple severe warnings right now near Currituck and west of Virginia Beach, almost all exclusively wind. Still have no active tornado warnings. We're at 6 severe warnings right now. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. Tornado watch in Philly. It's quite uncommon for us. I'll be honest, like, I don't think there's going to be much up here. I mean, it's mostly some maybe damaging wind gusts. This line of thunderstorms is way weaker, though, even than I think I was expecting, at least for this area. There's literally no warnings at all in Pennsylvania. But that said, still stay weather aware. Have ways to receive alerts. I think we've had more special marine warnings today issued than anything else. I've seen so many special marine warnings issued. Look at all these special marine warnings. All these blue boxes, those are special marine warnings. We have literally almost, I think, over a dozen right now. Yeah, we have 14 special marine warnings. 6 special weather statements and 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. The fish are taking a beating here today from these severe storms. If you have any fish offshore that you know of, make sure that they're aware of the situation evolving. Hey, City for the $10 super chat. It's coming down in buckets in Matthews, Virginia. Small hail is appearing and wind gusts roughly 30 miles per hour whipping around. Appreciate the report. Stay safe out there. So deal with New Jersey. Look, maybe a strong line of thunderstorms. Main concern should be, again, isolated damaging winds, low tornado risk. New storm prediction center outlook will be out in about 12 minutes. So we'll see if they maintain the risk of the moderate risk. We do have a new severe warning for the Palm Coast and Bunnell area, just northwest here of Daytona Beach. That is for a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. It's heading towards Flagler Beach near KFIN Airport, which is the Flagler County Airport. Not gonna lie, I literally used to live in Daytona Beach, and I didn't even know that airport existed. But that's over there near Bunnell. Be kind of cool if we I know I do nationwide weather, but it'd kind of be kind of cool if I made like a Florida weather page or something. It's completely off topic. I already do way too many things, but never know. Be kind of cool if we focused on one area sometime. I don't even know what you'd cover in Florida. Florida only has like maybe a little bit of severe weather. Couple months out of the year at most, and usually it's pretty isolated, and even then it's mostly hurricanes here. Got a couple storms still offshore here of Vero Beach. I'm gonna move the camera here. We'll go a little look at the storm here. Are there any cameras in Grand Canyon? I bet there is. We have a little update on power outages. We're now over 400,000 people without power across the United States. Most of those power outages, again, are actually in Michigan from an ice storm, but Florida is now 70,000 without power. Most of it is north of Orlando and near Jacksonville, back over towards Gainesville and Ocala. Carolinas, Virginia, back into the Northeast, very, very isolated. And then Mississippi, Louisiana, that's mostly from yesterday's storms. We had some power outages in some of these other areas, but a lot of them are from previous day storms. But no major update in terms of any major power outages. Most of the power outages that have happened today, the power's gotten restored within like an hour or two. So power crews have been on the scene very quickly today. Milton brought a outbreak with a few large tornadoes. Yeah, it's a pretty rare case though of us having a tornado outbreak. You know, it's not very common with a tornado, or not tornado. What am I saying? Tornado outbreak is not very common. That was quite the phrase. A tornado outbreak is not very common though with hurricanes. Doesn't happen that often. It only happens with the most powerful hurricanes, and again, it takes the exact right environment for that to happen.
Florida.
It's over in Kinston, North Carolina.
Storms that come on shore, like it's a lot easier for you to get moisture.
Yeah, you could break that drought.
Like
easy.
for me, or at least from my old house or my parents' place, it literally took us like years to get out of a drought.
That is the difference. When we get into a drought out here, out east, we could get into a drought for 3, 4, 5 months, but we could break it pretty easily. Yeah.
It takes us years to dig out of a drought.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Apparently there's a little funnel cloud right here. This is over on Cape Hatteras. It's live. A lowering near Buxton Landing and Buxton. It's getting pretty rain wrapped already, but a little lowering right there. I don't know. This might be one of those fish NATO threats. But if this over near again, Avon and Buxton. You can very faintly see it right there on the right now.
You got a truck, right? Just in case. Guess I might have paid myself.
So it doesn't look as dark.
This was just seconds ago. That's what it looked like right before we clicked onto it. Skip that just a little bit here. All right, there, little funnel. Just a second ago. Maybe a little water spout. It's back to what it looks like live, so you can't really see it anymore. We'll keep an eye on that, though. Storm Intermediate has a pretty good view of the shelf cloud. This is back over inland of North Carolina.
Let's just say
Near
that
Kinston.
there looks like some good changes, but in order for those changes to be made,
So that is over here near Kinston. That is where we're looking at 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. They've just issued one of the oddest-looking warning polygon boxes I've ever seen over in Cape Hatteras. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized tail. Once again, that area of rotation was right about here. It was just off, the shore here. There isn't really a whole lot happening here, but there's obviously enough rotation for us to see some sort of lowering. So, we'll keep an eye on that area. It's going to be bottom middle of your screen. Or maybe another isolated spin up or some sort of maybe low-end tornado threat. Thank you, Derek, for the sewer chat. When do you expect the second line of storms to reach DC? Probably around like 6 to 8 o'clock tonight. If you live in Kill Devil Hills, Mateo, definitely be ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized tail. Low tornado risk, 2. We got a storm offshore like what we just saw. We could definitely see a brief tornado near land. Cruise sounds so nice right now. It honestly does. I don't know why we have a cruise ship camera on, but there is a cruise ship. All right, the Storm Prediction Center has just released their new outlook for today. Waiting for the outlook here. All right, here's the new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. And unsurprisingly, they have made it an enhanced risk of severe weather instead of a moderate risk. I'll still be honest, I feel like an enhanced risk is pretty generous based off what we've seen, but it has been downgraded. We'll see the exact probabilities in a second, but I'd assume this is still driven by wind. So we'll have that in a second once it comes out. The moderate risk was obviously, again, pretty questionable today, but nonetheless, we have had a pretty decent amount of damage reports. I mean, again, this has not been a minor event by any means. This is not like a marginal risk of severe weather kind of day, especially with how many storms were rotating earlier today. But generally speaking, like, again, there's been scattered to numerous damaging winds. There's no doubt about that. They just haven't been as widespread. And the tornado threat has also not been as elevated as it could be. Basically, the Storm Prediction Center is saying that the wind stability has been weaker than expected. I like how I just refreshed the Storm Prediction Center's website. This is literally what it refreshed to. It's like a jump scare. Shows yesterday's severe weather threat for some reason. It says March 16th. That is today. Let me see if the max velocity site has it ready to go. Nope, not yet. All right, we'll wait a second. We'll have the new details on that risk here in just a moment. But yeah, instability's been weaker than expected. Again, most of the warm sector's been offshore too. Didn't really have a whole lot of a warm sector develop in eastern North Carolina. Pouring down bad air in DMV area. Still waiting for the SBC outlook details here. All right, here is at least the non-interactive version of looking at all the details, because we don't have the only update that we have right now would be the tornado risk. So the tornado risk still is a 10% hatch tornado risk from Washington D.C. back to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We have a 5% tornado risk from southern New York back into Jacksonville and the Big Bend of Florida. Marginal threat is in the green. That goes all the way up from Lake Ontario back into even the east coast of Florida. So that is the only update that we have for now. I'll have the wind probs and all that in a second. All right, here we go. This is the updated version. So again, you can look at this on maxloss@ewx.com. Enhanced risk of severe weather still in place. The tornado risk, again, large 10% hatch tornado risk still. That does include Washington, Lancaster, Harrisburg, Richmond, Virginia Beach, Raleigh, even back towards Goldsboro and Jacksonville, back down towards the Myrtle Beach area. The wind threat for right now is a 45% wind risk. So they have downgraded it from 60 to 45. It still includes these same exact areas. And still hatched. So there's a risk of 75 plus mile per hour winds in this hatched area. And then our hail risk is still pretty much almost zero. Very low. Also got a new photo or video that was sent in by one of you guys. Sent in from Gas City, Indiana. Got some blowing snow and heavy snow actually coming down over here in Indiana today. Just coming directly after we had severe weather yesterday. If you guys have any photos or videos, again, reports.maxloss@ewx.com is the place to go. Go to our severe weather section on our website, too. You can actually look at the storm reports over the last 24 hours. These are all the different storm reports that we've had. I've had a lot of storm reports. According to the website here, we've had 930 wind reports over the last 24 hours, 108 hail reports, and 8 tornado reports. So those red circles are going to be tornado reports. There was a tornado report in Charlotte. What is that tornado report in Charlotte? Do we have any details on it? Is it on our other site here? Yeah, we do actually have 2 tornado reports. So we have one in Charlotte. A brief touchdown of an EF0 tornado with maximum sustained winds of 85 miles per hour. So we did have a tornado, actually. We went live when this happened. We were live literally right before this actually happened. There was a tornado in Charlotte. It was a pretty weak tornado. There's also another tornado that happened, but I do not see where in the world that is. Where's the other tornado report? Anybody know where the other tornado report is? Isn't there one other one? Oh, it's the same one? Okay, so it's a duplicated tornado alert. All right, so basically one tornado has been confirmed today so far. That was a EF0 in Charlotte. Everything else has been wind damage. We do have a report, a damage report of some kind over here near Washington as well. That is power lines down, reported, or a tree with power lines on it. Or power lines on a tree? Tree on a power line? Yeah, tree on a power line. Multiple trees down south of Washington, D.C. Got a new damage report from Harrisburg of trees down on wires on the 2nd Street over in Steelton. And then a new damage report of trees down on wires over in Clinton County, just west of Williamsport. So right now we have a little over 128 wind reports for today. But obviously over the last 24 hours, we have over 930. It's actually pretty impressive how many wind reports we've had. This has been a pretty widespread wind event across the board, despite there not being, it has not lived up to, again, the risk today. It's still been pretty widespread. At the Capucci said there could be an uptick in tornado potential for March 26th and beyond. I agree. I think we will definitely have an uptrend. I think the next 7 days, like after today, I think it's going to be pretty quiet for the next 7 days when it comes to significant severe weather. And then after that, once we head into the March 25th to 30th timeframe, I think things are going to ramp right back up again. I think we're going to have a lot more tornadoes and just, again, a lot more severe weather across the board. But at least in the short term, again, it's not as concerning in terms of our weather pattern. Western New York is going to drop by 50 degrees today. That is quite the swing. Yeah, temperatures have been dropping a lot behind this cold front. It's actually pretty impressive, especially with the snow. It's crazy that we've gone from severe weather to snow so fast, especially for places like Alabama. USBC, we just talked about that. Connor is still stuck out here in the blizzard. He has been stuck for a long time. Apparently somebody said help was on the way. I don't know if that's true or not, but if you're up here and you can somehow help, I mean, you know, he's over here and just south of Marquette, Michigan. Still got blizzard conditions out there. He's been stuck though for a long time. Hope he has a way to stay warm. Yeah, hopefully. I think he does. I mean, obviously, he has a car. He has plenty of gas. I've been told he has a lot of gas, a lot of water, and a lot of food. So I think he'll be all right. I think he will be okay. Any updates on Fairfax? Not as of right now. Again, this is obviously a lot of thunderstorms that's been moving through here for the last hour or two. We do have another round of storms that we are expecting later today. This is what the future radar looks like here for the remainder of today. There will be one more line of thunderstorms. After this clears out, we'll have another round of thunderstorms. Main concern is going to be damaging winds. Could see an isolated tornado. I think the tornado risk might try to increase again in a few hours. There's at least a possibility sometime around maybe when this next round of storms gets going. Let's see what the time is on this. Maybe around 6 or 7 o'clock tonight, we may have another round of storms here that could produce a low tornado risk and maybe some damaging winds. This honestly looks more interesting than what we're looking at right now, to be honest. That's a few hours from now. That's about 2-3 hours from now. So might be another round of storms later that could do something. Maybe. I mean, right now it's been live for 6.5 hours. I'm low-key thinking maybe we wind down this stream and come back if stuff ramps up again. Because I mean, right now there's not much happening. I mean, we're down to literally 4 warnings. There's almost nothing happening. Maybe we come back in a few hours. What do you guys think? If things are actually ongoing, I mean, there's a possibility in a few hours we could actually have a tornado risk actually happen, especially if this convection clears out fast enough. Otherwise, it'll be damaging winds. But I mean, we were live for 6.5 hours. There hasn't really been much of a risk, and there's really not many people in any warning right now. So, what do you guys think? Maybe do that. That way I'll go get dinner. I mean, we got plenty of time before anything actually happens, it looks like. And we'll come back in about, 2 or 3 hours if things look interesting again. And we'll go from there. But in the meantime, we will redirect you to our second channel, More Max Velocity. That way you can at least get weather alerts. That'll be kind of the waiting room in case we go live again for severe weather. Again, I'm not guaranteeing we go live. Just make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified if we do go live again. Again, you can go over to our second channel, More Max Velocity. Just stay on the stream and you'll be redirected automatically to that. And again, we might be back in a few hours. If things look interesting again, which they could be, we'll be live again. So stay tuned to the channel. Make sure that you're subscribed down below. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live again. And stay on the stream and you'll be redirected to our second channel. That way you are still on a live coverage with weather alerts, live storm chasers, cameras, all that good stuff. All right. We'll be back in maybe a few hours. We'll see. If not, we'll have a video tomorrow morning. So stay tuned for that. And we will see you guys all again in the next live stream or video. Have a good one.